I'm Takua, I'm very excited to be here with you all today, and I'm joined by the lovely Melvinizzle. How are you doing today?
I am doing extremely well. After years and years of playing in and covering LoL, it is an honor to be here getting to cover the best of the best from all around Europe.
Absolutely, it is indeed. And in regards to that, we're just going to go over some general stuff about the format of UEM, exactly what we're sort of expecting for the tournament, because it's going to be going on for a little bit. The general breakdown is that this is the big tournament throughout Europe, and you're getting the best university seeds from the various university leagues within Europe.
All across the, well, I was going to say continent, but yeah, all across Europe,
Yeah.
we have got a load of different teams coming to compete with us. A lot of returning names, might we add, but we'll definitely get to that a little bit later. First of all, though, what are the stakes? What are they playing for?
There is a relatively sizable prize pool. We have 14.5 thousand euros in total, with 5,000 for the first prize, 3,000 for second,
Ooh.
2,000, and so on and so forth. So even if you're placing in top 8, you're getting a nice little prize for competing, but at the end of the day, it should be a lot of fun for all the teams involved.
See, even though I knew that these numbers were coming up on my screen beforehand, it's still impressive to look at and just know that these university level teams can be making that much. And to say they could be making that much, one particular team has been making a good amount of money off of our tournament here, with that being Kit SC White, winning both of the previous years and getting second place the one before that. So extremely dominant. They're back again. We won't be covering them today, but keep your eyes peeled because, well, let's hope it's not following a script and they might have some actual contention.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they're in a different group. We're covering Group A today. We're going in just alphabetical order of the 4 different groups today. We've got 5 team subgroups. There are 16 groups on the 5 team groups. It's just the way that they are because some countries have a little bit more seeding than others. We'll get into that shortly. But as for today's schedule, we've just got the Group A, which is starting off with Bobcats UOL from Spain versus Ulugard from Turkey, so Spain versus Turkey, and then Bristol Warriors versus BME at the second one. And then we have Ulugard again versus 0-2 from Czechia, and then Czechia versus Hungary, and then back to Britain versus Spain.
And there will be, as you can see, simultaneous games happening off stream, so we'll do our best to keep you posted with that when it becomes relevant. But all of these teams are currently playing to get the top 2 in their group. So if you look at the 5 different teams on your screen, only 2 of them will be making it out.
The key is that if you make it to number 1 and number 2, you immediately qualify to the playoff section. Well, if you're second seed, it's a little bit less good, I think, so to speak, because you still have to play a little bracket. There is a last chance qualifier that comes through, which you have to compete in to get to the main playoffs. But, you know, if you get first, then you get to have a little bit more of an extended break.
Think of it as the higher you place now, the more dividends you get to pay when it comes to revising for exams.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the general idea of it. It's if people have watched any sort of international League of Legends events, such as MSI Worlds, it's a very similar concept. You have groups, and then you have stages where it's more like best of 3s, best of 5s, and so on and so forth, which is the same concept we have here.
And since we are getting to play on the tournament realm for this, we'll be on a constant patch, and for the moment that is 12.5, not 12.5b. Want to make that very clear because right now, due to Riot taking a break, we are live right now on 12.5b, so this is almost identical to what everybody's playing on, with the main differences being there are no Master Yi nerfs after he was buffed on this patch, Zeri hasn't had her ankles broken. And then taking a look at the rest of the changes, Renata is in. That's all good. She did get her hotfix nerfs on the previous patch, so not in a completely unruly state. And then all the ADC numbers didn't get completely tweaked. The only significant one being that Ashe ultimate speed is way, way up.
Absolutely. So for the most part, it's the sort of meta that you would expect, at least if you have been keeping up with international broadcasts here and there. Most people have been playing on the regular 12.5b, so it doesn't really stray too far from the norm, but hopefully not too many Jinx Aphelioses.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I'm sure we'll be seeing frequently throughout the day. Saying that, actually, when we're doing our prep looking across all these teams, and I feel like we should get started talking about the first ones we have today, I didn't actually see a lot of Jinx Aphelios. I saw a lot more of the Kai'Sa popping up, actually.
Yeah, a little bit different in the champ pools. It is always worth remembering that when you get to this level, you have pretty damn high level League of Legends, but it's not necessarily what you'd expect at the same of a pro meta. You tend to get more pocket picks than you would expect in other situations, and I can definitely see a few of these just scrolling through here. You see I can see a Rek'Sai, a little
That was
bit
what I
of...
caught my eye too,
Yeah,
yeah.
there was a Karthus support player, which is also quite interesting, and a little bit of Shaco, so who knows?
Oh, that's a champion. That brings back memories that I don't need to be having. Still, expect it to be as close to pro as you're going to get while getting to have all the wonderful wackiness that you love from university play. And when we take a look at some of the other champions that are really prevalent, I suppose one of the significant ones that did get hit in the patch was Gwen. She had
Yes.
her damage to monsters chopped down to size, and she was one of the scariest AP junglers up there with Diana. So having that go down means that when you take a look at what the actual priority for all these pick bans will be, most teams want to get mixed damage. You can't necessarily get that guaranteed anymore if you want the Gwen to be going top lane in, let's say.
And that's kind of why at least we've been seeing a little bit more Diana and a little bit more Lilia here and there to compensate for that if you really want these sorts of heavy AD comps. And on this patch as well, if I'm not mistaken, Xin got a slight chip nerf, about 20% of his R duration was chipped down, but it is still Xin, he is still quite a potent jungler, very safe in the early game, and can make those proactive plays, so in general, pretty similar to what you'd expect, but I think we got the point across there.
I think you actually reminded me midway through there that something that wasn't necessarily on this patch, but everybody still has just going through in the back of their mind, was the Bruiser item reworks. They had a
Yeah.
massive series of changes going across basically everything, and to make the long story short, Bruisers have less health, and mixed levels of durability. Things like Maw of Malmortius is now a terrifying prospect, particularly on ADCs, because it now scales the shield up with your AD, which is insane. If you ever see a Jhin with a Maw of Malmortius, you will not kill them as a mage. That person will turn around and beat you up.
If you've ever seen a Jhin with a Death Stance, for that matter, Death Stance is another one of these items going around. It's just the sort of other end of it. I mean, in some of my own gamers, I built Death Stance a few times on Jhin, and I think the highest I ever got it was above 1,000 health threshold, which
Wow.
is quite a lot of healing for a kill.
Yeah, that's insanity. But this is all theoretical, so we don't need to start going too deep down the rabbit hole for what we think the overall meta is going to be, because it's all down to the teams themselves. For all we know, we could be getting pocket metas between each of the different groups, which I think is a much more likely situation, since when you are in a group stage format, you only need to prep against the teams right in front of you, which means that the drafts get really wacky really quickly.
And as with all things, each team has a different way that they want to play. This is going to be the same for every group and every matchup because there are different players. Some players might not be used to playing their role, and that's just the way things are. Sometimes you can't always form a team as perfectly as you might envisage, and I guess the best segue onto this is to discuss our first matchup between the Bobcats and Ulagad.
Yep, so first of all, we'll kick it off with the Bobcats. Now, as we take a look at these players with their names and favourite champions at the bottom of the screen right there, you really do need to pay attention to this team because they have had a good amount of experience.
They have indeed. They have won their own national championship 3 times out of 7 seasons, so pretty dominant in their own country of Spain, and they've got a little bit of experience in past UEM, so quite a experienced roster on the whole, quite wide champion pools as well.
So they also are packing 2 extra substitute players, so you know that this roster is ready to go no matter what the game day. And when we take a look at some of the particular champions that we are seeing, the top lane Akshan. Now, I'm not going to talk about Hullbreaker, because I feel like that's a bait, but we do have the Hullbreaker nerfs on range champions currently
Yes.
live, so hopefully we won't be getting the LGL special of having Hullbreaker on every champion, regardless of its viability or not. So taking a look at this one, Akshan, a very powerful pick in of themselves, a very good lane bully. Think of it kind of like Quinn, but instead of the real scary roaming, they are much more prevalent when it comes to the actual damage and the utility in team fights.
Yeah, there is definitely that with this sort of setup. But on the whole, I mean, it's quite well rounded. I don't see too much that this team can't necessarily do. In fact, their mid lane has actually played a little bit of the action here and there, so who knows? Maybe you pick it early in draft, you expect it to go top, and then it ends up being flexed to mid. But I think our position is interesting, to say the least.
Well, we expect the Bobcats to be doing quite well based on their experience level and also potentially due to their opposition. As we take a look on the other side of the rift, and they'll be going against Ulugad Esports from Turkey in this game. And, well, I'll put it lightly, they have some jungler players in non-jungle roles.
If my maths is correct, I count 4 junglers if you include their substitute, and occasionally their top lane plays jungle as well. So you have about 4.5 junglers on this roster.
Well put. But we should say that Turkey performed very well last year. It wasn't this team. It was the Bow Red Dragons. They ended up going 7-1, topping their own group, and then actually made it all the way to semis where they were knocked out by that aforementioned Kit SC White. So, you know, the region's definitely got some power, and I'm very curious to see if that has almost made its way over to this Ulugad squad. They're obviously able to win their regional tournament as the reason they are here. And for us, it's really going to be Chengabar in the top lane and their ADC that we are keeping the eye on, and that's not just because they're the non-jungle players.
Yeah, they've got more experience on their roles in general, and when you have this many jungle players on the team, it just makes sense that you want to rotate for specific lanes. But more in particular, Chengabar is quite the GP enjoyer, and that ultimate in Cannon Barrage really helps us set up the bot lane.
I think it almost defines a style in of itself. Alfari is probably the most well-known GP player in the world, and part of the reason for that is because you are able to simultaneously win lane while playing weak side, while also helping your bot lane. So in the ban phase, if Gangplank isn't being taken away immediately, I expect there to be some kind of answer, and part of the reason why I was talking so much about the Akshan is we've seen around the world that has been used as an answer to GP because he's a range character who can actually contest Gangplank in trades, bully them, and one of my favorite and least favorite interactions at the same time is while Akshan is doing his hook swing, he immediately shoots down those barrels, so it makes it nigh impossible for Gangplank to ever get a combo.
Nope, absolutely not. I don't know what... I really want to know what Riot were thinking when they introduced that hook swing, because it is one of the most satisfying abilities to watch, but at the same time, if you've ever played against it, which I'm sure you have, it is so very obnoxious.
Yeah, it is. And I think we'll leave it there because most likely both of the aforementioned champions will be getting banned. We'll have to see how these teams read it. Perhaps we might be getting some heavy roaming style from the all-jungle squad, which would make a lot of sense, right? One of the things that I like to think about when you're playing a off-role is how you work with your main role. And when you have multiple jungle players, to me, that means that this squad is likely to be very heavy on the roaming, very heavy on the gank setup, playing utility things that will enable ganks. Things like the Silas that build into the Everfrost, very annoying once you get to that first item to escape from. Super good for closing the gap. And when you combine that with AD junglers, things like even the Udyr that we do see they play a little bit of for their actual jungler, might be something that we're seeing maybe a throwback to last year's MSI.
Yeah, definitely that. And you speak of the Silas, that's not really a traditional control mage, but when we look at this group on the whole, there are quite a lot of control mage players. If we look at the opposing team in the Bobcats with Dark in the mid lane, plays some Victor, plays some Vigor, does have the Akshan and the Yone in their arsenal, so it's a little bit more varied, but there are a lot of control mage players, but I think with this first matchup, it might be a little bit spicier in the mid lane.
Yeah, I feel like for us at least, the real vibe of this group is will the control mage mids be able to control the
Yeah,
non-control mage
yeah.
mids? Because there are a good distribution of both, and I feel like it will almost go to swing how these teams perceive the overall tournament meta based on how this group stage kicks off. Because, for example, we have some notable names from the UK scene. When we take a look over at the Bristol Warriors, we've got Boshi in the mid lane, and then looking across the rest of the cup, I think that Ari is an important champion to see which of these mids are going to pull it out. It was slightly nerfed on the 12.5 patch, but it's still completely playable. It was, for all intents and purposes, broken, but, you know, well, it was good. It was damn
Yeah, it
good,
was
let's
good.
say.
It was good.
And it is a
Definitely good.
very good one for when you are playing in these kind of team fight styles with a lot of the meta being heavily focused around bot. You want utility mids that work on low economy.
Absolutely. And speaking of picks, we are going straight into pick ban right now, first group, and immediately we get that Janna banned from the Bobcats, which is interesting, but it does make sense given how much the opposing support has played Janna.
That is an immediate focus onto the jungles now, with the Rek'Sai and the Lee Sin being taken away. We have Infinity as a big Rek'Sai player, their follow-up being Xin Zhao and Hecarim, so I'm curious to see what happens with that Hecarim, because as far as jungle meta goes, he's probably the big winner on the patch right now. He loves the bruiser itemization, he loves the distribution of champions in the meta. In mobile ADCs, absolutely, I love that. So I expect him to either be getting picked or banned as the tournament goes on, and in particular for this game.
Speaking of mobile or mobile ADCs, perhaps the most mobile one is already off the table along with the Gangplank. As we were discussing, you don't really want to let Chengabar have this champion. And, you know, if you want to go for the Hecarim, Zeri is actually probably a little bit better at dealing with the Hecarim purely because of the move speed here. So it's just giving more value to these sorts of jungle picks that can target down the bot. And if there's anyone you want to target, it is probably bot.
That was a long decision from the Turkey squad right there to get rid of the Hecarim at the end, and it will be the instant Diana. Another very powerful jungler. She's been up and down. Actually, I know we alluded to the MSI of last year meta, but Diana has been quite good ever since then, being able to clear through the jungle. She got toned down, but now she's got that massive monster damage back up. As we do get the snap lock-in, I feel like the speed in which you pick champions almost indicates how confident you are in your strategy, and Turkey with that immediate Jinx Xin Zhao, I feel like the Yasuo hover is more than just a hover here. It is definitely a very standard combo of the Diana as we get that one picked up for Spain.
And it's not just going to be stand for this team. Bobcats, oh, Dark. He is a Yasuo player. He plays both Yasuo and Yone, along with some control mages and the Akshan, but he's an experienced Yasuo. You expect the resources to be going mid, especially with that gym pick. This is more of a supportive ADC, and immediately I think you're just going to start playing for mid.
I like that a lot when you have this very clear powerhouse in the mid jungle. You don't want your jungler, especially somebody who is so renowned for power farming as the Diana, to be wasting, I say in air quotes, their time ganking. They only want it to be a gank if it's going to work. So Jhin makes it so when you do gank, it's almost definitely going to work. And especially when you have that ultimate, the Moonfall does cometh for the mid and the bot lane this game.
It definitely does indeed. Jhin generally pretty safe into the Nautilus. Jinx, that's a lot of setup, a lot of CC from the whole team right now. As we start seeing some more bans, the Karma there targeting the bot side again, most likely synergizing really well with the Jhin, and the ability to give shields and move speed to Yasuo is definitely something to avoid.
I just, when you said about the Nautilus, I chuckled a bit because I remembered that now we have to think about it from the lens of, okay, for mid lane as well, what jungler champion can be easily transferred over to a lane? And while Nautilus isn't one that can historically go in the jungle, it is very good for the gank setup. So while they may not have that historic proficiency on the champion or the role, knowing when to engage is half the battle for Nautilus at the end of the day. You have the point and click ultimate, there's only so much you can not do on it, as we do now. Throwing it back to the bans, have that Zilean takeaway. One of the things that in the previous World Championship we saw come out as one of the scariest duo lanes in existence because of how quickly they can get.
Zillion's E and his R, mostly, and of course his Q for being able to stun engage. I mean, if you've watched some LEC, you might have seen Hillisang flash bomb engage one time. But generally, this champion is being picked for the move speed. You have a Jhin, you have a Yasuo. They want to run down, they don't necessarily have as much mobility as most champions, and when you put an E on it, that's great. Same with the R, free GA, everyone loves that.
I actually really like the respect coming out, banning that Renekton. That's going to be a ban away from the mid lane, not because of champion pool, but because Renekton is historically a champion that just bodies Yasuo. So it makes a lot of sense that while they aren't in the best state in the world, you want to get rid of this matchup. And it shows that Spain is putting so many eggs in the basket of keeping their mid jungle going. Now, how are they going to facilitate it in these last two picks? You're looking down a Gragas top lane, by my money at least, and that means that there is a lot of disruption on the enemy squad. What is going to be used to control that in the lane? Nah.
No.
Nah.
I mean, in a vacuum, does beat the Gragas.
Yeah.
So in lane, Chungabar probably not going to have the greatest time, but at the end of the day, what Turkey are trying to do is draft as much CC and disruption to prevent this Yasuo from being able to do what he wants to do, as you say. And I would like to see Turkey kind of round that off with a mid lane pick to be able to do exactly the same thing, and Spain are attempting to prevent that from happening with the shield from Roll.
I actually quite like that. They've got the double wind wall tech coming out here. That's enough to dissuade Chengabar on this Gragas from getting any good barrels throughout a lot of the game. It's going to be very difficult for both of the main players, actually, for Turkey to do their job. Because for Gragas, the main thing you offer in a lot of these team fights is going to be the casks. And then in the ADC role, obviously you need to auto-attack or rocket. And Spain have built a brilliant comp for shutting down the main avenues that Turkey look to win through.
Although I do see that R5 Silas lock-in, and if you're seeing what I'm seeing with the Nautilus and the Zin and the Gragas, Arca might be able to use that Yasuo exactly what Spain want to do to his own advantage.
I think that this is hilarious, actually. One of the only things that we do need to keep an eye on, though, once that Silas tags over to 6, is you can actually block the chains that he uses to steal ultimates with wind walls.
Yes.
And my favorite interaction that Worlds fanatics will remember from a while ago is if the Brom blocks it, you actually just take Brom's ultimate instead of the one you were aiming for. As Hillisang, I know we've already brought him up on this cast, did that during the World Championship at some point, and everybody was just standing there like, why did he take the Brom ult, idiot? He didn't want the Brom ult, of course, but that is how that interaction goes, and it means that as we get into these team fights, those wind walls and, well, the Unbreakable, so I'll just call them the walls for the moment, because otherwise it'll get confusing, are going to be the most important abilities for us to keep our eyes on.
And this is a great thing to remember, that sometimes it's about execution. These little things with skill expression, they're everywhere in League of Legends. It's part of the game, but at the end of the day, there are certain things that are easier to play out and some things that are harder to play out. And in this case, I feel like you have Diana Yasuo, you have the general idea, your Moonfall, your Yasuo ult, that's how you team fight, you win a team fight, and you go from there.
And it makes a lot of
pretty easy to
sense. It's very cookie cutter. However, one of my favorite words in the English language when casting, if we take a look at the other side, I'd say even just the Zin's out is a very good tool for dissuading that, because you can knock the Diana away when she jumps in for the Moonfall. You have the Gragas, you have a Nautilus that, while they aren't necessarily the Peel King themselves, they get underneath the wind walls with their ultimate. So that depth charge can actually disrupt a lot of the combo potential that we might see here from Spain. So I agree that as it is, Spain have got the advantage for ease of execution. But on the other side, I think that Turkey has actually managed to put themselves together something that has a lot of good answers. So if we're looking at this from the lens of, it's easier for Spain to do what they want to do, but Turkey has the outplay potential.
Speaking of the outplay potential, how do you think they're exactly going to do that? Because you can kind of see it. You have Silas, you have Nort, you have Disruption in the Gragas, but how does this all come together? Because it seems like Gragas doesn't have a great time in the lane. You have, I guess, Jinx scales up. How does this all piece together to answer Spain?
So when Viego came out, and this is going to be an anecdote that leads into something, I promise. When Viego came out, they became the ultimate champion for comeback potential. Jinx was that beforehand a long while ago. Now she's in a good spot. She is that again. I feel like as this game develops, if Turkey ever find a single pick which is going to likely be on one of the most important members for Spain, i.e. that Yasuo Diana, considering they're the first ones in, last ones out of the fight. I expect that Turkey could just pop off with the Jinx and look to play through that. While their lanes aren't necessarily winning across the board, they've actually been, checking in my head, I think they lose all 3 lanes, because like you say, the Gragas has a hard time into the Gnar. Mid lane, Sylas will get beaten up by the Yasuo at different points. It's going to be about how they play the lane. That one, I would say, is a bit more skillful in how it goes. And then for the bot lane, the reason that I pivoted my opinion of it was because Braum really does eat Nautilus for breakfast. You jump in and you get completely demolished.
And in a moment, we should just be jumping onto Summoners Rift. The game was paused for a short period, that's why we're going straight into the lane phases here. Only 30 seconds until minions spawn. But just as a reminder, of course, that this entire stream is powered by the lovely Twitch student and Intel, so be sure to check them out. They do offer some great things.
So, as we are going to take it into a slow early game, I imagine, Diana doesn't want to do much. It's going to be the onus on Turkey, for my money, to try and get things done pre-6, because if you let the enemy team get to level 6, then Diana Yasuo has the freest series of kill combos ever imaginable.
Absolutely, and to be honest, it just seems very, very generic for a start. You have some wards here and there just to defend from invades, but nothing much out of the ordinary. And there is that pause. Again, I'm not sure if that is the same pause as beforehand, but
Oh well.
expect it. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's the first day of broadcast, so, we're just going to be working out all the things like that. It happens. I feel like it's almost a trend in League of Legends tournaments overall that you see first game in, immediate pause. It just happens, right? It's something that happens at every level of play. There's nothing you can do about it. It's fine. We'll work on it and we'll keep you updated. Hopefully it won't last too long and we'll be able to get off into this game. But I will say, we've been rewarded with a draft with a lot of depth from both sides, actually. So there is still plenty to talk about. Whereabouts is an area you want to be really kicking off that will set us up for this early game nicely?
I mean, if we count the Spanish jungler, then we have about 5 junglers in this game. That's half the lobby. So it looks like a standard path to me, but is there anything out of the ordinary other than Diana wanting to clear to 6 that you want to see or expect to see?
I would say when you have a bot lane like Jhin and Braum, it isn't the most traditional for gank setup, but if you ever do land that Winter's Bite onto a target, that heavy slow chains into a Jhin root, chains into the Braum stun, and that gives you enough time for your Diana to not only get on the screen, but get that heavy damage down. While they aren't exactly super bursty in the early game, if you allow them to stack up that passive, stack up that Conqueror rune, then they are going to do a ton in an elongated fight. So I would say if we're looking for early gank windows, for Spain, it's always going to be on the bottom lane. That would be the only time I imagine that Diana's going to break form and stop power farming.
Yeah, that sounds about right. You definitely have the setup there to facilitate that. And I think just a general point I'd like to make is that I think this really sets the tone for what we'd expect to see for the rest of the tournament. This is a really strong start, both teams really recognizing what their strengths are and playing well in draft to try and counter each other.
Huh. I've noticed something, actually, and that is Chengobar's rune. They've gone for the Arcane Comet, which does put them down the AP route. I don't have a problem with that. I think AP Gragas is better than Tank Gragas in most situations. Here, I would tend to agree. However, I'm a personal preference towards the Phase Rush rune in the top lane. And that's because it's such a long lane. It means that with Gragas, you are a caster by nature. You don't get to do constant auto-attack trades. It's not going to do the same thing as Gnar. And if you don't have the Phase Rush, and you ever go in for a trade and the jungler just shows up and you weren't ready for it, you die. There's really no outplay avenue because of how long the lane is and how, well, not long Gragas' cooldowns are, but, you want to use them for trades. They are those kind of multi-purpose cooldowns that you simultaneously use them to escape and to go in, so it gives a lot of outplay potential to the Spain side for ganking that.
We immediately just get a little bit of a skirmish in the bot lane, nothing really out of the ordinary. Something you just expect from the 2v2 when you hit level 2, try and go for a trade on each other. But yeah, as you mentioned, top lane is definitely a matchup we're going to be wanting to watch out for later on with the CS lead. Of course, Gnar, it's expected getting the stacked wave early because Gragas cannot fight him that well at this point in the game, but definitely watch out on those numbers in the top lane.
So in reality, it is likely to be a bit of a farm fest for the top half of the map, as we do get A particularly potent invade that will actually do all it needs to on the ward. It spots out Infinity. Nice little roam right there. Coming out from Arca on the Silas, as they have managed to get themselves priority for the moment. They do have their jungler nearby, so if Dark does commit to a hut... Oh,
Getting the exhaust here, going in for the trade, stacks up the Conqueror from Silas, puts out the wind wall, not the wind wall, tornado. I can't talk today. Good start. Good start, everybody.
I was going to say, not being able to talk when we've got
start.
5 games today is not going to be ending too well for us, but you know what, it's just a warm-up, and we have a heavy trade in the bot lane. I don't think it'll result in any kills. One of the fortunate parts about Jhin is you can usually tell about 5 seconds beforehand if it's actually going to do anything, but I think that investment of the exhaust in the mid lane was just to regain priority and enable Infinity to go invade, as there is a heavy skirmish happening mid.
Yep, Arca getting very low, and likewise of Dark manages to hit it, goes in, and there is the first blood going straight over to Numb.
Crispy clean right there from the jungler of Turkey, and it is what we need them to be doing, because as you can see, already 4 minutes into the game, there is a 10 CS lead in the jungle role over to Infinity, and that is, I'm not going to say an awful sign for Turkey, but it is a scary denotation of the game pace, especially when they're still able to get ganks off like this.
Yeah, not going to amount to too much, but it does definitely pressure Chengobot off the wave a little bit, and he's really having a hard time right now because that wave is slow pushing towards Pelu, and there is nothing he can do to stop it. As I say that, Chile getting taken down a little bit in the bot side now. Winnie's the one in trouble as the flash comes through with the root. A lot of healing, and with the Guardian prop, that might be enough to turn the fight. Kagame now getting very low, being able to get himself out, back into vision, but Pave is constantly hitting on Winnie, gets the killer, will be traded back. But this is in favor of Turkey, as the Jinx did manage to secure the kill.
I've never seen that emote before, but that was a very narrow trade where both the ADCs end up going down. It will be the kill over to FPave on the Jinx, though, whereas it was Brom on the other side that ended up picking up the kill. So that will favour Turkey narrowly. We'll have to actually, if we could pan down and see the minion wave, I'm very curious to see what that bot lane set of minions is doing, which direction it's going to be pushing in, because it will significantly change how that trade actually ends up playing out. As we see, it is pushing over into Spain. So I would say that while it was initially favoured to Turkey, I think that you're not going to be too upset with it, considering that now we have the roam enabled from Godchele on the Brom. They don't end up getting anything done, but at least it lets you get a bit more active on the map, and you don't end up losing any XP. Not too shabby.
Yeah, not too bad, although this wave is a little bit too big, so will end up crashing, especially if Jinx is range, so Winnie gonna have a little bit of fun. CSing on the tower. First strike is the Cloud, as that has spawned right now. Pretty good one to see. I'm happy there isn't a Cloud Soul, but that is it for the time being, as Xin is starting it up.
It's not going to be anything game-changing, let's say, but it will be something that at least lets you get around the map a bit faster, particularly going to be useful for Numb on this Xin Zhao once they secure that one, because you want to be able to try and match the pace of Diana. You won't be able to clear your jungle as fast, but at least if you're able to get around the map and get some ganks down, then that will be half your impact, as we do have that critical level 6 point reached, and I would say Turkey, while they've got some plays off, hasn't really done much to accelerate this game pace yet.
Nope, not too much yet. Gold is very even, but you wouldn't really expect it to be particularly out of the ordinary at 6 minutes 50 in the game right now. Slight advantage to Spain of 200, but it's not really particularly relevant right now, although Pele is looking for the tower dive, but will die to the minions eventually. Ooh. Infinity actually gonna go down too, and Jengobar makes the outplay.
Crispy clean, and I would say that was a bit overzealous from the Spanish squad. That was, I'm not going to say a greedy dive, but it definitely felt greedy. When the initial damage doesn't get down and Chengobar isn't killed, I feel like it would have been a safer option to just abandon it and take the summoner advantages. Now, this top lane matchup has pivoted massively, going to be able to get the Ionian boots and the tier for Chengobar, and something that you need to know about Gragas in general is his most important stat is just going to be that ability haste. The more often he can yeet out abilities, the better he does.
That is mostly due to the passive being able to heal off a percentage of his HP every time he does so. Numb going in for a short gank there, but that does not hit, and I don't think you really want to tower dive the Yasuo.
Alright, I'm going to ask a question. Do we think that Arca is actually going to go for a roam here? Because you have that Yasuo ult, and you have knockups in every lane, so I feel like this would be an ideal window to go somewhere else. But it looks like they're actually going to try and gank their own laner here.
Here it is, going for it now, gets it immediately, exhausted back on, Infinity is here, but I don't think he knows Kagame is too, and UOL will back out of the play.
I would call that a win right there, if I am Arca. You managed to trade the ultimate, which you're not going to get a massive amount of use of until there's a big dragon fight, for an exhaust, but now, none. I don't know if they were spotted out, but Arca's going to get collapsed on.
I think that's a little bit too much. Flashed away, managing to live for the time being, procking the fruit, and actually it's Dark that will go down first. Now Infinity on the back front as they just start dropping number after number. Now Pele with the Mega might be able to make the turn. The Chamber Bar interrupts it. Kagame will go down as a sacrifice, and in the end it's a 2 for 2.
And we get to see right there why the Gragas is a nuisance for now in the team fights. In the lane, Pelu is going to get the better end of it 10 out of 10 times, but actually just dissuading that by bumping them off during the crunch, that would have been a 2-person ultimate easily from Pelu. So an important cooldown burned right there, not going to get anything done. It will make it an even trade. Play that the Spanish squad forced at the start. The Bobcats wanted to go for that, but not actually getting much off of it just because of how well the Ulugad Esports team managed to cover for themselves. I really like this squad's current ability to just play off each other's calls.
Absolutely, and you can see the experience from certain members of Uluga. I mean, Chengoba 3-0-1 at them. You can tell he's just very, very experienced at top lane, at these sorts of champions, and this game, honestly, is currently giving out a masterclass in Gragas with the tower dive and then the interrupt there, and I just hope to see more from him.
Admittedly, they did get funneled a bit of resources with that dive attempt, but nonetheless, you still need to be able to catch the throw, I think is the most important thing, because it's one thing when the enemies mis-execute on something or don't really understand the amount of damage they're going to deal, but it's another thing for you to actually outplay it, because there was still plenty of worlds where Chengobar dies at that top dive, but they didn't, so that's all that matters for this game, as now we've got a bit of a role swap with the Yasuo covering the bottom half of the map, but they are being completely zoned off of this tower. We do have a Rift Herald currently in Infinity's pocket, and 4 members are currently looking for that 300 gold shutdown on the Gragas.
They're going for it. Deadly Flourish, Glacial Fissure, everything in their arsenal. Gonna give it to the Diana. That's a lot of gold, and they're gonna look to accelerate that more, probably by just putting down the Rift Herald here on top.
But silently on the other side of the map, Epe've managed to get the entire bot lane tower already. All of the plates going over to this Jinx, and also getting the first blood turret. Yeah, you're going to trade towers here quite handedly, but I still think that that's overall fine for Turkey. And what we're seeing so far is Spain making proactive plays, but Turkey just being one step ahead.
And, I mean, this game, honestly, so even at this point. 1 Drake over to Turkey, slight gold disadvantage, 1,000, really not too big a deal at the moment. The next Drake is spawning in about 10 seconds, that is the Infernal, and we can see both teams trying to pivot around to it first. Turkey should be able to get the vision set up on it, and oh boy, I mean, right now, this Yasuo isn't really working out as they'd expect it to be.
What do you think I'm reacting to? Go on, I'll let you guess.
The Braum?
No, I'll give you a hint, it's itemization.
Hold on. Oh, I see. It's the Nash's tooth first on the Diana, isn't it?
No, look up.
No, the Hullbreaker.
Yeah, it's the Hullbreaker.
Yeah.
And that was a pretty much just a dragon gimme, so I didn't feel too bad about us talking over that one as Turkey were there first. They deserve the dragon, and they take it handedly. It's going to be the rotation back to mid. Now, Hullbreaker is a really contentious item, because a lot of people like it and a lot of people hate it. I am mixed on the item. And one of the main reasons that I think it can be good, as I was told by a friend Temporal yesterday, makes a lot of sense. When you are against a Gragas, it will take him years to kill one of those Hullbreaker minions, so it gives you a lot of split push pressure. Hold on a moment.
Kagame taking a lot of damage. The setup is there, but the shots do not connect. Not able to connect that one in the end. Will get the kill onto Kagame, but you get a sack too for it. Pave getting a lot of this Gale Force forward. Zap does not land, but
thanks.
Bane forcing more plays.
And Turkey catching it again, and I feel like this goes to play with what I was about to say for that Hullbreaker point. of it's really good if your win condition is split pushing, and it gives you that win condition of split pushing. But when you have two teams that are built around team fighting, Hullbreaker is overrated. It is just a sack of health and a bit of AD. It doesn't do anything when you're in the big scraps like that, and we're seeing that with the Spain squad right here, the Bobcats team comp was built around that Yasuo Diana wombo combo. The Gnar, amazing follow-up CC. Brom, similar case. So you need to be playing around that win condition, because we've already seen it over and over how good Turkey's comp is at no Ewing and pushing you off when you try to engage.
I mean, they have the ultimate no-you champ in the game in Silas, taking your ultimate and using it for his own ends. And right now, I mean, I feel like we've just seen it. This Yasuo has been completely new to this game. Dark has looked, honestly, quite dark, almost invisible for the most part, not being able to put out the impact than you might have expected in draft. And honestly, I just really want to see how Spain get themselves back into this one. There's no way.
I was going to say, not off the back of getting picked, but it's not going to result in anything. Do have the Rift Herald should be spawning up again soon. Dragon up in the next 2 minutes and 40 seconds. No big objectives currently available, and I think this is one of the most indicative points of how a team plays, is what they do when there's absolutely no easy play to make. And right now we're just seeing that it's actually Spain wants to get aggressive.
They actually get the Moonfall, and this might be exactly what they needed. No one immediately dies, but Kagame will go down shortly afterwards. Now, onto a Pave. That's a shutdown. 2 kills immediately. And Yulwell might have got onto, but the Moonfall response, let's see what they could do with that one. But no, not enough damage. So low the health bars are right now. Winnie with the flash 4th shot. And I feel like we might have jinxed it, as that's 4 kills to Spain.
It's an absolute disaster. Turkey getting picked out in a choke point. Exactly the dream spot for Infinity and Dark right there. So cleanly done on the initiate with that Diana. And then, oh, it was really close. Arca on that re-engage for a frame or two. It looked like they were about to trade their life for 2, and that was going to be good because they could have then just cleared the mid wave. But no, does go massively in the Bobcats' favor, and we're starting to see some of the veterancy on this comp kick in. Massive performance right there from that Diana. Keep your eyes out for Infinity in these future fights, because there are 2 items all of a sudden.
Yep, finishing that Rocket Belt at last, exactly that tool you want to be able to help with those Moonfall engages. And this is just playing it back to what Spain has done. This team from the University of De La Laguna has won their own regional league 3 times. They're so dominant in their own region, and finally you're seeing that come through. The game has finally been blown open with that mid play, currently a lead about 3,500 gold. And this is what I hope to see.
Bit of a, I'm not going to say desperation play just yet from Turkey. They're still not out of the game by any means. And I feel like that was just an example of what a team fight looks like when they don't have Chengobar with them. Every single fight where the Gragas has been there, it's gone in Turkey's favour. The first fight without them, it's a complete shellacking. Everybody ends up going down, bar the aforementioned Gragas. And that's just because he was on the other side of the map. So what we need to see from Turkey is them grouping up as 5. And now suddenly, my whole point about the Gnar Hullbreaker being poor actually comes back to, well, bite me. Because if the Gnar is forcing Gragas to be in the side lane with the Hullbreaker, then we've just seen full hand what a 4v4 looks like. And it is most definitely Bobcats favoured.
And you have to remember the amount of resources that Chengobar did get in the early game through these dives. So a lot of the gold that you see from Turkey, so the lead isn't huge. Yes, it is an advantage to Spain, but a lot of it is in the pocket of the Gragas. But right now, it seems like they're actually just being able to stack dragons for free, and that might amount to an Ocean Soul in due course.
Oh, but there is counterplay on the map right now. The teleport is being invested to try and stop Pelu pushing, but I'm more worried about this mid lane. Diana murders towers. They have a Yasuo with it. This could actually get an inhib, potentially. They will be able to get this tower of just how much damage these champions offer. 3 charges? Nobody's hitting it.
It's here, but I actually think it's going to go off. No, they're letting it.
Ooh, they let it. I like that. We'll talk about that in a bit, because right now the top fight's about to kick off with everybody over here.
Alright, knock-up going down immediately from Kagame. Pelu taking a lot of HP, but he's in Mega, but there is the last stand coming through from the Yasuo. gonna take himself down afterwards. Gorchele now getting pretty low. Numb and Kagame looking to get the re-engage. Not enough to hit the chains there from the Sylas. And in the end, 1 kill for 2. Not exactly what you want if you're Spain.
The Rift Herald just got a 4th charge and took a Nexus Tower. I was just watching the minimap right there, and that was the overzealousness of the Turkey squad being punished, as we were talking for a brief moment about why they were letting the Rift Herald crash. They didn't hit it because they wanted to lose inhib. The reason for that is when Baron isn't up, when Dragon Soul isn't being threatened against you, it opens up a massive farm discrepancy that if you take a look at how the map goes, little rule about minions you may not know is if you have more towers taken than your opposition, your minions get very, very minor buffs. So they will always push into the opposition in the long run, which means that Turkey, in this current position, if they had just lost the inhib, would be able to sit in base, safely farm, and always be able to fight with Chengo Bar. They can always take those reliable skirmishes because they'll be grouped up as 5, which means that, as we just saw right then, the Bobcats can't do anything. Every single fight that this Gragas is in goes horribly wrong for them. But because they rotate everybody up to the top lane and leave the inhib alone with the Rift Herald, it kills it, the minions escort it into the tower, and then the Rift Herald just demolishes a Nexus turret, which means that now, if a fight ever goes wrong for Ulugad, they could suddenly just lose the game.
Yeah, and it's sort of the unintended consequence of you trying to stop Spain in the top side, and Arca manages to land those chains. I'm not sure if you want to go in the end, but Infinity will take the Moonlight through. Arca takes the ult back, flashes back as well, and Kagame goes down. Aaron spawning, not too long, and it's not looking good for Turkey all of a sudden.
A pick in front of the Baron pit is possibly one of the worst sights you want to see as a jungler, and the Ulugad squad has 3 of them all reviling in that reaction. As now, they have the Jinx ult. They have 1 blue trinket on Arca, who is running back to get into range. They have Chengobar. They have a person disadvantage, though, at the pit. Will they be able to contest it? They're running over now. Jinx ult has been invested to scout, but they don't know the HP. Numbers behind the pit.
3,000, 2,000, it's gonna go down very shortly. Infinity over, last breath coming through. Already 1 kill down, no one dying yet from La Laguna. Helu going over the wall. Apave will get the kill with the Gale Force. So right now it's a 2 for 1. Can Apave kite himself out of it? Winnie will go down. No, he won't. Actually, lost Tick. He actually manages to survive.
No,
4 members. He keeps the Baron buff.
God.
And that's a disaster. I mean, you have supers in the base too.
Unbelievable. And that fight had a very pivotal moment where Arca stole the Yasuo ult, but it was after Chengobar had already thrown the cask, not able to get it quick enough because of those wind walls interrupting. You can't throw out the Sylas ult to steal the one you want while there is risk of a wind wall. So they have to hesitate. They throw out the ult, collect the last breath, but it's already over. The massive 3-person knock-up from the Gragas was done by that point, so that entire half of the fight goes terribly. Epave, meanwhile, uses the Gale Force to collect 1 kill, and then tries to collect any other Baron buffs, doesn't end up getting it. So like you say, there's 4 Baron buffs on the map, a Hullbreaker Gnar, and a Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. I feel like Turkey may actually bait themselves into thinking they have to fight this soul, else they lose the game. But it looks like they will not fall into that trap.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is now that you have that Nexus turret that you didn't have, you would otherwise have. You only got 1 of those now. There are double supers in mid, occasionally. And you have a Baron, now they're pushing in the side lanes. I don't know how you're going to put up this defense.
It's going to have to be a counter wombo combo, but the Sylas ult is down right now. They had the Yasuo ult, never got to use it, so it's timed out. You have just got to play a waiting game and clear as many minions as you can. But it looks like that super is going to be collecting this inhib tower, and then becomes a very different kind of game. Protecting an inhib turret is the easier half. Protecting an inhibitor without the turret becomes very, very difficult.
Yeah, you're all just going to back off, play a little bit safe, probably just going to go pick up the Drake to deny the possibility of an Ocean Soul at this point in the game, in the event that a fight does go south, but constant pressure from these pushing minion waves is just not allowing Ulugad to go anywhere outside of their base.
Which, to be fair, was part of their plan. Maybe not the plan that they necessarily wanted, but by letting that inhib go down, they have been funneled a decent amount of gold off of it. Unfortunately, because of the Baron takes and the tower takes and the ace Nyon at the Baron pit, that's not really done much. It's a 9k going on 10k actually flat gold lead for the Bobcats. And then if we take a look at who it's on, it's the important members, right? The Diana, insane amount of gold on them right now. 3 full items. The Jhin going to get 3 items on the next base, most likely. Yasuo actually accelerated their way back up to 2. Actually getting that cull in lane we didn't talk too much about has helped them get to this point. So, we need to see what on earth we can get from Turkey. Nah ult stolen, though. Okay, this is a very, very big one and can set up for the counter wombo combo from Turkey. Keep your eyes on that Sylas Gragas combo. They are the most important members for Ulugad in this upcoming fight.
They have the tools in the box. It's how they can use them to stop the advance of Spain. Systematically taking out inhibitors one by one right now. You feel like you're on a timer. If they open up any more of these, your base becomes increasingly vulnerable, especially with the one tower defending your core. It's getting very tense.
Actually just letting Pelo do it, because with this Hull Breaker, they are a bit tankier, just HP-wise, so they're not going to be too afraid if they're the one getting initiated on. That's the reason why you see Winnie's actually the one holding back. If you throw the Nautilus ultimate onto the Jhin, oh my god!
He goes for it, he lands it onto 2, the damage comes through, shut down immediately onto Infinity. Can they make it happen? Arca managing to miss the chains there, but Zhonya's to prevent any further follow-up from La Laguna. However, the 5-man Gnarl does connect, not enough follow-up, however, the Diana is down. Yasuo is not in range to be able to help out with it, and unfortunately, Spain lose out eventually. No one dies from Turkey. And they live another day for the time being.
Oh my goodness, there's minions knocking on the base though, so there is nothing for Turkey to do. That was hence Arca making potentially the game-saving play on the Sylas, going over that wall, comboing the Gnar into the Everfrost. Womboed with the team, allowed Epave to rotate over, but for me, the most important moment was actually Pelo getting the 5-person Gnar, because the entire team had the retreat order. Dark was not in range to follow up with the last breath. That could have potentially been the reversal, but they decide, no, we are not going to risk this right now, because if we all die, they have a Jinx, and they could send one person to clear minions, we could just lose the game. That is something you genuinely need to be scared of, because if you take a look at the map, how many towers there are, how much bounty gold you would hand over, because it doesn't disappear that quickly anymore. If they are able to collect tower on tower on tower, you can potentially even collect up to like 5k gold or so, just off of a single push.
And you have to be so careful when you're in the lead in these circumstances. We've seen it multiple times in many regions where you get a very sizable gold lead, you try to push in the base, you lose a few fights, and then suddenly stuff gets difficult. You don't necessarily have the tools, you've just given them a bunch of gold and XP, and now you aren't as advantaged in fights.
And the real issue that we're seeing right now with the Bobcats comp is they're great at going for the wombo combo, but they cannot siege at all. Their only auto attacker that is actually safe to get into range is a Gnar with Triforce Hullbreaker, and when they have to do that grouped up with a team, it's not killing anything structure-wise. So I think that's why we've seen the pivot in strategy. They've gone for the split push, left Pelu in the bot side, and they've already aggroed this Baron. There has been no response yet. I don't know if Ulugad know, or if they just are choosing not to contest it. Yeah, Jinx ult thrown down, they know Num is over here and won't be able to get in.
I mean, it's just going to be dead before they have a chance. Pelu, however, now with the Baron buff, getting an inhib down very low. Chengabar getting the engaged. Team's not quite in range to follow up, but we'll be able to CC him back in. This should just be a kill, but maybe Gragas goes down for it. No, managing to live on a sliver of HP. That is one member down, but that's still 4 people with a Baron hurtling down the mid lane.
This is a good time. You have to rush this inhib here. You know Chengabar doesn't have the ultimate, and that's your biggest nuisance. Okay. That was actually intentional steal on the Brom ult.
Still manages to land there. Will be blocked by the Brawl. Maybe it's Chele's sacrifice for the rest of the play, as the Moonfall might have secured them the game. Curtain call in the backline. Dark manages to drop, but the Jinx is excited, and Ulugad are very excited right now, as they might still be able to keep themselves alive. But that's the second Nexus turret. Gale Force forward. Diana gets the dash. Chengabar, the only one still remaining, but there are Baron minions minions goes down, and Spain manages to close it out.
My goodness, Bobcats, you didn't need to make us sweat like that. Such a delicious wombo combo from Infinity and Dark. The first thing they bought in this comp was they invested into the Diana Yasuo, and it wins them the game.
Oh boy. It took long enough to get there, but we got there in the end. It was a little bit of a roller coaster here and back and forth between Turkey and Spain. A few fights, a few forces, but that was exciting.
That was game one. That was game one. And we're getting this hypey over them sieging the base because of how close that was. And I think that just goes to show everybody, if that is not a great advert for why you should be watching the rest of our 4 games for today and the 5 tomorrow, then I don't know what is.
Absolutely, much more to come. We do have our next matchup, which is, if I'm not mistaken, BME of Hungary versus the Bristol Warriors from the UK, which is definitely an exciting one. We'll come and cover exactly what's going on there in time to come, but Spain really proving their dominance, especially in their regional league.
Yeah, you can see the veteran force, because they were actually put behind for a lot of that, and you saw that Ulugad, they had a great idea with the comp. I really liked what they had going with being able to just completely disengage, but at the end of the day, disengage doesn't matter if they still manage to get the combo. It can't save you once the Yasuo is already down, and that is the decisiveness coming out from the mid-jungle of the Bobcats. That is something to be feared coming into the rest of this group stage.
Yeah, certainly props to Spain, but likewise for Turkey as well. They put up such a resistance versus the force of the Bobcats that I feel like this is also a force to be reckoned with in the time to come. It seems that you have players like Chengabar, players like why have I forgotten his name?
Arca on the mid lane? Yeah,
Arca in the mid lane.
I knew exactly who you were going to talk about. Absolute lunatic on the Silas in all the best
made
ways.
it tough for Spain to keep going.
And I think that comes partly down to being the, I'm not going to say autofill jungler, but you know what I mean, having the jungle experience going on to other roles. It gives you that level of decisiveness when you have to play champions like this Diana, like the Engagers, the Sejuanis, the Zacs of the past, these kind of champions. And it means that when you are playing something like the Silas, when you can steal that in our ultimate, we got to see it right there, the wombo potential. But overall, at the end of the day, Bobcats take it, and we have got a little bit of news coming in that Bristol Warriors actually played against 0-2 in the simultaneous match, and it was a 22-minute game stomp by 0-2.
Wow.
Wow.
That is something to see. I mean, we have Bristol Warriors coming in soon, not after 0-2, but against BME, and I mean, if anything sets the stage, then mental is something you want to talk about.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get to talk a lot about that as we go throughout the day, considering it's a long day for all these teams. You've got a lot of games to play. It's double round robin in the group, so you have to play against each of these squads twice. So let's find out later on.
All right, well, we're going to throw it to break for the time being as we get everything set up for the next game, but if this was anything to go by, then stay tuned. Hello again, and we're back with the 2022 Amazon University Esports Masters. Of course, I'm joined by Melvin Izzle. I'm Takua. We're back, and a slight correction about the Bristol Warriors game versus O2, and it was not a win, O2. It is still ongoing, it's just a lead in their favour.
Yeah, misread the message ever so slightly. It looked like it was an absolute stomp. No, it's just a minor gold lead over to 0-2 at the 22-minute mark, so we'll have to see how that game's finish is off. For the moment, we still got a little bit to talk about. We got Ulugad versus Bobcats from our previous game. And my oh my, was it a close contentious one to kick off the day.
Yeah, really exciting, and I mean, I'll say it again, it's just setting the standard for the sort of competition that we have here at UEM, and it's just exciting. It's very exciting to see League of Legends being played at this level across Europe.
And I don't think we have an official MVP status, but I will give it over to Infinity for that one, for my own personal unofficial one, just because those engages, every time it did go well for the Bobcats, in that river skirmish just near the Dragon Pit, and then outside of the base as they were going for that one, and then inside the base where they finished off the game, it was all off of the back of Infinity. Obviously, the whole team cooperated. Winnie had a great performance on the Jhin, very clean from that one. Overall, though, I'm curious to see how that actually develops throughout the split, because in a double round robin, you can ban out champions, right? You get to play against the team again. I highly doubt that Diana Yasuo will be on the table next time. And when we think about the champs that will focus now, it was Rek'Sai and the Hecarim banned away from Infinity. So this was their third pick to go to, and they still have a performance like that. Very standout game, sets themselves apart for someone we need to keep our eye on throughout the entirety of the tournament, potentially.
Yeah, it's also notable that Xin was picked before Infinity had a chance to pick, because they did B1 on that side for Spain. So Xin being a pick that Infinity is also very skilled on, ends up having to reach a little bit further into the champ pool. Of course, probably have practiced the Diana Yasuo, given that Dark is such a prolific Yasuo player, but just goes to show the versatility of the Bobcats, and maybe we'll see some more of that as we go forward with the tournament.
I think just for overall findings as well from that one, I would say that having Chengobar's Gangplank banned away was an important one to see, because it just goes to show the respect that these teams have for each other when it is those individual one-trick champions, not necessarily OTPs, but you know what I mean when I say that. It's somebody's signature pick. It's something that you would ban it over a stronger meta champion, just because at this level, if you are that damn good at one of these picks, then there's no point playing against it. And I'm curious to see if throughout the rest of the split, if Ulugad actually do anything weird with roster stuff, because when you have 3 jungle players, there's always the potential for shenanigans with the flex in, particularly that Karthus support for Kagame, that I don't know if they play it in the support role, but they said their favourite champion was the Karthus, and when it's a jungle player, you know, you could always see something wacky.
I mean, Kagame hovered at that game. I mean, I didn't think it was ever going to go through, because you already had the Nautilus, and I don't really think Nautilus is going to go anywhere else. Unless you want to play Karthus mid in that case, but I don't think it's in Arca's.
Have you ever played against Karthus support? Just an anecdote sideline for this moment. Because I have.
Actually, I have played against it once.
It's not fun.
It's not fun, but at the same time, you can kind of just kill him.
You can kill him, but that's not the problem, though. Because they get to stack up the support items so quickly that they always just go in, and they can happily trade their own life for one other person, because it's still Karthus damage at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely.
They just build raw damage like it's a mid laner or a jungle Karthus, and it is insanity. It is by far one of the worst strategies I've ever played against in a game, and then gone after, like, do I need to start playing that? That was really broken. I'm not good enough to hit those Karthus Qs, but even then it felt really bad to play against, so keep your eyes out for that one from Ulugad out throughout the rest of the group stage. We'll have to find out for that one. Remember, all these teams are competing for those top 2 spots to make their way out.
And that is exactly what you want, because you get 1, you place first in your group, so to speak, and you don't even have to play with the last chance qualifiers. The people are going through that. You go 2, you have to play in that, but at the end of the day, it's 1 and 2. You place any lower than that, and it's not exactly what you want. But remember that we're playing for quite a large prize pool in this tournament. To be exact, it's about 14.5 thousand euros. So,
I've
a
got a
full
map.
lot
There
of
we
money to
go.
be won. There it is. There it is on the screen for all of you to see.
First place, 5,000 euros. If that is not something that really drives the motivation, I don't know what is, considering that these are all, university students. And I remember my time at university, and it was most definitely one of those ones where you'd quite happily take that. That'd make life a lot
Yeah.
easier. Increase the
I
food
feel
from,
like, yeah.
what, noodles? Are you also a noodle connoisseur?
A noodle connoisseur. I'm more of a rice guy myself. I like me some rice.
Oh, that's fair, that's fair. I remember we had the pot noodle shelf
Yeah.
in our student house where you'd just open it and it'd be all the different kind of flavors you'd want. That was really not healthy, but
Any favorite flavors?
for myself, I've always been a barbecue person. What about you? You got a favorite flavor?
I don't know. I kind of just like buy whatever's there, and I don't.
You
really have,
just
like, a
don't care.
preference. I kind of, as long as I can put sesame oil in it, I'm kind of happy. So.
Ah, okay. I was gonna say, is it like the is
Yeah.
edible or is it the I drown it with sauce? So
Yeah, it's one of those ones. A little bit of sesame oil, and I'm all good.
I think we're slightly off track, but I think that's okay. Why don't we talk a little bit about what our game 2 will be once it is ready?
Yeah, so we have the UK versus Hungary in Bristol Warriors, coming from the University of Bristol, and then BME from Hungary, which I believe is the namesake of the university, just in abbreviated form. I will get that up just to confirm in a moment.
So we'll start off
interesting
talking
rosters.
about them. Exactly, and I think Hungary is the one that, at very least, is the most interesting. We've already seen a lot of Bristol. We actually cast them winning the finals that qualified them for here, so we'll gush about them in a little bit. But for BME, particularly in the top lane, they have got a notable player in Coco who was coached by Vizicachi, the LEC former top laner, who, good reputation.
Yeah.
Makes me think that maybe we're expecting a bit of a weak side king, but then we look at the kind of champions that they have going for them, things like the Darius and the Lee Sin they said as one of their favourites, doesn't necessarily scream Vizicachi to me at least.
Yeah. I mean, Vizicachi was known for his Poppy in particular, and I don't think I see that there in the top side, but I mean, what I do see is a Draven.
Yes.
Which is...
Yeah. We were doing our
been around the
scouting.
scene a little bit. There's a few figures that do actually think that Draven is quite the strong pick in the solo lane. I haven't actually seen it that much myself. I've seen it played once in one of my solo queue games. He went 0 and 11 versus a Darius. It wasn't very fun for us, but I can believe.
Well, thing is, if you play ADCs in all the different roles, then it just makes sense to be able to play him top lane. Since Draven top is one of the more viable, I say in air quotes, does make me think that we are going to be seeing a lot of focus from the jungler of Bristol coming up to this top lane if we do get a champion like that. And it makes champ select actually a bit weird, because when you look at the BME champions, the most notable, I would say, and this is with air quotes, one trick, or so to speak, the signature champions, I think is what we're going to start calling them, is actually the Sejuani in the jungle for Hunty. They have got an insane amount of Sejuani games. One of those champions that, as soon as you get the ultimate down, then it becomes basically a TF gold card to an extent, and it is something that you will likely see focused out in the champion select. But alongside that, they still have the fullbacks of like that Hecarim we're alluding to last game that is deservingly getting banned away, and a Gragas flex pick between them and top lane.
A lot of versatility and a lot of stuff you wouldn't necessarily expect. One of the beauties of League of Legends is that if you pick these sorts of things that are slightly off meta or off of what people are used to playing into, you get that surprise factor like we discussed with the Karthus support earlier, where you don't really know how to play into it properly, and sometimes that could just win you games.
And while it isn't any actual relation to the player, saw it in the mid lane for this squad. Their top two favourite champions are Xerath and Cassiopeia, and it really does warm my heart because the last two mid laners I had when I was still playing in Null were respectively Xerath and Cassiopeia one-tricks. So I'm very much hoping that we get to see anything to do with that coming out, as we have got word now that the Bristol Whip 0-2 game has ended in 0-2's favour, and that means we'll be getting ready for our champion select for this next one, but we can finish talking off about BME initially, and then we'll jump over to Bristol for a little bit before we get into Champ Select.
Any expectations for BME? I mean, why Champ Pool? Some off-meta stuff, but what, outside of the Draven, outside of these picks, what sort of things do you think they'll prioritize?
I'm expecting this team to be very annoying to draft against. All the players, like you say, have really good flexibility in champions, and the only thing that worries me is this could be a case where they are jack of all trades, master of none. That is a very real possibility where, because the team is so damn flexible with the champions they're willing to pull out, it might actually hurt them. And at this level, it would be understandable if that was the case. I'm very curious to see, because this is the kind of team that you see them in game, and that's when you know for a fact if it is they can walk the walk or if it's just all talk.
And the first time we'll see them in game is very shortly, as we still have draft to go through. Everything's just getting set up, but this is a perfect time to go talk about their opposition, Bristol Warriors from the UK Regional League. And from what I know, they've been having a few roster points.
Yeah, I'm currently taking a look at the screenshot we have of the post game, and it doesn't look like it was a complete stomp. It was actually very even in their game. 37 minutes, hard fought against 0-2. And so for me, that means it's less going to be about the mental of being completely distraught, but also you have to remember they're warmed up, but they could be tired. That you have just played an entire long game, and now you have to jump right back into it. This will be the first game for BME because it is a 5-team group for this one. So it's going to be a matter of, will the team that hasn't had time to warm up be able to match that of the Bristol Warriors, who have just gone through a slog?
And strength of schedule is something you always need to consider with any of these sorts of formats. Having to play 2 back-to-back games is never fun, especially when you kind of got to swap up your tack sometimes depending on the matchups. So mental coming into this one, make sure it's strong, and this is probably something that we want to watch out for. So the roster that we have today, I don't think is the main roster. We got some substitute in, I believe, in the support role in Johnny Kondo.
Yes, I believe they are stepping in for, well, they have 2 different other support players of Omniscient and Suntails, so it will be Johnny Kondo for today that we are told. So we're going to be starting to kind of preface some of the key champions we need to be keeping an eye on. Haste, a big Gwen and Riven player up in that top lane, but they have other carries in the Fiora and the Camille that I feel like we need to keep our eyes out for, because I just listed off 4. There's more, and you can't ban out more than 3, at least in the first rotation. Thing is, gonna be very curious to see, based on the side for this game, where the priority actually starts to go, because Killmaster in the jungle, big Hecarim player, very big Hecarim player, even before it became so prevalent now, which means that I'm expecting that to be banned away. And then the question is, what's the fallback pick? Because they've got some wacky ones in there.
Yep, I'm seeing action in the mid lane. It's not too wacky. Seraphine here and there. Zillion. I mean, that's a Renekton support. I'm assuming that's because he's also a...
Yes, they've also played top lane. Yeah, that's kind of alluding to some of the issues this squad has had with fielding a roster, but they've managed to do it. They've got a team here, and they put up a pretty damn good performance against 0-2, who is one of the returning teams from previous splits. We'll talk about them in the next game, but at least we're seeing that there is life in all of the teams in this group, at very least. That is something that is extremely good to see. And now, as long as BME have a good show of them, regardless of which way it ends up going, we can instantly say after 2 games, okay, we've got a competitive group, we cannot read it just yet, and it will be a show for the rest of the day, finding out of where people actually start to sit by the end of the standing.
Yeah, it'll just take a bit of time for these expectations to develop as we get some analysis from the results of each respective game. We get to see their playstyle in action, everything we've been talked about, everything culminating from the respective regional leagues, and hopefully we should have quite an exciting one to come. Of course, BME coming fresh into this one. Bristol Warriors already warmed up a little bit. Anything that you would expect Bristol to do in terms of responding to BME, or vice versa?
I thought you were going to say that. So, I'm glancing at our notes, going to break the perception for everybody. One of the biggest issues when you're against a team like BME is they have no clear style just looking at champions because of how much versatility there is. So for me, this should be Bristol Warriors saying, here is the style we are playing today. This is what we are going to draft for. We will just ban away champions that beat that, because we can assume at this level they play it. As we do get that instant Riven taken away from Haste, Lee Sin, very respectful jungle ban. It's not super high up in the priority, but it is something that, while it isn't necessarily a good flex anymore, is something that could be flexed on the BME top side. as we are going to develop through this champion select and see if Bristol will heed my warning.
And it is always worth reminding people that pocket pick bans, you're going to see it throughout the entire tournament. It's very common. You don't want people to have comfort. Comfort can sometimes make or break the outcome of a game. We saw it before in the game 1, and we're going to see it again as we get Akshan and Sejuani. 2 more of them.
Makes a lot of sense to get rid of these when they're just unexpected variables you don't want to plan around. As the Ari, I would say, the most standard ban we've got so far in this champion select, as it is still a very prevalent pick, very good utility, something that you want to take away from Sora, who has such a wide champion pool, very good KDAs and win rates on basically everything that they touch. So I feel like that's just one saying we don't want to deal with it. We get the immediate Hecarim lock-in, as expected. It is a very high priority jungler. However, looking over to Hunty on the other side, I'm expecting they've got an answer for something that really can handle them in the early game when Hecarim is at their weakest.
I'm waiting. 9 seconds left on the timer. Do you see what I see?
They wouldn't pick it here. There's no point picking it
I
here
mean,
anyway.
that could go top. It can technically go top. I don't think it will go top. It's probably going to be played by Shruki in the bot side, but I was excited there for a potential Draven top. I don't really think it's something you want to pick blind though.
And now the question is, do you just respond with jungle pick, or do you lock in the expected support? Thresh, obviously being the favourite pairing with Aphelios, would take it away. Jinx is banned away, so that is one of the other high priority ADCs out of this game. Taking a quick glance over to what Bristol played, they were the ones playing Jinx in their previous matchup with the Zillion support. So, with things like the Kai'Sa still open and the Zeri, I'm very curious to see if we will have that being pulled out by Neros here on the ADC role for Bristol.
We're just going to get more move speed, apparently.
That was quick.
Karma, Ezreal, well, I mean, that's
blinked
a
and they were both
really
locked in.
annoying bot lane to deal with. Very, very safe. Shielding for Ezreal. Ezreal has Arcane Shift to be able to blink away. Can buffer that from the hook if he actually wants to as well, but Hunty can still take it. Kika can still take it if that's something he wants to do. But that's move speed. A little bit further back, Sora currently hovering the volley there on the more offensive jungle, but is it just me, or I feel like they're kind of delaying for a later pick? Maybe that R5 for Coco on the top side.
I would expect it to be the case, and that now raises the question of what mid laners or top laners going to get banned out in this second rotation, because this is one of the few times when the draft is completely face up. Every champion, bar Karma, and technically Aphelios, is locked into a role here. You know exactly where they're going to be getting played, so you can just say, I will ban away your mid lane champion pool, or I will ban away your top lane champion pool, etc. And we do get the immediate 1-for-1 with the Seraphine taken away from Boshi in the mid lane and the Renekton banned out as, I'm going to say, not necessarily a personal grudge against the champion, but it does make me think that is going to be a Camille locked in. Shen banned away, that is a curious one. I wouldn't say that Renekton necessarily indicates a Shen is the desirable answer for me, but nonetheless, we will see. I'm alright with how this has developed so far. We get the Akali. Ooh, that is a nuisance of a pick, and also helps a lot because when you take a look at the BME squad right here on the red side, the issue I was thinking was they do struggle to actually get onto the Ezreal at the end of the day. Aphelios not great at it, Volibear not great at it, Karma makes their life very difficult. Yep.
Right, I see. Somebody...
It's going to be like that.
One of them was... Okay.
Well, we do get the Camille that was expected. With the Kai'Sa mid, somebody's been watching a bit too much Faker streams. We'll see if Boshi can pilot this one. Unless we get the Ezreal mid, which feels less likely, but, you know. Yeah, no, it should be. It is definitely Kai'Sa mid.
No
if it's not, then that's an absurdity as opposed to a lock-in. As now, massive champion variation for Coco in the top lane. Will it actually be the Victor in the top lane? No, it's going to be the Akali heading up there for the Camille. That's interesting.
Okay, I'm gonna flex it up there, I imagine. I'm not sure if that's exactly... I'm not sure if it was a Kali mid pivot. Probably a flex, I'd imagine.
I think the flex makes the most sense for this team, right? At the end of the day, they are very versatile, so I think the Akali just makes sense. It's not something that is definitive for either role. And when you see a Renekton ban, right, you could assume it's Camille coming. Like, that is the most signature one. If it's not Yasuo, it's Camille at the end of the day.
And on the whole, I mean, I see two pretty disparate compositions in terms of the way they want to play themselves out. If Bristol Warriors currently with predominantly poke and then Camille and Hecarim as a sort of counter engage tool, I imagine slash engage tool in certain circumstances. Whereas BME, a little bit more versatile. Seems like they want to get some gold in them between the Vex, between the Aphelios, and between the Akali.
Okay.
Definitely interesting.
So I think the way to categorize these two teams is Bristol Warriors are all about poke. They have the Ezreal and the Kai'Sa. The main benefit those champions offer is they chip people down, and then the Hecarim Camille will be the squad that chases after and finishes off everybody that got poked out. But on the other side, it's all about engage. You have the Volibear, and then you have the Vex, most crucially for me, with the Akali. This is all about finding weird flank angles, jumping in and turning off the towers, and then the Vex following in with that darkness and getting the massive fears. So it's going to be a lot of importance put onto Sora in the mid lane to see if they can get those roams with the jungler onto the side lane and snowball the Aphelios and Akali, because if they don't, I feel like this game is looking very happy for Bristol Warriors, because if you are not proactive against a poke comp, they will just win the game without having to ever be on the same screen as you.
And I think the key here is in that Kai'Sa pick that we have all been seeing piloted by Faker and a few other people across the world after following in his footsteps. And currently with the hybrid build, you do a lot of damage when you get in, and your W is frustrating, to say the least.
So I'm assuming that you are somewhat accommodated with this build in particular then. If not, tell me, because I know it off the top of my head, but I'm not as confident with it.
Yeah.
Why is it so irritating to lane against, particularly once they start to get towards that Nash's Ludens at end of the build?
I mean, they get the upgrades. You get upgrades really on time with this. I mean, Nash's immediately upgrades your W. That's great. Puts you in a brilliant spot to try and get the E upgrade in due course if you do decide to want it, which is quite nice for the invisibility. But the main thing is range. With the W, it does a lot of damage. You can then go in to finish off because of the scalings that Kai'Sa has managed to get recently. It's really obnoxious with the mana moves.
All spikes at the same time in Gist, and that's why it is very irritating. Plus, they're fine as a laner on their own. They're not the most dependent ADC as it is. If they want to snowball, they need it, but as it is, they're okay.
And in general, it's better to put it in the mid because the lane phase isn't quite as bad as it is in bot sometimes with the range discrepancy. But we're on to the Rift, once again powered by Twitch Student and Intel. Check them out indeed. And wait, hold on. No, it is Johnny Kondo in the bot. It's just I saw the Karma in the mid lane and I was really confused for a second there.
That's just getting the initial vision down, making sure that you are ready for at least any early shenanigans, which you really do need to be when you are against Hunty on this Volibear. The Volibear is an extremely irritating early invader. As soon as they hit level 3, they're basically spiked.
Yep, I'm getting a lot of game sound on my end, so I'm quickly gonna sort that one out.
That's all right. I'll keep it going for the moment as we take a look at the initial setups. We actually do have just plain longsword 3 pots for both bot lanes and plain longsword refillable in the mid lane. What do you make of that?
Well, honestly, the main thing is that it helps you spike faster. It's more gold efficient. You don't have to waste so much gold later on when you're buying these sorts of starting items. So, I mean, I'm a fan in general, but Boshi might not have the best time in the mid lane, especially as he doesn't have the TP.
And so one of the biggest issues that can arise from starting off with just these raw longswords is you don't have the sustain that Adoranzar adds. The potions will obviously help you stay topped up throughout the game, but that's only going to be temporary in the early game. After that, it gets a bit rough.
Yeah. I mean, not much to say right now. Pretty average. It's the starts you'd expect to see. But again, I have to say it every game because it just defines the early game for most teams. What's the Killmaster going to do? What's Hunty going to do?
So, Killmaster, almost identical to what we had last game for Infinity on Banner. They want to farm till 6. They do not want to be seen by Hunty at all. If they can remain invisible, they are happy. Then if we take a look at the other side, we have Hunty on the Volibear. They have got really good ganks up in the mid lane with that Vex, being able to throw out the long range fears. So I wouldn't be upset if they do go for this gank and then turn it into invade potential.
It's level 3, gets the W down with Boshi. Playing it correctly, hovering onto the other side of the lane, and therefore Hunty cannot get the gank off, but will give Sora a little bit of breathing room.
Does deny the siege minion though, so while it isn't going to, be a game-ending play, I do always like it when people try and coordinate around that, as it lets the Bristol Warriors know which side of the map Hunty is going to be on, keeping Killmaster safe for the moment. Doesn't mean that the game is safe though, because you have to be careful of this bot lane ever pushing out, as it looks like Hungry want to collapse this minion wave on the bottom lane, have it bounce back, potentially go for a reset, but they could always be just setting up for a Hunty gank down in the bot lane.
Right now, I mean, it's almost expected at this point that you kind of have a little bit more pressure as the Fresh Felios here, the hook as the zoning tool, but I don't really think that Neros or Johnny Kondo care too much right now as the Ezreal Karma just farm it up for the time being, but that does mean that Hunty will get the crab. However, I do see a Killmaster on top side. He is ready to try and get the kill. Coco getting very low in the Shroud, laying the damage onto haste.
It's an Ignite Akali. They shouldn't be able to get out here, it's just if they can get haste.
Nope, that will be first blood over to the Killmaster, really showcasing his namesake on the Hecarim. Just going to back reset, probably by Ionian, and then get back to his clear.
Not too shabby. If you are a farming jungler and you get a gank off like that, you are walking to the bank. Ionian boots picked up now will actually get them quicker to their upgraded smite, which means that when it comes to that kind of objective fight around the dragons, then it means you may actually be able to win a flip that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. You see that Hunty, surprisingly to me actually, going for the Sheen. It's not a bad item on Volibear, it's a very good one, but it just means that they didn't have enough gold to go down the route of getting the Ionian boots themselves, which are also such a great starting item for Volibear.
Yeah, I mean, more move speed for your Q, more CD. I mean, nowadays, most junglers just picking up Ionian boots, which just does so much for you. I mean, they increase the cost of few patches of Go just because of the amount that people are buying it, so.
Doesn't
Pretty
stop
good
it, though.
boot. Pretty good boot, I have to say.
When Smite is a combat spell, reducing its cooldown is very, very good, and junglers will not be complaining with that one. And, anecdotally, also speeds up your clear in the literal sense of you get to run around to your camps quicker. So it is going further and further towards Killmaster's ultimate goal of farming.
So he is just making sure that Boshi gets the crash in the mid lane.
Oh, it doesn't crash
No,
though.
no, I mean, okay, it's not too bad. Sora seems like he wants to push it back out here. Gets the reset, we'll be back, but I think Sora will shove this wave a little bit too quickly, so we'll lose a bit of farm in the process.
I don't know why, but I just found that purchase comical from Boshi, as nothing gonna happen in this middle lane for the moment. Dragon is being pinged out by Hunty, though, as they have pretty much been delivered free bot lane priority by this Aphelios Thresh. Normally what you should be expecting, but if the Karma Ezreal ever does get priority in the lane, it becomes almost impossible to fight it back, because they could just non-stop poke you down whenever you go to farm, and they just gain lane control and keep it.
Yep, BME just going to secure the Hextech Drake. Really nice standalone Drake to have this early on in the game, giving you that little bit of attack speed. And CGR Infernal will be the next one. But this does mean a Cloud Soul might be possible. Just something I always have to say each game, because if you've... I mean, I think we all know it. No one likes Cloud Soul. It's not a win con. No one... I mean, for some champions they appreciate it, but I think everyone would rather play for a different Soul than Cloud.
I mean, Hextech is the best one, so we know that that's off the table, and I always loved hearing the anecdote that for a long time, particularly over in the LPL kind of metagame when players were looking at the dragons, if it was ever a Cloud spawning first, massive priority would be put on the dragon, because you knew it would always be a good soul after that. And then vice versa, if you didn't see Cloud in the first two, people would just barely touch the drakes. And I don't know if that's something that has really disseminated to the overall knowledge of the League player base, but I think it's a really quirky bit that can help you at least prioritize objectives when they should be.
You know, if Riot's watching, please, after you get back from your deserved break, please take a look at Cloud Soul, because you changed it a little bit, but if we look internationally, we just talked about it. No one likes Cloud Soul. Cloud Soul is very lonely right there, with all the other dragons. Give them some love, please.
All my homies do in fact hate Cloud Soul, as now we do have a little bit of invading from Killmaster. Not going as successfully as Infinity's was last game. I don't mean to set them as the gold standard for farming jungle on their Diana performance, but They did a damn good job of it, and so far, Killmaster doing a pretty good performance themselves. They aren't exceptionally far ahead in farm, but they are still ahead in gold XP overall. They'll be already at that level 6 mark. Hunty also tagged over to it now. Question is, where's that first Onslaught of Shadows going? Well, I feel like it has to be in a Rift Herald fight, because they look like they're running up to the top side despite having no camps bar the blue there, so...
Yeah, deciding not to clear bottom, just a trade of the flash in the mid lane. Boshi managing to survive there.
Okay. Well, Boshi actually managing to get the CS lead right here. Even with Sora collecting these, they'll still be very narrowly ahead. And I think this is just good Kai'Sa play, because something that Vex loves playing against is those melee champions like the Sylas, like the Yasuos that dash non-stop. She destroys them. But against control mages, Vex is kind of worthless. Kai'Sa, while not a control mage, doesn't have any of those dashes, at least until level 6. So there's nothing for Vex to constantly poke out and chip, which means that as we're seeing this lane develop, Kai'Sa's basically getting a free scaling.
Speaking about free things, Killmaster gets a free Rift Herald in the top side, currently just really ahead of Hunty after that first kill, getting the Ionian boots faster, being able to clear faster, make plays faster, evening out a little bit with the invade. And
this is scary. This is really scary.
Oh.
Remember, it's sorry, it is Ghost.
Oh, no,
What am I
they
even
spawned
saying?
him out.
Yeah, they get seen. Exhaust was the summoner I was looking for the name of. Right, I was trying to say they have Exhaust Heal, and I went to 2 separate summoners first. They have none of the other ones I listed, as Hunty gets the Krug, but nothing else. They do have Sora here, though. They can make this dive work if they really want to force it. The only thing is Boshi will be able to enter with the ultimate if anybody gets CC'd. Would have to come off the Karma W, landing the full route. So it looks like they're going to call it off, BME, not wanting to flip the game off of a forced bot dive.
You have to remember that they have all the summoners up, and this is an Ezreal Karma, notably quite an annoying lane to attempt a tower dive, especially when your Volibear is missing his flash, so not worth the risk.
That's what I'm expecting. Oh, okay. Very close to being an exceptionally good trade for Bristol Warriors, but pivoting to the top side of the map, I feel like this is where the junglers should start to move their attention, because Ezreal Karma, with Sums, very difficult to dive. Thresh Aphelios, needless to say, very difficult to touch, let alone dive. So I feel like, unless you're looking for an actual turret dive with Killmaster, which they appear to be pathing down here for, after this dragon, I want the attention to be going up top lane, because that Camille, such good gank setup with the ultimate. Mid lane, the Vex, same thing. So I really do hope these junglers start to change their tune after this bot play is resolved.
Speaking of the top lane again, slight advantage for Camille. Of course, part of that did come from Killmaster getting the gank off early. Very minor CS lead for the time being, picking up this wave as well. I mean, you're looking at, what, about 10-ish in the region of that. So, not too much for Camille, but Camille definitely appreciates it at this point in the game. Very item-dependent champion. Looking to get, I mean, either the Trinity Force or the Sunder of this game.
Items hard.
Oh?
Items and summoners hard. As it looks like we'll have Bristol Warriors aggroing the dragon, but you're against a Vex in the river, so this is a very scary prospect. The Wombo potential is coming in. Shruki has not rotated, but they do have the Thresh for Lantern. It's actually going over to the volley.
Should just go down before, but they do get the hook onto Killmaster with the engage. Kiko comes in, exhausted down to Sora. That connected. He can go for it, and he will take it. Not able to get the kill. Spirit of Dread managing to keep Killmaster alive. And kind of just gets out for not really much cost.
Very happy to see that Raptor camp still alive, putting up so much HP, completely dissuading any attempt at a dive. And that was just Bristol Warriors being very opportunistic and are rewarded for it. Sora not able to get anything off of that. Oh, hold on.
Straight into mid lane, disabling the tower, and I think that's just a bit too much damage for Boshi to do anything about. Sora picking up a little bit of plating gold there as well, and I think just a little bit too fast for Bristol to react properly.
Well, they listened. I'm very glad. We were talking about it a few seconds ago, about how the Volibear really has great gank set up in the mid lane. Turning off the tower, Vex tower dive potential. Kiko being there is just icing on the cake. Cleanly performed, and they will get a rewarded kill and Scuttle Crab priority for it.
So Killmaster still with this Herald. We'll need to drop it very soon. It is timing out, and I'm not sure
Well, it
We
has
should
to
be
go
able to
bot
get
based on where
plating
he's
with it.
pathing.
Yeah, that's
But
it.
that's the thing. It's only going to be 2 plates, because if you look, the tower still has full 4. There's not going to be much happening after this Herald is dropped.
And, well, it seems like Bristol and Hungary just kind of wanted to have a bit of a chill game after their first game today for Bristol, you know. Putting up a fight, lose it in the end, you know what? Relax a little in the early game, just made a deal with BME and say, you know, let's not get into anything too chaotic.
Just farm, guys. Just farm.
Yeah. And there it is.
Bristol is about to break that deal, as they are going to be able to pick up a good amount of tower plates here. 3 actually off of the back of Shelly. Do have in the river Sora walking back up, getting dissuaded. Oh, come on, you have a Kaiser Hecarim. If this isn't dive material, I don't know what is.
The waves crashing. I just don't want to do it.
Yeah, I'm
Just
not
farm.
wanting to risk it. They're ahead.
Just farm.
Just farm, guys. Maybe there was no deal broken at all. Rift Heralds were allowed in the contract. It's all fine, guys. And now we get to see the oppressive nature of the Karma Ezreal. When you do have the enemies under tower, it is a shooting range for these two, because they just non-stop yeet out skill shots, and it is so irritating to deal with.
Oh, here we go. The bear is on the run. But Kiko's too low.
Exactly. You can't go in, because you'd like to go for a Thresh Hook, maybe off of a flash there, to initiate the play. They might still go for it, though, with Hunty not leaving. But come on, yeah, it's a very easy to replay for Bristol. They're going to go back through and do a bit of due diligence to at least check that they're not still being collapsed on. Mid lane's out of vision. There's no reason to ever walk out here while the bot lane is still showing.
Oh, actually not the signs. The Reese are going to crash the wave back in instead after we noticed that they've left.
Ooh.
Sora flashing away from that onslaught there in the mid lane. Nice summoner burn for the ultimate. I think you'll take that most days.
Yeah, nothing too shabby off of the back of that, but I think I'm going to start talking about scaling. And the reason for that is because it's been an extremely slow early game, at least compared to our previous. As 15 minutes, only 1 kill apiece, 1 dragon apiece, and a Rift Herald, knocking down that first tower in the bottom side with a bit of help after the fact. So, I think we need to talk about how these teams are looking to play. With the Rift Herald being aggroed, I think they are correct in this, because BME need to be getting ahead a bit quicker than this. They need to have that added dive potential, because they do not have a good siege, and the counter engage from the Bristol Warriors with the poke is very scary.
They might have just caught out Boshi. A bit too much damage from the Akali. Shielded by the Killer Instinct. Will be able to jump over the wall. That Ignite will finish off the kill. Coco getting the gold for that one. Unstoppable brings the Storm over the wall. Looking for haste, but nothing more than that. 1 kill, and that evens out the gold.
Control play right there from Hungary, backing off to help get their top laner out of it. They managed to pick up that kill onto mid, and with the rotation here, they're able to, at very least, get mid control. Rift Herald in pocket, they're not going to use it here. I feel like it would have been an okay opportunity, but I imagine they want to save it for this dragon, which is up in 24 seconds. Will there be time to get resets off? Let's take a look around the map. Teleports are available for both top laners, as this is really good for Coco. They'll be able to base, spend money, and TP in with the Unleashed teleport if they so choose. Hunty, still in base. They only just managed to get back after taking a Raptor camp. It looks like, though, Bristol Warriors are not forcing this on spawn. They're baiting it mid lane, and now they're going for it. Nice. This should be an easy dragon.
And if you're Bristol, you really do want these Drakes, because if BME get a Ocean Soul, then a lot of your poke is going to get mitigated by the healing over time, but I don't think they're going to let them get away with it for free, as Coco teleports in, Onslaught shadows away, and Boshi is the target yet again, another time. 0-3-0, Coco gets another one.
Kai'Sa, not that scary until she has her evolves. Once she has them, extremely oppressive. Until then, very good target to keep focusing out. It is going to be an area that you can actually slow down the pace of the Bristol Warriors. The only other way I would expect them to be doing that they haven't been, is this top lane. Haste is just being allowed to go on at will at this point. They are happily farming up, equal with Coco. They're going to be slightly behind in gold because of those 2 kills that they have managed to pick up. Ooh. And also because of this free tower that Coco is being gifted by their jungler.
I mean, a little bit more in the pocket there for this Akali. And Akali, I think he's just going to continue assassinating Kai'Sa at this point in the game. I'm not going to lie. Hex
I mean,
belt.
it's the best plan.
Hex belt, rocket belt. Hex tech, rocket belt. Items.
That's it.
Items.
Ah, actually, that is an important decision, though. They have gone for the Hextech rocket belt, and that means they is going to be just about getting onto the Kai'Sa and the Ezreal. It means that in the side lane, they do not have the Riftmaker. They will not be able to handle elongated trades with haste as the game goes on, unless they're way, way ahead of curve. At that point, then it doesn't even matter what they've got. That is an important distinction. That means that Coco is playing for the team fight, not for the side lane. Likely the reason why that Herald was chucked down, since this Akali is not going to be getting much done push-wise.
Again, we just have the handshake. Once again, returning to the contract. And getting those minions up. But it's just going to be a play for Drake game, I think. At the end of the day, it's just going to come down to it. But Kiko might be looking for something in the mid lane.
Flash
In the
hook.
event they overstep. Nope.
Regular hook. One.
No.
Okay. Yeah, we're just going to get a bit of peace and quiet. Nothing. Okay, never mind.
You should not have said that. Hunty going straight in, and he wants to kill Shruki. Gonna get that one, not able to land the moonshot. Kiko gonna miss that one too, having to flash away from the true shot barrage. Killmaster in the mid lane, but not gonna look for it.
Well, it will be kill advantage over to BME. If they don't get anything done with it, I'm actually going to say it's a long-term win for the Bristol Warriors. Because they managed to get the flash off of the Thresh and the heal off of the Aphelios. So that will make them susceptible targets, at least in the fights to come. Especially if the Dragon's spawning in that 2-minute 30. And we're talking about how this game is, let's be honest, a bit of a snooze fest compared to the last one. Except for when it comes to objectives. And that's because both of these teams understand, well, our best window is in front of an objective. For Bristol Warriors, it's because that's when we can most reliably poke them down, and our Kai'Sa isn't at Mirror Mana yet. They aren't at Nash's yet, so we don't really want to be taking fights that aren't optimal. And then on the BME side, it's, well, they're all going to be there. That's when Akali gets the flank, so of course we want to fight there.
That's something that is worth saying is that both times, I should say, all 3 times that Drakes have been secured, the respective teams have been in position already for those Drakes. So it is paramount that you get the setup, otherwise both of your team comps find it a lot harder to get in and get that objective.
I would say that it's easier for Bristol Warriors to go for the steal,
Yeah.
just because you have the combined poke that can cut. Okay. That was just a play onto the side lane.
Oh.
Haste investing the flash and the ultimate Killmaster doing the ghost of the ultimate. Kills the Akali. That's good. I don't recall if they had a shutdown, though, most importantly.
They did.
What is this teleport? Okay, this is aggressive in the top lane. Just dissuading the tower take.
Yeah.
Wow. Huh.
There it is.
Alright. Bit of passivity is what we're going to get. Just coming up here to protect your mid laner, avoid the dive attempt. You see that Hunty did burn the ultimate, so they're not going to be able to get anything done there. Cooldown should just barely be coming up around the dragon. Okay, peace treaty is not occurring around this blue buff. Just going to have to back away from that one, Hunty. That was a little bit greedy without the smite.
Just a little bit of friendly banter. Nothing more than that. Just.
I'm leashing, guys. I'm leashing.
Yeah, helping them out.
34 seconds, right? That's what we care about. We've got 34 seconds, then the game starts again. As we've been enjoying our 4 minutes of chit-chat, to say the least. Akali, Rocket Belt Ultimate and Ignite up. That means to me, Boshi is probably dead. We'll see if that goes out in practice, but I'm expecting that to be the result, just by how it's going. As we do have, currently, BME posturing up the objective first.
They have the setup. Gonna get the Herald. Not the Herald, the mini Herald. Skull Crab. The Herald has already gone down. That is gone. Both of the Shellys. Still waiting on the rest of it, but taking so much.
Here it is, though.
Now. Crucial Barrage. Kiko already down to under half.
We know it's a no-flash Thresh.
Oh, there it is from Sora, managing to half health, but there is the healing coming out, the shielding from Johnny Kondo. Now to BME, their health bars are too low. No one has died yet on Bristol, but now Coco's looking to change that one. That's 1, that's almost 2, gets 2, gets 3 somehow! Akali!
Coco, the great equalizer of this fight right now, Hunty, with the ultimate available and smite not quite yet. They're likely going to fall here.
Stormbringer a little bit too much. Killmaster now looking for Sora. Haste with the damage. That should be that kill picked up. That's a double.
dire.
Oh boy.
Okay, so that was looking like an absolute stomp in the Bristol Warriors' favour, and that's because this is the kind of fight they love. You all dogpile into the river. They know for a fact Kiko doesn't have the flash because of that fight from earlier, and that made them the most susceptible target in the playbook. You saw from the start, that was just Boshi throwing out the non-stop praise seekers. If you hit one, you get to throw another. If you hit one, you get to throw another. They repeated, they rinsed. Neros also got some really good damage down with them. And even though BME committed a lot of resources to the counter engage, it was only when Coco came in to clean up that they really got to collect anything off of it.
Coco there, I mean, I was seeing the two onto Boshi, but managing to get the third kill there, that is some Akali mechanics on display. And, I mean, coached by Vizichachi, it's got the pedigree right now, as far as I can tell.
I think it's going to be essential, though, for this game, because while they are not getting much done in the side lane, as the build indicates, every team fight has to go perfect for them. Because if a single time it goes wrong, then Haste might be able to pick up a lead. They have already got that Ravenous Hydra, so they'll be able to get push in this bottom lane when it comes to fighting straight up in the minion wave, if they so choose. And the issue is, when you're pushed back on the back foot against the poke comp, that's when you're at your weakest. And if you ever let this Bristol Warriors squad get priority in lanes, they can rotate this mid support, well, the mid lane of the support bot laner over to you and just make it impossible to stand under tower.
Not something that you really want to happen. Not very fun when you just don't want to stand on the tower or you have to stand on the tower. BME going back to the mid lane, and yet again, it's just waiting the 3 minutes, seeing what you can do. Although I will say, if Bristol can open up mid, it's something that they want to do. But Soren going to take way too much damage from Sora right now, managing to live for the time being.
Okay.
Oh, the fadeaway connects. Sora gets the kill.
That was close, but now Killmaster in danger is going to be able to waddle out. Follow up Vex ultimate, probably not going to get taken, but they do have the Fear primed if they go for it. Going to choose not to. Just going to happily collect this mid tower, which is ever so important against poke comps, because it gives you that constant place of safety that you can ping off your poke from. Kai'Sa can be poking you from River in the mid lane first tower. With that gone now, it doesn't really work as well. I feel like this could be the first step towards BME being able to put themselves back in a winning position.
Yeah, evened out gold lead a little bit. In fact, just slightly ahead, but it's negligible at this point. And you know what? They kind of just got no use talking about how Bristol might want to open up mid here, and it just happened for BME instead. So, what can I say? Somebody did open up the mid lane. It just wasn't the team I expected to open up the mid lane. But Haste is going to get a tower in the top side.
Ah, yes, the classic monkey's paw of Bristol Warriors saying, I would like the mid lane to be opened up. As you wish, my friend. Follows up with BME, as now we have to set up around this Baron. If you ever collect a Baron against a poke comp, you are laughing, because they do not have very good wave clear. If you take a look at the entirety of the Bristol Warriors, it sucks. Baron just turns off Ezreal's ability to wave clear. Kai'Sa's AP build, and even this hybrid build, doesn't really do a good job of it in the first place. You don't really want Camille Hecarim doing it, so yeah, across the board, Bristol Warriors will be scarpered if this objective ever goes down. And with the potential Ocean Soul coming up in a minute 30, I'm actually curious if BME might flip it.
Flippy, 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 flippy. And they did say that the jungler likes to coin flip fights, so we'll be watching Hunty very closely to see what happens with that.
Yeah, with that knowledge said, I haven't really seen that from Hunter yet. They haven't exactly been a super unreliable player. I mean, 0, 1, and 5 is indicative of somebody who just knows their job on the utility volleyball and does it, so I would say that they are performing quite well right now, and I feel like that's a good thing, because BME really don't want to be making flippy plays in this game, especially when, if anything goes wrong, you get chipped down by Ezreal Kai'Sa for the rest of the fight.
Wow. Next rake's going to be pretty important. 40 seconds. That's sole point for Bristol. BME ideally want to deny that from happening.
So,
what do they need to do?
First of all, we need to keep an eye on Sora, because their ability to flank, and simultaneously with Coco, are the main things that stop Bristol Warriors being able to get this dragon. You need to get a play, and they're doing it right now onto Haste immediately in the bot lane.
There it is. Half-health Stormbringer. Not able to get any more damage. Hunty will actually take the brunt of the damage there, but that's the Moonlight Vigil. A lot of damage through. Killmaster going down. Is it what Hungary needed? Now Hunty getting very low. Sora back in. Haste not down yet. Will be taken down. Neros, however, and Boshi, these two poke champions in the backline, managing to lay down the damage. That's the soul. And this is just the power of the poke comp if you can't get onto the backline.
If a play goes wrong, the poke comp wins. That is what we said, and that is what happened. Throughout the course of that play, it kicked off with a really good idea. I like it from BME. You know that the main threats to your team of the Kai'Sa and the Ezreal are in the mid lane, but the issue is, the reason you want to engage on them is they're squishy. They can't fight back. Camille can fight back, as Haste managed to buy so much time in the bottom lane, a good 5 to 10 seconds on their own against 5, groups up with the team, and then narrowly dodges away from Akali's 5-point strike on the Q that would have killed them, allowing them to get a couple extra hits in, softening up the targets, allowing their bot laners, I suppose the way to say it, the two ADC poke champions to come in and clean up the fight.
And honestly, beautifully executed by Bristol at the end of the day. This is a team that's had a few roster problems here. You're playing with a substitute, not even a native support player. It's a top laner, it's auto-filled top in the bot side of the map. It's not your natural habitat, and you're performing so well with this composition. Not a team that's really made it to North Hell. They don't, nor I say, UEM, not even necessarily the best team at their uni.
I mean, that is something that we really should preface for the fact that Bristol Warriors haven't been doing as well in our current new varsity split right now with all these roster shenanigans, but they are doing well here, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. They are fighting for where it counts. And I would say, really importantly, for this team, we know that overall they have grit. The way that they got here was a reverse sweep in the finals that we were casting, and oh boy, was it a dramatic series. I know it's not the same players for a lot of it, but we know Killmaster was there, and when you're in the jungle, and when you're in the jungle with such a lead, being able to lead with that kind of vigor and consistency matters so much, especially after coming off a loss in the previous game.
And it's the same going for BME here in many ways. Another team that's not necessarily shown up before, very much a newcomer looking to compete. And right now, I mean, Coco, a massive contender on the Akali right now. The versatility in the draft really showing, but let's see what they can do to see if they can get themselves back into this. Because right now, they are on the back foot.
And for BME, this is the first time they've been challenged in quite a while, because they went undefeated in the Hungarian qualifications. So, with their debut on UEM right here, right now, this is the first time they've really been stretched for a while. So it's going to be, I'm going to say, indicative of how this team will perform in the long run, how they can handle this game if it does turn into a loss, how they handle the bounce back, or how they show the ability for these comebacks. Because we've seen the plays, Coco, particularly around that dragon where they picked up the 3 kills, they can turn a fight. They just need to get the last little bit over the edge, because they have not been decisive fights so far this game.
Tools are there, it's how you use them, and how you get into a position to be able to use them. And this is what we're going to wait to see. A bit of a battle for the vision with this Baron. All-important objective right now, as it can potentially open up the game for Bristol. And likewise for BME, as Bristol don't really like dealing with the waves.
And when you have the Ocean Soul, it makes vision a lot more important, because there's extra bushes, particularly around the Baron. And what that means in practice here is that when there's more areas to get vision, if we ever have Bristol Warriors controlling wards like they do right now, then they could just throw out the poke over the wall. Look, I'm sure somebody's going to get hit by a Prey Seeker any second now. And it means that if you ever do want to contest a fight, bop, this happens. Oh, you want to come back over? No, you're going to get chipped down again. Every single time, you've got a third of Hunty's HP gone. It's so much more dangerous to go for a flip fight or to try and steal an objective when the poke comp has prio, which means that short of maybe just going for the Elder Dragon or finding a decisive play off of Sora's ultimate, Bristol Warriors are in the seat to lose this game. They have it in the bag so far.
As we've seen, it's still about the execution. If you have the gold, you have the setup, you have the lead, you have the map advantage, you still have to close out the game. We saw this in game 1. The Bobcats had it going for them. They had the structural advantage, but the fights coming from Uladog kept them in the game for so long, and what we're looking to see is whether BME can do exactly that.
We know they have tools to outplay, particularly in the mid and the top lane. We've seen an amazing ultimate from Shruki to dominate the fights that they ended up coming almost on top with. Elder Dragon is up in a minute. This is a point where if they pivot objectives fast, they might be able to get the map advantage and almost pseudo-mitigate some of the poke. But we look here, Haste is rotated over.
Coming through.
Bristol want this.
We've already taken off a chunk of Sora's health and so much of Kiko's health. Just 2 abilities, True Shot Barrage and the Void Seeker.
And this is
What'd you
important right
do?
here. Well, this is the thing. Bristol Warriors are starting to get to a point where it's dangerous. Because if you have invested all your vision and all your time into controlling this top side, if you do not get this Baron, and the enemies have time to get over to that dragon,
Look at
then
this.
you've lost. And this is important. You need to do this right now. This is a moment in time where if Bristol
Kiko's
falters,
almost
they can lose
there.
the game. It's going well. Don't get me wrong, but they still have to actually secure the objective, and Hunty's in range.
There's
It
no
looks
way,
like
he can't even get in
They
there.
got it now. Okay.
The vision
It was-
control is there.
Good. And now it just comes down to, can they secure the Elder? Because this is the only time, I would say now, that BME have their final chance to fight back. You can see Elixir's stopwatch in the top side. They need this objective to go in their favor, because if you do not win here, you will likely just lose the game and get choked out by the poke.
Look at Sora's health. Got hit by a W from Boshi.
My god.
If Sora goes in,
They have to get the multiple person fear.
okay, Coco gonna go for it instead, but immediately gets evaporated. Gravitum ult onto free, Stormbringer to follow up. Now Killmaster and Haste taking the brunt of the damage, getting quite low. Hunty will go down first, and it just seems like BME don't have the damage. It's just too much of a gold difference, too much of a poke difference, and I think that's just the Elder. That might just be the game. It probably will be.
Oh, it should be the game, and that's the problem at the end of the day. You're against Ocean Soul. If you do not get the perfect execution, they don't die. And we get to see it in practice multiple times in that fight. As soon as Coco goes in, they get a big chunk down, but nobody dies. And that just means they get to poke back, they get to fight you off, and they get to sustain. Super buff team walking down mid with a siege minion. This should be it. You see that Sora is spawning in 15, no ult. Coco is spawning in 10, no ult. Oh, sorry, they do have the ult, no ignite. Will they be able to put up a last stand?
I mean, the Death Ball's just coming through. It's a 5-man. You just go for the Nexus at this point. That's the game. Bristol Warriors going 1-for-1 right now. BME, Bristol Warriors putting up a great show.
Clean. Honestly. That's what we got to say for Bristol Warriors, and we have to commend them. Not our bias, I promise, but because that was a very clean played mid to late game with the Kai'Sa mid, who was put down so much throughout that game. BME did an amazing job of really just bullying the Kai'Sa at every fight. But the thing is, they had that kind of onus on them to get ahead, especially when they saw it was an Ocean Soul, and the poke means so much both ways, because if they had got the Ocean Dragons, you said it when it was happening, suddenly the poke becomes mitigated because you can just sustain it back up off of the ocean regen. And vice versa, as soon as the poke comp secured it, it meant if you weren't decisive and perfect with the execution, nada. Nobody dies, everything is fine for the Bristol Warriors as they get to walk themselves up to 1-1.
And you definitely have to think for BME there in some of those fights, especially around the setup for Baron there. Kiko just couldn't do anything. Got too low from the collective poke between Kai'Sa and Ezreal, and the same goes for Sora there in the second fight around Elder. You can't go in these situations, but in the event that you have the Ocean instead, well, you heal it up.
And quietly, Johnny Kondo offering a lot there on the Karma this game, because every time we saw an attempted engage coming out from the opposing squad, well, they just use that Shurelli's, they use that Mantra speed up, and everybody either gets to rotate away or they get to come save their bottom lane. I feel like in that particular fight around, I believe it was the Ocean Soul Dragon, when Haste was getting picked off by 5, that was the final desperation move from BME to try and save the game, because if they could deny the Ocean Soul, Then they can potentially win the fight, rotate to Baron. Game comes very different. Bristol Warriors are on the back foot, and as we said that entire game, the second the poke comp goes on the back foot, they might as well be dead already. So narrow margin from Bristol Warriors to win that one, but they managed to do it. BME showing legs, which is good. First time they've been challenged. I'm hoping that this team takes that in stride and goes, okay, fine. All right, we were undefeated to get here. We lost our first game. Now we've got to really step it up.
Yeah, but it's all about the adaptations. It's the age-old thing where you're used to a certain level of competition, and you kind of you get used to it. You get used to the intricacies of that. You come into a completely new level, and you can be surprised by things. It's about how well the team can adjust, and to be honest, the tools were there. There were signs of promise, and I really hope to see that in the games to come.
And I love the way that you say that, adjust. This comp, this team, has so many different champions in pocket. I have absolute faith in BME that this squad will be able to put something different together for future games. I don't think they're going to be going into the next draft with this as their only planned comp and being like, what do we do? We just lost on it to the first team that we played against. Are we going to run it back? I don't think this team is the kind that gets stuck in their own head just based on the amount of options they have. They will always have some degree of versatility to go back to.
Yeah, massive champion pool. Nothing else I can say about it other than that. They have the versatility. You just need to be able to execute on that. Well, we're gonna throw it to a break in a moment, but game 3 is gonna become between Ulugard Esports from Turkey, of course, as we saw in round 1, and between 0-2 from Czechia. Don't go anywhere. It should be a banger. Hello, hello, hello. It is back to us, giving you the 2022 Amazon University Esports Masters. Again, Takua, Melvin Izzle. We're back with Game 3 between Turkey and Czechia. And we've seen Turkey before, but it's the first appearance for 0-2.
I think we should probably kick it off with them and let's talk about 0-2 because we had, in the background of our first game, they ended up beating Bristol Warriors and we just saw Bristol Warriors win in the previous matchup against BME. So, the rock, paper, scissors starting to form. Will that be an ongoing trend? Let's find out.
Let's find out indeed. Let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into what not BME. I'm still on it from the last game, you know.
I know, it was a long
the
game.
difference on that.
All
the
I
different
see
names
now is
on the
just
two.
a Kaiser Ezreal standing in front of me, ominously
Literally.
firing poke missiles. That's all I can imagine anymore.
No, okay. 0-2. That's the name. Got it in my head now. We're gonna go with that. First thing I see is Gorny in the jungle. That champ pool in particular, the big old green blob that is Zach.
Is it really? Yeah, it's not necessarily a champ pool. It's a champ puddle at this point. Like, I'm sure a player of this caliber who is currently fighting around in the high 500 master tier LP, Grandmaster C even. I don't want to undersell how good this player is at what they do. However, their only champion they play is Zac on that account in particular. They might play other things, for all we know. They've listed their favorites as Zac and Shaco, but I was looking at the OPGG, and when I say this, I mean it was literally Zac, and then 3 champions with 1 game, and it was all losses. I'm just there like,
Yeah.
he's really good at Zac, but it's gonna get banned, right? Surely. There's absolutely no way Uligad let this through. I would be astounded if he gets to play it in the entire tournament.
If there's any rule of League of Legends is if you can ban an OTP's OTP, you do it.
It happened to me. I actually had to play Zac in all of my final games for Newell because they banned my Ivan every game. And it's gonna happen to you, Gorny. I hope you're ready for this. They made it further than I did, so clearly they've got a backup plan that works. And then, looking at the rest of this team, when we go back to how they were actually able to beat Bristol in the previous matchup, taking a quick gander at this one, it was mainly off of the back of the mid lane, and they were playing Orianna for that one. So, as we take a look at some of the ways we want to look for this comp to play, it was a lot of this kind of, let's think about wombo combo style. If we could take a look at the 0-2 kind of roster and we could get a better picture of how they really like to go about things.
Yeah, the rest of the lineup in terms of their players: Gatsu, Gorny, Turbu, it's Pekko, I think, and Metis in the bot side. Trinamir Rengar, Ignite, TP, and Joya in Gatsu.
Yes, a very aggressive player by fashion. They were playing Camille in the previous matchup, and they did pretty well. Overall, I think that was maybe where Bristol got the idea from. Like, damn, we should really take that. That's good stuff, actually. I like the sound of that. Because we did have in that game, it was actually Gorny playing on the Zins out. They do play the standard junglers, everybody, as they would need to, because if you can't play the standard junglers at this point, then that is problematic, we'll say.
Yeah,
Take a look at the rest of the map.
In today's day and age, with the patch 12.5 that we're on.
When was Zinzao last not playable at the end of the day, right? Like, it's been a couple years now.
I think, okay, so the thing that brought him into play was back at the patch before MSI, if I'm not mistaken, where they did a mini rework to some of his abilities, and
Got
he's been
a couple AP scalings, I remember that as well, yeah, that was funny. I tried AP Zinzao, didn't work. Might work, but I couldn't do it.
People actually still build Zonias on him occasionally just because he has those scalings, and if you really want the active on that item, it's actually quite viable.
For a common example of that, Volibear is probably like class A, because you go for the Divine Sunderer or the Chem Tank, and then you could go into a Zonya second because he also has a lot of those AP scalings. Potentially a champion we might see these junglers getting pushed back onto, since we already saw in the last game in the first game of the day, how much it was all about the jungle priority, where it was the Diana really being the oppressor in a lot of the matchups. So, as we come into this, to give you a bit more context on 0-2, as we take a look, it is a big focus on the top and the jungle for accelerating the game. Their bot lane has a good amount of utility, but I don't think it's necessarily the strong point of the game. They had a good performance on the Jhin earlier in the day, and then mid, one of our control mage connoisseurs, Toby, in the mid lane.
Yep, one of the one of the many, and against Uligard, a little bit different, of course. Arca is only got this year in his arsenal as far as known control mage goes, but yeah, I think you'd expect to see more in that line if we really want to expand on it. But it depends on the draft. The draft is the key here. What you want to play for, and well, I'm not sure what 0-2 want to play for particularly. They seem to have quite a, I guess it's probably top side.
Yeah, I imagine it's going to be topside focus, and that means that we should probably jump over to Lugard now, who we saw earlier in the day. And one of the things they did do was they were drafting against a very linear comp, I suppose is the best way to say it, coming out from the Bobcats. And while the Bobcats did end up winning that game, Ulugad put up a very decisive fight on multiple occasions, and it was all off of the back of their top laner, Chengobar, who had a amazing Gragas game. But I specify it like that because the only time the fights went well was when he was with the team, right? I think there was only one fight they lost, and it was the end of the game where Chengobar was directly involved in the whole fight. But they did get dived at like level 6 or 5 or something and fed 2 kills. So it's time to find out if their gangplank will firstly be banned again, and then if they can have that kind of game without being fed the initial setup by 0-2.
That is the question. You have the junglers, and I mean, the execution was there for the most part in terms of putting up the defense from Ulugard. Really well played, but yeah, I mean, they say they play for ADC mostly. I don't know. If you want to, we can keep going with the Gragas this time. It's just whether you can actually get the Gragas out onto the map, I guess, as you say.
Yeah, like, it's a good weak side pick, but I don't know if it's the best or it's exactly what you want. And especially in this game where we're expecting a lot of topside focus from 0-2, I don't know if weak side is necessarily the way to go. You can either try and fight the mono in the top lane, putting all your eggs in that basket, or maybe the Gragas does become the solution because you're saying, all right, you just vibe on the tower and soak up the damage at the top side, because at the end of the day, right, he survived the 2v1 dive, and you can talk about misexecution from the Bobcats if you want, but at the end of the day, he still knows how to play the weak side, so that can absorb a lot of pressure and enable, particularly Numb in the jungle, to make their way down to the bottom side. Remember, this is a team of 3 junglers, so we had the gank set up from them in the champion select. I imagine they'll do the same thing again, because when you are playing in not your main sake role, you're more likely to go over to whatever champion seems good for the moment. Come on, it's good for the comp. I can play it, sure. Yeah. I'm a jungler. I know what I'm doing. I play Udyr.
Oh, I love a bit of Udyr. If you
a
didn't
bit,
know,
only a bit of Udyr though.
a little bit of Udyr. I mean, I'm a jungle secondary, which is kind of surprising as an ADC player, but I'm an Udyr, a little bit of Udyr. Mostly Lilia and Diana. I'm actually into the AP jungles, but back in the day when Udyr was, when I was watching Zotham invading permanently the LPL on Udyr, that was a lot of fun.
Well, you know, I think we're glad that we didn't have permanent Udyr meta again. That was, oh boy, that was a cursed occasion. I'm glad that, well, I say that, Hecarim's still good right now, so, you know, it didn't fully disappear, as we can finally chuck up and let's take a look at the Ulugad squad, give the rundown from then. A little bit of a recap for those that have been tuned in for the whole day, but the first primer for those that haven't. We had this team go down to Spain in the first matchup they had. Overall, though, as we take a look down, a lot of very individually skillful players, particularly, I would say, in the bottom lane. Epev did have a damn good game on their own, on the Jinx. Obviously, it's Jinx, so you can say as you will. But I still think that they had a very narrow margin where they could have actually won the game for their team, and did everything they could, but was just outplayed by the Bobcats at the end of the day.
I heckin' love Arcane. Jinx is great. Over 300 games. Bat chest.
I heckin' love Arcane. Oh boy, where's the Vi gameplay? Is that Jinx from Arcane being played in my League of Legends game? Absolutely, it will be.
I can't believe it.
Remember, guys, we're still on that 12.5 without the B patch, so Jinx is completely happy to be picked up right now. Nothing toned down on the rocket autos, so she is singing. As maybe, we did kind of allude to it a little bit in the post-game for Ulugad, but we might see something wacky coming out if they do end up falling behind that Karthus support. Remember that Turkey performed very, very well in previous year, It's just the question if this team can take that success from the other roster and almost replicate it in a manner, because, you know, they went 7-1 when they had their super success story. The Gads only lost one game, as far as I'm aware. So, you know, maybe. Maybe that's the narrative we get to set up if this turns out to be a massive pivot in performance from them.
The skill is definitely there. I think it's hard to say just on an individual basis from what we saw the other day. Not the other day. I might have lost track of time. This morning.
Well, you know, I'm sure it's a different day somewhere.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, on in the other end of the world, but we saw the individual skill. It's absolutely there. It's just about being able to execute that in game, and that does sometimes come from draft, game states, mental. There are a lot of variables that come into these sorts of things.
I would say for this team in particular, it's mainly about acting coherently, because they understood the draft, they performed well with it, but there were just windows where they let the Bobcats kind of walk over them when they really didn't need to, and it was whenever, specifically, they got picked off a few times by that killer mid-jungle duo of Dark and Infinity, and it was always Infinity on the Diana getting the massive engage that really set this team off in the wrong direction. So, if we find out that 0-2, despite winning a game, don't have that killer instinct that just goes in, spoiler, I'm pretty sure they do. Gorney's a Zac player, they probably know how to engage. But if 0-2 come out and aren't super decisive, I see a very real world where we have Ulugad just walk over them.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing we have to wait and see, get into draw, everything else, we don't know until we know. That's all. That's what I'm gonna preface it with, because this is League of Legends, and as you know, it's a very chaotic game.
And to give a little bit extra context over to 0-2, because I know we talked about them at the start, but they actually did end up playing over here at UEM last year. And do you want to guess whose group they were in? Because they made our group phase. They got second place. Do you want to guess whose group they were in?
Kit SC White?
Spoiler, yes. They were, in fact, in Kit SC White's team. And not great. Not great, oddly enough. Kit went 6-0 in that, and that means that the two losses that 0-2 ended up having... Fun, actually. Maybe that was why they called themselves that, but no, they'd already... You know, that'd be weird if they managed to predict that one ahead of time. They ended up losing to the eventual tournament winners, and then they ended up having a surprise knockout in the first round of the actual playoff phase. So they're hoping to not replicate that part, but maybe replicate at least the getting out of groups portion of it. You're only in a 5-team group now, so if they can manage to pull this game away, then they're already starting to build themselves a pretty good repertoire for that head-to-head record in the second half.
Everyone counts. Remember that you need to place first and second to move on to the playoffs round of this tournament. It is all important that you make it to those two. Of course, first is at an advantage because you play less games, you get a longer break. Everyone wants that. If you place any lower than that,
Well, I'm going to stop you there because... Oh yeah, if you place any lower than that, yeah, sorry, you're out. Unfortunate. We loved watching you here. Bye-bye. Miss you forever. But... if you get the second place, though, for a lot of teams, that can actually work as a bit of a build-up phase, where we've seen it, I would say Worlds is the most common time, right? Play-ins teams, notoriously, Cloud9 being a very common one that would always get into play-ins and then perform well, right? You have to think about it. It happens a lot. If you get that extra games to ramp up G2 as well, they did it multiple times in a row, as it's something that maybe... some of these teams could actually benefit from, was having those extra games, especially on the international stage, against completely fresh faces across the board.
And expectations aren't always the reality. You just reminded me about the Cloud9 Worlds run making it out of groups at the last Worlds, and it's the same thing that comes here. If you expect a team to be performing well or be a tournament favourite, that's not necessarily the case. You can come into things, you can choke games, you can draft in ways that you didn't necessarily expect, or just execute poorly, and then your entire expectation just crumbled.
It's a high pressure environment, right? All these teams are here because they won their respective leagues. So we obviously know they have that winning mindset. They know how to get here. They know how to last throughout the finals, whatever the formats may be for the different regional AUEs. Got that right?
AUEs, yeah.
Yeah. So, we're about to kick off into this game. First picks we need to be keeping an eye out for will be Chengabar's Gangplank. We'll be looking to see what happens in the top lane on the other side, what is going to be really focused out of a lot of the priority TP Ignite picks, something like the Camille might get knocked down again, Tryndamere another priority one, and then Gorny, what? There's the question. Which of the 3 bans for the first rotation do you think will be his Zac? Do you think it's going to be 1, 2, or 3?
This is very important to get right.
It's worse than a coin flip odds. But...
It is. I'm gonna go with 2.
Okay.
Go with 2.
I'm not gonna ask you why you think that, because that would be really hurtful. Yeah, that would be.
I don't know why. My brain is telling me 2. So I'm gonna.
I love that, because I was thinking to myself, well, it's always gonna be 1 or 3, right? So maybe I've got better odds, but if you're right, you're really right.
Okay. So for those of you that don't know, I have got an obscene amount of mastery in Aphelios, and whenever I play Clash with some other people, it's never actually third. It's either first or second ban on the Aphelios. I don't actually get as many thirds.
See, that's where I'm winning, because I have an inordinate amount of Ivan mastery from when I would only play that, and now that I play a lot of mid lane, when I do play Clash, they just ban Ivan. It's free real estate. It works every time. So that's the real tech. All you gotta do is invest years of your life into getting a single champion, and that's it, and then roll swap, and you're good.
That's the only... I mean, speaking of role swaps, I mean, Xiaohu won 2 international tournaments, technically, in different roles. That is impressive. Right now, RNG doing pretty well, I would say.
Turks won 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
Post role swap, but hasn't won another one since on the other side of it, but we'll see.
Yeah, international league is an exciting place. MSI on the horizon. Still got players to go through, but I mean...
Nothing compares to this international tournament.
Absolutely not.
No, of course.
I mean, we're here right now, and we're just waiting on the lobby to get finished. I'm still waiting on some players to join and everything to get set up, but...
it's all good.
I've been very, very pleased with the level of competition.
Yes, I'm not going to lie. When I saw that Kit SC White won 2 of these bad boys in a row and got second in the one that they didn't win beforehand, I was sat there like, is this just going to be a stomp? I mean, obviously we get to see them play tomorrow, so maybe they'll do it again. But for today, I was like, okay, how much variety are we getting in actual skill? And so far, every match we have seen, and even the matches we haven't seen that we've only got the screenshots for the champ select of, have been close. There's nothing that's been like just completely doomed from minute 1, which is really encouraging for a lot of these squads, because if we get this Group A to be hyper competitive and we start getting down to the wire after the first rotation of that round robin and everybody's got an even record, well, can't be even because there's 5 teams, but you know what I mean, the 2-3, the 3-2s, then the pressure goes on. Yeah.
And yeah, no, drafts, honestly, the good reactions, good responses to what people have put up, what people offer, the champ pools are, and I mean, it's consistent. I'm seeing it throughout, and hopefully we see it again in this game as well. I mean, we've already talked about expectations, I guess, but my hope is Kafka support, please. Please, Kafka support.
Okay, so that's your abstract request. All right, that's a good one. I think I would like to see on the same team Num play Rengar in the jungle. I would like that, because then you get the damage portfolio mix if we assume that both of our wacky requests get to happen at the same time. And then across the other... Wait a minute, I only just put that together. Both junglers have Shaco as well, their favourite champion, so...
That is true.
Well,
That's contested Shaco. I think that is the
contested
first time
Shaco.
I think that is the first and maybe last time I will ever say that.
I actually got to cast some Shaco in competitive play, and it was over in the LGL, and the way they were doing it, right, it was when I'm trying to remember, Stridebreaker had the dash initially. It was after they removed the dash, but they made it a 99% slow.
Yes.
So what they would do, right, his name's Steel is the player, they're still playing right now.
It's on
Shaco,
DFM, yeah?
That's the one.
Yeah.
And their support gang was on the Rakan. And what would happen was they would go invis and just start walking in. The Rakan would get to dash through somebody, dash through him as an invisible target. Steel would proc the Stridebreaker, so everybody's 99% slowed into the Rakan just combos. And it's like...
You know, honestly,
it's impossible to dodge. You can't see it, right?
That is some true creativity right there.
And then the thing is, because the knock-up goes off, he gets to put down a box and everybody's feared after it.
Yeah.
So it's just absolutely dirty wombo combos. So, maybe if we see the Shaco, it's actually a thing that comes out in this tournament, maybe that's something that they start to take seriously. But I don't think that the Stride Breaker
The
Shaco is
secret
necessarily the
tech.
way to go anymore.
Actually, the secret tech. I think, oh, you never know. I mean, you can still set it up with, I mean, it's still like, what, a 50% slow? It's on my head.
Yeah, it's up there,
It's
but it's
still
not as
sizable.
oppressive. That was
No, no, no,
definitely...
no.
I feel like...
Stride Breaker in its infancy was an item. I mean, I feel
Yeah.
like a lot of the items in their infancy after the major item rework was, we had some impressive ones.
I
I would
mean,
say.
Eclipse was one of the most terrifying things in the game. Prowler's
Yeah.
Claw was pain. I mean,
Mhm.
every assassin then changed over to Gore Drinker, which didn't help the scenario at all.
What
I'm trying to remember,
mythic?
what was the
What mythic
first
has
broken
not been?
mythic?
Probably Gold Drinker. No.
Was it? I feel like it was Moonstone was broken, but it definitely wasn't broken first.
I feel like it was Gold Drinker.
Liandry's, no? Was Liandry's not before that? That it was absolutely ridiculous because it
Oh,
did the...
Leandry's was changed, yeah, because it was
Yeah,
changed from it was originally pen,
yes,
percent pen, and then they
yes.
changed it to the health damage.
That was absurd
Yeah,
when you could just get
yeah,
percent
percent
pen
pen.
off a Liandry's. I don't know if that was the very first one, but it's a fun
Yeah,
theoretical
that
of
was
like
good.
just reminiscing all the what now seem like god awful ideas, but at the time everybody was like, "Wow, this is probably a god awful idea," but who knows because everything's changed.
I mean, when you look back on it, it does feel like the item shop did need some changes with the.
So
I guess
you're
the
happy with
interaction
the
of it.
net item changes because I know there's still people that
Oh
are
yeah,
like in the
this is
camp
a
of
big
no,
debate.
take
This
it
is
back.
true. I mean, I will say I haven't been playing or involved with League for maybe as long as some players have been, originally having come from Heroes of the Storm,
Oh,
as some other players in the community have noted, most notably probably Rich at the moment on V5, but at least from there, because that was only talents, there was an item shop and stuff would get reworked all the time. I mean, I was pretty happy with it because you had very specific options to matches, and I feel like with the previous item sets,
yeah.
you couldn't do that as much.
I don't know if they fully achieved the goal they were going for.
Yeah.
Where they said that they wanted everybody to have dynamic itemization every game. There's still obviously things where it's like, oh, I can play 20 games of Victor in a row and I will be building the exact 3 items every single time. But I feel like there's smidgens of it, maybe not in the mythics necessarily. So we'll have to just see about if they can maybe tune that down, every time it ends up happening. As we are finding out right now that as we get a little bit closer to the time, currently in need of a miracle substitute potentially, but we'll have to find out. That is not what you want to have in a very important match. I don't know which team that's actually in reference to, so we'll have to find out. But nonetheless, we will definitely keep you in the know as we get news and continue to reminisce on item reworks and the like. I got one.
Life happens.
Favorite champ rework.
Favorite champ rework. I can tell you my least favorite.
Is it Akali?
Aatrox.
Oh, yes, okay, now this makes sense. Go on, explain to the audience, because I think I remember why now.
So back when I started playing League in about Season 7, I think the first champion I actually mained was Fresh. But the second champion I ever mained was Aatrox. And this was pre-rework, of course, because that didn't happen for a little bit afterwards. And I actually played him in the jungle.
Okay.
So I was a jungle Aatrox one trick at the time. And then the rework came through. So I think you can see what happened there.
Yeah. The Fire Nation attacked. Yeah. Nothing great there. For me, I was always a big Fiddlesticks fan back in the day, and I feel like that was the most faithful rework overall. Yeah. I think that comparing to old Fiddlesticks, which
the crow was glorious.
Glorious but awful.
Shout out to a friend of mine actually. We played Fiddlesticks Trundlebot. That was really fun.
Oh, I did Fiddlesticks Nocturne. Then that was before they added the Nocturne gains bonus move speed towards feared targets. So maybe it was just foreshadowing at the end of the day. It was just leaning forward in time and going, wow, this would be a really cool mechanic for Nocturne to have, right? It worked. I mean, it probably didn't have any impact whatsoever on them, but it worked for me.
Yeah, that's one thing. Oh, actually, this is a good one. So I mean, reminding myself of HOTS. So I don't know how much you know about specific champions in the game.
Played it
if
briefly.
anything at all.
I played one that like would sit down and then you'd throw out pods or something that would go across the map and attach to people.
Oh, what? So okay, okay. Well, what, we'll go with that actually. So that's Abatha, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Something that you something like this would actually be interesting if League could ever add a champion like that.
Don't say it.
Because Abathur doesn't actually go to a lane. Well, he does technically go to a lane, but he'll get one shot if he ever goes in a 1v1 situation. The point of the champion is that you've got a hat, and you can put that on any hero globally, any champion globally, and you put out abilities globally. So the whole point is that you're influencing the whole map evenly, or at least specifically, but not with your actual character. But your character is still vulnerable, so if they find out where you are hiding on the map, then it's
I think that's a pretty cool design, and that's why I liked it in the game. However, I have to unfortunately say that it's got way too many parallels of Yuumi for me to feel comfortable with it. Where, as you were describing it, I was just sat there like, so you're not actually vulnerable as a target, but you get to influence the lane without really being there. And I'm just hearing Yuumi, 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 you and me, Yuumi.
Yes.
So it's cool in HOTS, but I don't think that the League transition really helped them.
No, I think the main thing would be the item shop. So because the reason why you want to be hiding close to a lane in Heroes of Storm is because of shared XP. So
Makes sense.
You have to soak XP, and in order to soak XP, you have to be in proximity of minions, or at least
Which
close
Yuumi
enough.
doesn't have to do because she just goes to the ethereal realm when she sits on her friend.
So yes, you're influencing lanes, but you are still semi-vulnerable, whereas in League, I mean, there's no reason for you to do that.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I feel like Yuumi is probably going to be one of those champions that is looked at years down the line and going, what on earth were we thinking? Why did we do that? We can't make like 8 champion ideas we wanted now, because if Yuumi attaches to them, it just ends the game. I feel like that's happened already. I mean, look at the whole long-term meta of the Garen Yuumi bot lane at Worlds, with Reckless playing Garen and Hilasang playing Yuumi. If I've ever heard a more sinful statement than that, I don't know.
And it was really oppressive.
Yeah, and it was good. I mean, I don't think they won much on it, but it was a good comp.
No, but it was a good combination. Because you kind of just sat there and then they didn't do anything about it. We have just had an update, however, regarding the situation on the game. So it turns out it is 0-2 that is currently looking for the substitute or one extra player. Ulegard has actually said that they're happy to wait some extra time, which is just, I mean, the sportsmanship is there.
And that's really what you want to see. You want to earn these victories at the end of the day. It's one thing when you're just playing like on a regular night, you know, it's just, for me, I'm going to use Newell as the example because it's the one that we hold close to our hearts, but we're like, oh, it's a Newell evening, I've got exams tomorrow or something, can we actually just play the game or whatever, you know, can we take the free win? But having that level of just, no, it's fine. We understand that we're having to wait, and just that level of empathy between teams is really good to see. I definitely agree with you. Absolutely. Highlighting the sportsmanship on that one is big from Ulegard, and, you know, gets the props. Hopefully they still actually, A, get to play the game, and B, get to have a good game. But nonetheless, very nice by the team.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll say it again. It just highlights the caliber of what we have to offer here at UEM. It is the top of Europe, and I think this is a great way of highlighting that this is just the top of Europe, and it's good to see it in action. It is good.
All right, so we've been over reworks, we've been over items. Is it time to talk about runes?
Runes.
I feel like runes have a lot of controversy throughout the years. Did you play much with the old rune system?
I did, but to be honest, my memory of the old rune system is so vague.
It's awful. Yeah, mine's awful for the runes. I remember the masteries. The only thing I remember about the runes is I could get 3 1.5% move speed quintessences for Ivan. That was the only thing I remember. And then they changed the runes, and I was happy. I like the new runes more.
Yeah, I think that the old rune setups had a lot of fundamental problems with the way that it was structured.
Yeah, just having to pay for the pages and whatnot as well. I mean, you still have to pay for pages, which I found out not too long ago, actually. I was like, why do you still have to buy rune pages? You could just update them each game. But nonetheless, I know a lot of people don't want to do that. I'm a hypocrite. I've, at one point in my life, definitely had 20-something rune pages, all just separately made, and then still only used one, and just been there like, wow, this is really messy. Should clean that up a tad.
I don't really bother. I just change them. It's quick enough.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like, once you use
it's not like beforehand where you had a million different minor things that you needed to change.
No. You've reminded me of 1% crit runes and the amount of times I died to that because I refused to give in. Oh, what abominably awful bit of technology
That-
this game used
why
to have.
did that exist? That is like, I mean, I like my RNG elements, but that is just that's something else.
Just laning, and then
That's
I
something else.
I remember that it was the first time I was trying top lane. And I thought, okay, this will be a fine lane. I don't remember the champions, but all I remember is I got crit twice on the first wave. And it was they just say in all chat 1% crit rune. And I'm just there like, this lane sucks. I'm never coming up here. This place is awful.
At least now it's isolated to Tryndamere. At least it's isolated.
I guess you're right there.
But
Unfortunately,
no one really
he's
likes
prevalent.
Tryndamere either.
No. Was it he confirmed for the rework? Actually,
He was
yeah.
he was on the list. But
Ah.
so Skarner got selected, and I think Riot said that they're gonna probably do Shyvana as well because they think they need it the most. Which honestly, I agree.
Fair. I don't know.
Not because Shyvana's in necessarily a bad competitive state, but just the power fantasy doesn't feel good.
Yeah, like I feel like I don't know if you've played much Runeterra, Legends of Runeterra, the card game.
Yeah.
But it's highly satisfying for exactly that. If you're playing a card and it's Shyvana, you get to turn them into a dragon. It actually feels cool. I feel like when you turn to a dragon in League, it does not feel that cool. It's like, wow, now that fire breath does a little bit of a bigger range. Nice.
Also the sprites, the models.
Yeah, no,
if we could update it to Legends,
it's gonna look sick though. When Shyvana gets a rework, it will look awesome. There's no way they can make that go poorly. Like the quintessential example for me of the coolest looking rework, back to go onto that topic, is Galio. I remember.
Yeah. The old like weird.
Yeah, whatever that abomination was. I still remember it was a quiz night down at the uni pub, and we were doing the quiz, and then somebody's like, "Oh, apparently Galio's getting reworked." And I was like, "What?" And they put the video on of the initial Galio announcement trailer, and it was sick. Just as sick as the fact that we get to do pick and ban now.
At last, it took long enough. We're here.
All right,
Finally.
let's recap. Let's quickly jump over. We have got, if we take a look at these two sides, we've got Ulugad on the blue side over here. Where's our sub? Do we have one?
Oh
Where
no,
is
I
it?
think they found everyone. So they actually managed to get everyone in, as far as I can tell, because the
Don't see any
overlord
names
is-
different.
Yeah. So I'm assuming
Awesome.
that maybe a player had connection issues or had something going on in life. Life happens, but they're here now, and we can get on the game.
Zach's
And
banned.
I'm
in
wrong,
number one,
it's
I'm
us.
in. All right, Gordy not being allowed to play
Alright.
there, Zach. Next important one to look out on the bans will be that Gangplank. Will it get taken away from Shengabar, or will they have an answer for 0-2 as a team that we expect to play around the top side? They currently are leaving it open with a hearty focus onto all of my jungle homies right now.
2, 3, 4.
Zeri.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen a video on Zeri being able to jungle, but we won't count that for now. As when we take a look at the styles we expect from 0-2, heavy topside focus, because the bot lane is very utility, very different kind of pools, as we get that technically sixth, jungle lock-in on the bans. Now, will we just open with a jungler? I'm actually thinking maybe the Shaco becomes a reality, that contested pick between both of them.
Chest Arcane, we like Jinx over here. How many games internationally? Over 300 years of collective experience right there. Gatsu, the response. Oh, I mean, it has.
They
to
were
be.
listening. They
it's
love
made
it
to
from
be. It's
Arcane.
made to be. No, okay. No.
Well, there is still a world
was
where they
that?
can make a comp with Vi and Caitlyn, and could have had a cool Arcane show going down, but no. Alright, back to reality. We have a Jarvan lock-in. I hate Jarvan first pick. I absolutely hate it to bits, because yes, it's good into the Jinx, but you need to have really good facilitation across the rest of the map. And now, if we look over to Ulugad, they could just pick something like the Poppy in the jungle and absolutely decimate it in isolation. They could pick things like the Tahm Kench in the support role, or the Thresh to just keep them safe. It's Arcane from Caitlyn!
We have it in the bot lane. We have the canonical, semi-canonical matchup there.
Is Vi support playable? I don't think so, but
I mean, I'm pretty sure you get you get the little on the chase.
you do. I
icon
think
when
that
you
one's
have
still
the
actually in the game.
It
To be
doesn't
fair,
actually do anything though.
I don't think it actually activates in pro play. I'm 90% sure that is actually a Shyvana lock-in. Were they listening to us?
What is this? What
That's
is the
Shyvana locked
dark
in.
magic going on right here?
All right, with all the junglers focused out on the planet, we actually get Shyvana Nautilus locked in. Obviously, I would be ashamed if I didn't mention the fact there was the recent Shyvana top performance by Bwipo in the LCS, so that is a flex pick technically. But with this much focus onto the junglers and how early into the draft that was picked, I would be shocked if that is not just going to be AP Shyvana. Or, saying that, it could be Bruiser Shyvana in the jungle. We'll have to
Depends
find
on
that
what
one
comes
out.
through.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that
Hey,
is a pike.
Hmm.
Very aggressive bot lane here for 0-2.
I don't think I like it. I like Pike as a champion. I think that you could get a lot done, and
It does synergize really well with Caitlyn. So what you can do is if you land an E, you put the Caitlyn trap down, then you get a guaranteed headshot on that. Really annoying, very long CC duration. You kind of just die if you get picked out by one of those skewers.
but you don't offer anything to protect your ADC outside of like really sick maneuvers from you. You can't protect them from the Nautilus ultimate. If the Shyvana jumps up from behind you, you cannot get them out of there, as we do get now in the second rotation a similar trend to what we had in the last pick of ban, I believe, actually, where it's going to be one side focusing out top lane and one side focusing out mid lane, as that gangplank is removed. I'm curious to see if they will look to remove something else, like the Set is another really good weak side champion that we have from Chengaba. They played the Gragas previously. I think looking at the 0-2 comp right now, I feel like Mordekaiser actually does quite well for them, and that is something that we know Chengaba plays. We'll have to find that one out, as we do get the Set taken away. Oh, we love it when that happens.
One more ban. Orianna, one of those control mages for...
I think Vigar's it.
Vigar is one of the other ones, yeah.
That'd ruin you. Jinx and Nautilus don't like playing into Vigar. Shyvana, I don't know.
Not a bad ban here. No, it would be the Renekton again. That is what is it actually, has Renekton been banned every game?
He was definitely banned last game.
I think I remember him being banned game 1 as well.
No, you're right, it was, because there was a Yasuo pick, yeah. So, okay, Renekton getting 100% presence in my games, sure. Okay.
It will be the Victor, though, as the other control mage alternative.
I
A
love
little bit more of arcane gaming right here.
We get some Jace lock-in, but I imagine because of the Renekton, that leans me to thinking that they want to pick the standard Camille in the top lane. So we are getting certainly some hovers, some audacious hovers, I will say, from Ulugab. We'll wait and find out what gets locked in. It is the expected Kale. That was definitely the sentence that I was getting ready to say. This is something that we have seen Arca play before. It's not in here, but they love playing the pick. We get the other hover on that Karthus support that we love. It's not happening. Why would it happen? So, okay.
I want it to happen.
Kale synergy with Shyvana. They both suck in the early game, step 1.
Yes.
Step 2, they have a really cool combo where the Shyvana can jump in and get put immune. And I think that makes a lot of sense, because having the Scion does really well into the Victor. He is one of the few champions that isn't actually bothered by that gravity well. The main thing that makes Victor so oppressive is putting down the gravity well and just saying, nope, you cannot come over that. We are zoning you off this entire fight. Having this Scion, though, could just run straight over it. But saying that, 0-2 have now matched with 2 separate tools that can actually block the Scion, with Jarvanol and Camille respectively being able to contain the monster in the presumed top.
Well, I see. That's a lot of scaling.
That is a lot of scaling.
That is a lot of scaling for Turkey.
I wouldn't say that there's much slacking on the other side either, you know?
No,
Victor and Camille, both astounding. Caitlyn, I would say, yes, she is very good, but she's a different kind of scaling, right? She's a very good single target scaler. She'll kill anybody bar the Scion, or if it's tank Shyvana, with a solid combo later on in the game. They just need to get there is all. Where do you want to start?
Well, I see a J4, I see a Pike. I'm expecting very aggressive early roams and plays from 0-2. And honestly, I don't know exactly how Ulugard are going to respond to that, because they really do have weak early lane phases in most of their lanes.
I mean, weak early lane phases, and I would say almost more worryingly, a very weak early game jungler.
Yeah.
If Shyvana is going for the press the attack kind of skirmish build like that, yeah, they can get some decent trades early, but it's not going to do dividends against the rest of them when it comes to those kind of actual scraps that you expect, especially if we do get the AP, which, thinking about the way their champions break down, having the Scion, having the Kayle, I'm expecting it to be AP. We don't know that for a fact yet until we actually get into the game, obviously.
Yeah, exciting at last. I don't know how many minutes it took to get into this one due to the
It took a little while, but we got there. We
are here, and of course, props to Uligar for being patient enough, waiting the time, despite you having your team set up and ready to play, of course. And well, we will be on the Rift shortly, as we will load in.
We'll be on the Rift, but we've got big scalers on
Big
both
scalers.
sides. So
Yeah.
how long will we be on the Rift for? Possibly quite a while.
We're gonna get some LCK style. Just wait every 5 minutes. Wait for Drake.
Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't give anything away. But Num actually showing themselves with the press of the attack, likely to be leaning towards that skirmisher build. Then, okay, very interesting to find out. I'm not going to lie to you and pretend I know Shyvana's abilities, but I at least did play it a little while ago, so I have a rough knowledge on how they want to be trying to operate in this game. I'm also not going to pretend to know the Shyvana build.
I don't know the Bruiser. I mean, I know you go Bork at some point if you're going full Bruiser. It's been a while.
A lot of the Shyvana favored items did get pretty buffed, I would say, because she was not one of those champions that when she was a Bruiser would actually build Sterak's, and that was the main one that got really just broken, which, on the other side, for Gorny, Jarvan actually did get really hurt by the Bruiser items, because he got almost a lot of his tankiness just off of the back of Gore Drinker plus Sterak's. Gore Drinker lost health, Sterak's is basically not viable until like 4th item now, so Gorny's going to need to be very, very active early if they want to have an impact on this game.
Would be interesting, actually. I have no idea. I haven't really kept up necessarily with Jarvan itemization. Maybe some of the Jarvan mains out there can tell me, but I have seen some. You can go Gore Drinker straight into Warmog, which is a lot of extra, just straight bonus health. So in theory, you can probably still pick up the Starix later on and actually be quite an efficient item compared to some other champions that itemize it. Because for the most part, Starix is just flat worse.
So as we take a look across the map now, we have got both junglers starting on their blue sides, pathing over to the red. Gorny not looking for any ganks right now. I would say as far as gank setup goes, mid is going to be the worst. Shoibu on the Victor is just going to have constant push in this lane. They are going to abuse Kayle in this point. You can see it every single time there's a laser fired. Expect that area to be pinging onto the Kayle. I would not be surprised if they have to get a very early base. We actually see they started with the 4 pots plus boots to try and survive in lane and get as much XP as humanly possible. Pre-6, no range on the Kayle, no ability to fight back.
Yeah, and it's cool to see Tobu actually just taking the area here instead of the first strike on the Victor, really making sure they can bully out the Kayle as much as possible, despite the first strike giving him a little bit more gold, perhaps denying the CS, denying the XP. To Arca in the mid is probably more valuable at this point in the game, besides Eri generally being a bit more of a consistent rune for damage.
Also going for the initial Doran's Ring, as opposed to the Corrupted Potion, because you're not going to be taking that much trade damage. I would say I haven't been paying full attention to the lane in particular, but I wouldn't be surprised if Kayle hasn't hit Victor yet at this point. Oh my god.
However, we're going to get a massive skirmish here, and Metis just dies. Okeko now,
really
taking
bad.
the zap. Jinx going for it. Going to get very low, and now you're forced under tower. And we were talking about 0-2 having the early game advantage, but apparently Uligard just matched it.
Oh, that is awful, because one of the few angles you could have maybe looked... Oh, hold on. Okay, just going to be a trade. One of the things that you could have potentially looked for was invading with your jungle support onto that Shyvana, who's super susceptible early. But now, they have been immediately snowballed into this game, and they have decided to collect possibly all the pieces of a Bork. I don't know. I'm going to smile and nod until they start getting a bit further into the build.
It's definitely a Bork. I can't think of another item that would build into. So you have the two long daggers for the recurve, and then the long sword for the Vam Scepter.
Find out soon. Maybe we'll just roll as. Maybe we should just keep the camera on bot lane. Yeah, let's do that. What on earth was this?
But why was a pave over there? Is my question.
I think here's my hypothesis. They were trying to dive the Caitlyn, who hadn't based yet, and then, funnily enough, Metis showed up And
Yeah.
well, did that to him. As now Caitlyn picks up a kill. Jinx actually didn't get the first blood. It went over to their support. So that was actually not the best gold distribution. But the only thing that matters is they were able to afford Noon Quiver on the first base. So that is going to be, at very least, a very irritating amount of push that could come out of the Jinx throughout the lane phase.
Yep, and that's exactly what you want into this, because it's not necessarily safe to stay in, because Caitlyn they kind of want to push you in, make it that you don't really get to play the game between the Bone Skewer and Caitlyn's 650 attack range.
Yeah, the thing is that Jinx... This is just not good. Oh, no. Oh, okay, that was nice.
Knowing the hitbox on that, Kagome almost landed it.
Yeah, that was a little bit of the Nautilus surprise that could have gone down there. Not a very respectful recall from the 0-2 bottom lane, as they are going to be able to eat this wave, and they actually do have Jarvan here, but there is a ward. This is known about, so they're not going to overextend, not going to be baited. They do have Num waiting in the wings on this Shyvana. Still only level 5 though, so they really don't want to be getting involved in this. Now, for all those fans of Shyvana out there, her passive, every time she secures Drake, actually gets more resistance stacks, as mid lane is likely about to have to lose Flash.
Alright, Gorny here, flag and drag knocked up, flashes away. Exactly what you expected.
Yep, nothing too out of the ordinary there. It was going to be a matter of if they want to expend just Flash or Flash and ult, as actually, Arca going for the first item boots. I really like this, just for being able to survive the lane, because that is the only benefit you're going to get. And back to the Shyvana point, she gets bonus resistances whenever she secures a dragon, or her team does. So she's going to be very, very pleased with that, going to get a little bit more tanky, and really helps facilitate that bruiser build if she is on point with stacking these drakes.
Yep, and that's exactly what you want. Although I will say, I'm a little bit surprised, of course it was, because Gorny decided to go mid, force out the flash from Arca, that they were allowed to get the Drake. Of course, there was also the bot lane priority coming from the skirmishes down there, but on the whole, I am still surprised that Uligard managed to get that first Drake.
And on the topic of surprises, I'm seeing that Arca is, I'm going to say, pretty damn okay for CS in the mid lane. It is a 15-ish CS lead for both the solo laners of 0-2. But overall, at least for the mid lane, I wouldn't say that's a big issue. Kayle still managing to collect the siege minion, and the fact that you've had literally no ability to interact with your enemy laner up until this point, and even now, you don't want to walk forward because you don't know where the Jarvan... Well, now you know where the Jarvan... You didn't know where the Pyke was. You really have been in an awful spot for them, and they're doing a very clean job so far of just existing. We all know what Kayle can do as the game develops, so this is something that, as you can see, 0-2 want to shut down now.
There it is, Pyke in the mid, Gravity Well going down, but Arca's a little bit too far back, can't really dive in, still has the ultimate, the judgment there to provide the invincibility.
One thing I would really love to see from 0-2 is crashing this minion wave in and then just trying to freeze it in front of tower for the victor, because with the gravity field you can actually do that quite easily by just stunning the minions in front of turret every time that they push into you, and at that point Arca would be absolutely forced to overextend in the lane. Knowing though that is a Kayle without flash and Gorny is heading towards level 6 soon, I feel like that's only a matter of time as opposed to a waiting game.
However, Num is here. Gatsu getting very low, will use the ultimatum to try and get some space, but Num has the dragon form, and that will be the kill. Limited towards the dragon. Gorny's here, but can't really do anything.
They are level 6 on the Jarvan now, so if they do get into an interaction, they can at least shut that down. Good trade bot lane.
And there's the trap I was talking about. You can get so much damage off of it, but that's the death charge, and that's the problem with this lane. As we discussed, you can just go on the Caitlyn, and that's exactly what a Pave and Kagome does. Kill goes over to the Jinx, and it's not really what you'd like to see if you're 0-2.
Very good understanding of how the matchup works. As soon as Nautilus hits 6, Pyke, elusive, a nuisance. Don't go on them, kill the ADC. Flash only just about to come back. Ooh. Not going to be able to get anything done. Good to see that Metis is still trying to be proactive on the map. You need to be on this Pyke, because if you are not winning lane and constantly pressuring kills, then you have to exert pressure on the map, because you will get outscaled in utility, which for the support role is very significant, because you don't get that gold income. Pyke needs that gold income because they're balanced to buy the ultimate that gives them excessive income compared to every other champion in the game.
Riptile getting done by 0-2. They do have the numbers advantage here, so I don't really think Cheknabar is going to go much further on that. Gorny will get it. He'll pick it up. And as a J4, really going to be looking to utilize that at some point. Going for the gank, going to get plating secure for something.
This.
However, Num is here. Flash forward, will get stunned up. No, cancels it with the ultimate. Gets the kill, the solo kill in the jungle. And we expected the J4 to be proactive, but no, it's the Shyvana.
I am terrified of Num right now, and I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to go play Shyvana in solo queue. I don't know what it is, but plays like that really get just exciting on a champion that you don't expect to do anything. Flashing forward to drag Toibu out of their own ultimate. Such confidence, though, on the damage that they deal. Seeing a lot of potential from this player so far, and after getting out-farmed in their previous matchup by the Diana, saying, no, hold on a minute. I'm going to out-farm and I'm going to out-gank this time. I'm the real jungler here.
And more to it, we didn't actually expect to see the Shyvana. This is not something that is directly within Num's champion pool, so stretching it out, and now teams know that they have so much more to prepare for, because remember, we had 5 jungle bans this year.
Yeah. 5 jungle bans and the Jarvan takeaway, so you can arguably say that the 6 champions were removed from the pool before this Shyvana became immediately relevant. As now, the dragon spawning in 12 seconds, and a Blade of the Ruined King purchased at 11 minutes for the jungler, with shoes, because they have got that rune. There's force to be reckoned with, and then there's just insanity. Blade of the Ruined King getting buffed a while ago, a little bit more expensive, does an insane amount of damage, 12% max health once it procs now for melee champions. And Num, with that press the attack, will most definitely be applying it, because, little known fact, her Q on the Shyvana applies 2 auto attacks, so they can immediate burst you, and you will just see, like we saw back with Toibu in the top side encounter, somebody get evaporated by this Shiv.
Yeah, the benefit of having an auto reset that also applies more is it's pretty strong, I would say, especially in combination with PTM Hawk. But as we expected, Gorny pivoting to mid, gonna secure that tower, open up the lane a little bit, also gonna take some damage down to Arca there, still taking tower.
Yeah, the red smite coming back to bite him a little bit there. Will zone out. We do have a lot of rotations, potentially fishing for something, but the issue is for this Pyke, right? You want to be able to ult the Kayle, but if you do, Kayle can reactively ult. So, in theory, provided that Arca is completely on the ball, you shouldn't ever be able to get that as the dragon. Taken away on the side, that is going to be another stack going over to the Shyvana.
We have only had Ocean Shots today, I will have to say. Epave now in danger. Gorny and Metis on that. However, Toby having to flash because of the amount of damage coming through. Death from below will connect, and that's some extra gold generated by this Pyke. Done up to 1-for-1.
Teleport invested. It's going to be important because the longer that they can keep them here, maybe Gatsu can actually get on the tower. As we get Hullbreaker Scion. Yay!
He's showing.
Alright, fine. Yep, this Hullbreaker Scion. So what they're going to do is they're just going to be able to eat up pressure, and when you consider that the enemy team has something like the Caitlyn that is so dependent on getting towers, and spoiler, they weren't even able to take a plate in lane in this phase, so it's not really going to plan just yet for 0-2, then this Scion is going to be a massive nuisance. Denying the Camille hitting turrets and denying the Caitlyn hitting turrets will have such a big impact at slowing down the game, which is exactly what you want when you have the Kayle Jinx, right? You want this game to go at a snail's pace.
That's it. Kayle, Jinx, Scion with the Soul Furnace. Shyvana is a very item-dependent champion when you're going these sorts of builds. This is great for you. I mean, 15 minutes right now, it's not sizable, but just having a gold advantage and 2 Drakes, it's really good for a team that wants to scale.
Now, with this kind of priority on the top side, Gale Force is already secured for Epave. They are mobile in these fights, as Num so aggressive.
Goes in a little bit of a blunder there on that one. Gorny healing up between Gordrinker and the Smite now. Arca in with Divine Judgment, managing to prevent a lot of damage. Pakeko going to take the net forwards. So much going down. Death from below going to connect there and donate some more gold over. Right now, it's a 2-for-2 with that one. There was going to be 1-for-2, but now Pakeko going again. Shouldn't be able to connect
fulfilling the champion fantasy. This Caitlyn is most definitely sniping down the opposition here.
Well-timed stopwatch, but that might have just secured your fate. In fact, now you donate it over to the Caitlyn as well because of that trap. And, oh boy, O2 strike back.
So important that they are able to snowball back into this one. Because if they do not get this Caitlyn back in the game, she is just going to be left irrelevant compared to the Jinx for the rest of it.
Well, hoping to mitigate some of that mid-game power trough that is generally associated with Caitlyn builds. Getting the Gale Force now, looking at either a Collector or an LDR. We'll see which one comes through in due course. Hopefully an LDR, because Collector has even less value with a Pike in the game.
With a Pike in the game and against a Scion, I feel like if it's not LDR, then there is something we clearly don't know. Also, against a Chaos, execution is already, like, doubly damaged. As we should, I think, do a little run through of the items, because we've got some abstract stuff in the game. The Pike going for that Umbral Glaive first of all means that the vision control for 0-2 is going to get very oppressive around objectives, and with that dragon spawning in a minute 23, it is going to be ever so important to deny the Shyvana any pressure towards here. Ooh, what is this?
Oh, okay, I mean, Obi's just in trouble. He's just gonna die. Num is on a bit of a killing spree. Thumbs up, 4-0 and 3. Army Cinder working towards what will probably end up being a Frostfire. And this Shyvana is looking to be a little bit of a problem.
I don't know how you control this for 0-2, because you would really need Gatsu to be ahead. Because with the Divine Sunderer, you can rival the sustain against them. But overall, it doesn't look to be the case. Oh, okay. Num's actually rotating up to top here. They're going to presumably just chuck down the Rift Herald to feed their Kayle a lot of side lane gold. Because remember, guys, tier 2 towers in a side lane, 600 extra gold pieces for it.
0-2 gonna match in the mid lane, Death from below, duplicating gold yet again. Gatsu looking for Kagame, gonna get the stun off. Camille Q doing so much damage. Hextech ultimatum to prevent the hook away.
Oh.
Lovely play there, getting a lot of gold in return.
Doesn't get the second death from below, but speaking of 600 gold, that is the net profit that you make off of every one of those Pike ult kills, so not going to be complaining. Is 0-2 denying this dragon, like we said, so important for the Shyvana, and I feel like this was a bit of a whoopsie, one might say, before we got on the blue side, because in reality, I don't know, I was looking at that and I felt like I liked the play initially of, okay, we'll split the map. We'll get this Rift Herald chucked down top initially, let Kayle crash it in and get a lot of gold, and then I'll rotate down there. But I think as soon as the pick happens in the mid lane, which credit to 0-2, it just completely fell apart. And now, we're in a much more even state of the game. As we take a look across the map, though, I feel like we are waiting for the inevitable. This Kayle will get to the point where she is 3-hitting people, and Num is already at the point where they're 3-hitting people.
Oh, he doesn't know. There comes the engage.
Yep.
And,
doesn't know, chat. That was it. 3-hit.
That was it. Not
And
much
now,
you could do.
Jengaba on this Scion is going to quietly get to walk it down bot. And this is good. Enjoy your time in the sun, my dear Victor. I love playing Victor to bits, and I can tell you, once that Kayle gets to, I think it is the 3rd, if not 4th item, they will literally just... okay, well, that's good. Never mind. Take it away. It's all good. Great. Pick up a lot of money
X
there.
marks the spot, everyone.
I mean, he followed
Found
the treasure map. Okay.
Rift Herald's gonna get dropped in the mid lane.
Alright,
Gonna
guys.
take that turret down.
All the action happening at once, as we'll have to see if this gets a second charge off. Looks like it will definitely be able to do that. Ooh, unless Gormy goes in. It's very close.
No, not quite.
I feel like he could have smited and it would have stopped it, but...
Yeah, just decided that he wanted his smite, I guess.
Celebi.
Chingabla.
Right.
Alright.
I feel like we got some degree of passivity for a few minutes. I'll shut
As you
my
say
damn
that,
mouth.
Tobu's just gonna kill Cave.
Oh, shut my damn mouth. Okay, then. That was... what seemed like a peaceful rotate. Guys, this game has chosen violence all of a sudden. What on earth is this? We are death brushing at 19 minutes just for, what? Stopping Camille rotating? Is that what we're doing here, honestly? Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Well, I'm not entirely sure how Pave got caught out there, but that is something that Victor is capable of doing. You can just kill ADCs if you blow all of your spells onto them most of the time. You have very high AP ratios that gets worse and worse as Victor scales of items. We're only 20 minutes into the game, Melvin, isn't it?
Yeah, we are. And I will say that we do have the unnerfed Locket of Solari picked up for Kagame on the Nautilus. However, one of my favourite itemization interactions, and it's funny we were talking about itemization during our long break before this one, of that Shadow Flame, one of IMO best item additions into the game, means that when the enemy picks up a Locket, or if they have an area user, then you suddenly just get a flat 20 pen onto everybody being affected by that shield. In a team fight, that's everybody. So suddenly, instead of having the flat 18, that actually jumps all the way up to 38 pen on the Victor, plus the burn from Leandri's. Very, very scary in these fights.
It's a lot of damage. It is a lot of damage, to say the least, but a Pave potentially getting caught out again. Just too much damage from J4.
Not going to burn any summoners there. They use the Gale Force, but I don't think that'll make too much of a difference. Baron is available. I don't think they do it exceptionally quickly, overall, for 0-2, nor do they have a full tank. So if they're going to do this, you need to commit to it completely. And that is why you see they're actually just playing the waiting game instead, looking for picks.
Kagame gonna be the target, will knock all of them up,
He's
in
out.
fact, and he gets out.
Right. Good play from the Nautilus there, for at least the escaping. You can say what you want about having to walk in, but when you don't know if the Baron is being taken and your person with a blue trinket is dead, it's very dangerous to not at least try and investigate, as now we have the best face checker in the game of Chengoba on this Nautilus going mid.
Boy, I mean, that's it. There's just too much CC for Pekeka to deal with. That's the shutdown. Num has yet to die. 6-0 on the Shyvana right now.
Oh, yeah. We're talking about how it's bad for 0-2 to take Baron. I'm sorry to interrupt you, because it's not bad. Fooligan. They will demolish this objective, and they have infinite HP tanks.
Manages to land a lot. Chaos Storm dealing damage to the whole team of Ulgad. Kagame now having to take a lot of damage between Metis and Tobu. He's getting very low. Flash forward. Divine Judgment. That will kill the Pike. Can they get the victor as well? Gatsu on the backline. A Pave not able to do quite enough damage. None will pick it up, however. Gatsu getting one. Can he get two? Chengoba should go down shortly. Will go down, but will be in the death passive now. Doing damage to all of them. Gorny goes down. Gatsu's still alive. Healing up between the Ravenous Hydra and the Divine Sunderer. And that should be Kagame going down too. In due course, I believe Gatsu has enough move speed to get it. Well, if not Gatsu, then Pekeka.
Oh no, that is everything up in the air for Ulugad. I feel like this is kind of similar to what happened in their first time around. It backfires slightly. They get the initial play, killing the enemy Caitlyn, which seems great. You can start the Baron, but the insane damage coming out from the Victor just completely wipes half of it. And then the full committal onto the other end of the fight ends up backfiring. They pick up this Dragon, not only denying Num more resistances, but also keeping further and further away from the Soul Point. And we got to see how ridiculous the Conqueror with the Ravenous, with the Divine Sunderer, Camille can be, and the sustain will only get better after they hit this base. I am extremely curious to see what they are waiting to buy, because it is going to warp the game around it.
All eyes on Gatsu right now. This is the player you need to be watching out for, because in this game, he's just the one managing to keep everyone through. This is a carry player. This is exactly who you expected 0-2 to play for, and we're just seeing it in action.
Maybe not in the way that we expected, but in execution, we're getting there in the end. They picked up an insane amount of gold, not too far off of the death stance now, which is a horrifying prospect when you realize they were trapped in the Jarvan ultimate in the last fight with an undead Scion and out-sustained them plus 2 other people hitting, so... well, obviously Ulugad can burst them out. You know, they're not indestructible, and as the game goes on, Arca will become the highest DPS champion in the game on this Kayle.
Absolutely.
Followed up by one of the best reset champions in the Jinx, so it's not doomed for them by any means. I don't mean to make this sound like the game is over, but it is now in 0-2's favour. They have control over the map. Side lane, they need 2 people to try and ward off this ward the Camille off of the Kayle in the side lane. There we go, we got there in the end. As now, 0-2 just taking control of the enemy jungle.
Roughly a 2,000 gold lead for 0-2. And suddenly, I mean, they have control. Currently setting up a Death Brush for the Baron. I don't think... Well, they don't actually know they're on it. Oh no.
Well, the thing is, right, you put down a blue ward, and you know it's not being taken right now. As soon as that blue ward vision goes down, the question marks start to pop up again.
However, Num's just gonna go for it straight onto Tobu, and I think he's just dead. Jinx gets the reset, gets excited. Gorny going in, managing to get everyone in the Cataclysm, but goes down straight afterwards. And I think you've just lost too many players. Gatsu gets shut down as well. They're all alive!
Well, that was clean. I'll give it to Ulugad. That was damn clean. The instant and decisive maneuver to take out the Victor. The biggest nuisance of the last fight, while Gatsu picked up the rewards, was the Victor. The amount of AoE damage they are putting down in front of this objective. There will be no Baron steal in sight. They are going to be able to reset with this objective. The Dragon Soul Point will be spawning in 2 minutes' time for both of these teams. And now, it is just going to be a matter of A, what do they do until then? And B, can they be stopped now? Because you have to remember, the KL ult combo on any of these divers is disgusting, and now you can't even just assassinate the Jinx, because if they're with Arca, one of those two goes immune, and suddenly your plan goes to pot.
Been the seesaw of momentum this game between 0-2 and Ulugad. Flip-flopping between who wants to have their turn in control of the game. Right now, Ulugad with the Baron, looking to siege down some lanes. You do have Changabor with the Hullbreaker and the Sunfire in the side lane, which 0-2 are trying to
They are
match.
being focused right now, actually. Play going onto the bot immediately.
TPM response. I can yet to see what's exactly going on, but as soon as we pan down there, Gorny is dead.
Damn. Our observer's trying to protect Gorny's image right there. That was very kind of you, but unfortunately we still saw what happened. It was the attempted play, just answered so cleanly by Ulugad. His team has come alive in the past few minutes of the game, particularly with that decisive nature.
Actually looking for it. Sion's a bit too tanky though now. Onto Arca.
That's
Arca
a stack
still
KO.
has the ultimate. Just
Run.
get dreaded right now. I have no idea what happened there, but Divine Judgment onto the Sion. Victor gonna go down to the Jinx. No, to the Nautilus. That was the last tick of Ignite. And then, I guess the game's over?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they've managed to take it away with that one, as there is nothing you can do to repel this push between Jarv and Pyke. 30 seconds apiece, that's it. They have managed to just turn the game on and take it away. Ulugad showing a completely different form to previously in the day. We have most definitely got a group on our hand.
I think that is one way of putting it, and I think that is very much underselling what Ulugad have put up for show right here. Remember, they're a new team. Yes, they have the legacy of Turkey being a relatively strong region, as we've seen in past UEMs, but bearing in mind that 0-2 did pretty well in their group stage last time. They were only beaten by the reigning champions, and that was all they took.
I feel pretty intimidated by Ulugad at the moment, pulling out that Shyvana after insane focus onto Num in the jungle. Now, obviously, the long wait before the game maybe might have changed for both of the teams how they were feeling before it, but at the end of the day, the result is all that goes down on the docket, and that is going to be the win for Ulugad, picking up themselves after a loss earlier on in the day. We have got 2 more games for the rest of it, but seeing both of what we have on stream for Ulugad today, this is a team that could definitely compete. This is a resilient squad, I will say the least.
I have no words to explain precisely the level of competition we have, except for high.
Yeah, definitely so. And unfortunately for 0-2, maybe that will be their performance on stream today, because we have got them up in the next game against BME just after a quick break. Hopefully they can bounce back and show up another performance, and we can guess what stage of the bans Gorny Zach will be taken away on again.
First this time. Hello again, and welcome back to the 2022 Amazon University Esports Masters. Once again, Elvinizel, Takoa, and just coming back off the third game, going into the fourth one shortly after a little bit of discussion. And I think it's worth highlighting the situation that 0-2 are having. Of course, they're playing again now, but a few issues with getting into the game there, and it's a high level of competition.
Absolutely, and one of the things to note is that for 0-2, they obviously are returning from the previous year and hoping to try and set high records. And the previous game they had just played was against Bristol Warriors off stream. They won that, but it was a very narrow competition. Then they proceeded to have an excruciatingly long pause and connection issues. And I can tell you, for anecdotal experience, that when you are about to sit down for a tournament and you have all of the tech things going wrong for you, it puts so much pressure on. And I'm expecting that that's what we saw a little bit of last game, because they were in the driver's seat for parts of it against Ulugad, but they threw it back and forth over again. I wouldn't say it was the cleanest game from them, and we're going to expect, hopefully, from 0-2, a much more cohesive performance. Now they've had a game, everybody's back in their seats, everybody's back normal, all their connections are fine as far as we know. So fingers crossed, we're going to get a standard of good game of League of Legends for both these teams.
Yeah, you have to remember that there are admins, there are referees, everything going in the lobby. We have to ensure competitive integrity. I mean, it's a sport, something you have to do.
Yeah.
And for the first, I mean, it's the first time for a lot of people probably experiencing that. Very new experience. Tournament realm, that's also another thing that people don't tend to play on. So, technology, and I don't know how much more stable tournament realm is to the regular League client. but
It's more stable, but you have to rebind your keys and all that stuff because it doesn't port over from your account.
oh,
So
Lord,
yes,
yeah,
that is something
okay.
I remember having to do and being like, why isn't my mouse working? I normally smite with this button on the side of the mouse, and I just couldn't smite for like the first 20 minutes of game 1, and it's just mortifying when that happens because you didn't do all the checks properly. So anyway, like you say there, it's a very significant thing that these players are going through. It is the full competitive experience for all of them, as now BME facing down 0-2. Both of these teams lost their first game of the day, so we will, unfortunately, have one team going 0-2 on this day for the stream. Which one's it going to be, though?
I mean, it would be poetic. 0-2 is called 0-2. Going 0-2 first week. I feel it's within the narrative. It's there.
They've already won a game off stream, so that wouldn't be the most awful thing in the world if they did, but hopefully
0-2 live.
there you go. It's 0-2 on stream. That's all that matters for us because that's the one that we're showing to you guys out there. We'll keep you posted as we go with the standings throughout the day. But right now we have got BME hoping to bounce back after that. I believe it was game 2 against Bristol Warriors. So we've got a little triangle going on here where 0-2 beats Bristol Warriors. Bristol Warriors beats BME. So if BME beats 0-2, we've got the little triangle.
Illuminati confirms.
There we go. We got the full-on conspiracy happening coming into this champion select.
That's it. Wrap it up.
Solved. Is it though? Probably not.
Maybe.
Nonetheless, we should probably talk about the actual important things like, you know, the players, the champions, the amount of pressure that's going down. We already went over that one, so let's look at some things other than Gorny Zach, or the jungler of 0-2, banned away first in the previous game. I won. Just want everybody who was watching last game to remember that. But everybody watching this game, they are a very proficient Zac player. They played Jarvan in the last game, had a good game overall, but got beaten by Num for Uligad playing Shyvana. An abstract pick we were not expecting. 5 jungler bans were thrown out in the first rotation, and that's ended up being the weird situation. Will we get a repeat of that? I doubt it.
I mean, Hunty has a few carry
go on.
junglers in that pool, so I don't know. More jungle bans. The Sejuani, Nidalee, Hecarim, obviously. I think we could see a return to jungle bans. How many are you thinking for this game? How many jungle bans?
I'm gonna estimate 3 in first rotation. Three from both teams combined, because you got the Zac, you got the Sejuani, and there's going to be something contested between them. That maybe whether it's the Xin Zhao, whether it's more of a standard pick like the Hecarim, I think that is overall in Hunty's favour, or at least proficiency we know of. But based on how Gorny played that Jarvan, I wouldn't be surprised if they have got other situations or other accounts in the past that they've practiced a lot of champions on. So overall, I think those are going to be the key 3 that we see banned away in the first rotation. That leaves a lot of those scary ADCs still open.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff. I'm going to go with 4. Let's see if I go 0-2 today on predictions. But yeah, scary ADCs. In note, I mean, Twitch Jin, Senna. I mean, Pakeko last game didn't play any of those, just instead opted for Caitlyn, but a little bit different in terms of that. But we are going to go straight into the draft for this game, and that is 1 jungle ban with
none of the ones we said, but it is banned. All right, Zac, that's number 2. All right. Sejuani's going to be the natural number 3, unless you're actually going to leave it open, or potentially take it away. I mean, you do have first pick for 0-2, so that is always an option if you wanted to go for it. As
Zeri comes through again.
Makes sense. Champion we haven't seen today, and I highly doubt we'll see for the rest of the day, because we are on patch 12.5, everybody. Not 12.5b, when Zeri really got her ankles broken. No, this is 12.5, so it's something that we do need to keep an eye on as we actually get that Victor ban away. Somebody was paying attention to the stream, because Flobo had a damn good game on the champion. They got focused out a lot in those fights, but overall I would say still a pretty damn good performance.
Jin coming through. I mean, you could still be on point. Nope, neither of us are right on that one, as we get 3 ADC bans instead. Only 2 jungle bans this game, so actually quite a lot of stuff still open for Gorny and Hunty if they want it, but it will be Gatsu picking first for 0-2. Any predictions?
I mean, Hecarim's open. I don't know if you'd want to pick it necessarily. I mean, yes, you should in theory want to pick it. It's very, very good. But then looking down, Aphelios is still open. Aphelios Thresh is a combo that could go down. Just going for the raw Xin Zhao in my head, I was trying to rationalize, like, you left this Sejuani open, so maybe you're just going to pick the Trundle into counter. But even then, surely they know that, and then, like,
Yeah.
8D chess in my head. But no, as we do get standard Zins out, nothing out of the ordinary. The hovers, Coco on their Draven top. This player plays everything in every role. They have practiced a lot of different champions. Coached by Vizicachi, will give the old spiel again, and Draven top is something they have in the wheelhouse.
Both of a Hunty might be able to play this Sejuani, which he does so enjoy. Still on a hover, but this Karma, I would like to talk about, is currently looking at, 3 roles? Potentially 4 if you want to play an ADC.
Could be, but I don't know if we've got Reckless on stage. For this one, though, at least, I expect it to be going in the bottom lane. I'm just looking at the natural pairings. There's Ezreal, is still open overall. As far as it goes, Caitlyn is something you could go towards, and I don't know if with the Sejuani, I don't know how I necessarily feel about that. When you have the Sej, you really want to pair it with melee champions to help stack up that passive, get more stuns out in the fight. So, I'm a bit conflicted, if I must be honest, with so far what BME have drafted.
Alright, and there's the Xayah, something that Pekko really does enjoy. And very safe bot laner, you have Featherstorm, which gives you the invulnerability frames, and that allows you to dodge away and move around a little bit in a team fight.
And I think dodging away, most importantly, from Hunty's ultimate, right, on this Sejuani,
Yes.
it's very much reading what the enemy composition wants to do, but is it a bit too early of a call-out in the draft is what we're going to find out as BME take it back away now. Orianna picked up right there. You have a good combo between that and the Xin. They can get solid access to the backline, and with the Xayah combined with it, I'm curious to see whether we'll get straight up ADC or if it'll be lethality.
Alright, currently going for a Senna hover. That is quite interesting to me, because if that does get locked in, I would think it would likely be a Karma in the solo lane. But instead, we get a Kai'Sa.
Ah, yes, the flex pick Kai'Sa. Right, okay. I suppose that's the route we're going down, everybody, because Karma Kai'Sa is not... This comp is all over the place for me right now. I'm just looking at it with awe, because the first rule when you have Sej is you want melee champs to set the passive. First rule of Kai'Sa is you want a lot of CC. If it's going in the bot lane, at least things like the Nautilus can help enable the kill pressure. Things like the Rel as well, very good. So, I definitely am agreeing with you there that I think that at least one of those two presumed bot laners is an imposter, and we're going to be seeing some kind of mix-up on the red 5 pick for BME.
Very sus indeed. Still going second ban phase. Ahri and Camille coming through. Ahri, as we've talked about a little bit, very versatile mid pick, and so it seems that 0-2 have the read on that Kai'Sa going in the bot side. But Rakan getting banned out, but I want them to have the combination.
Yeah, okay, this is fine. I suppose it goes a bit with the characterization we're putting up for BME after they lost their first game. The thing about this team that was so unique was they have massive versatility on all players. Every player plays every champion you can imagine. So in the draft phase, you'd hope, at least, that makes them a really deadly force to go against. But what we might be seeing, if this backfires, is potentially almost too many options turning into too few solutions, as now we get Tristana locked in.
So, technically, either of those could go middle.
Well, the thing is, I think that Trist will likely be going mid, because Sora does have a good amount of the games on it, so that's the most likely one going out of the lane, but even then, you're still left with Kai'Sa Karma, which was our initial problem in the first place, so maybe Kai'Sa top. At this rate, we'll find out. I mean,
that would be a new one. We've seen it mid, but
it's an ADC player in the top lane.
Less range than some, so it might not be able to space quite as well, but it depends on the matchup, as we do still have to wait on the top lane of 0-2. A few seconds left to pick that one. Nautilus for the hard engage, and we have a monkey being hovered right now. Wukong, I think the most famous Wukong player currently would probably be Armut. There it is.
Could have been a Malphite. I would have also liked Malphite. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not against it, but I think that overall, the Wukong makes a lot of sense. The passive, being able to stack up that armor and health regen when the enemy is showing 2 ADCs makes a good amount of sense. The hybrid Kai'Sa obviously makes that a bit worse for wear, and it is still a blind pick at the end of the day. Oh, for God's sake, what am I looking at? Is Karma top then with Kai'Sa Bron bot? That's my proposition for you.
Yeah. I think that's it. No, not really. I think it is. It's Kaiser Brawl.
Okay, I'm just going to lean
benefit
back on my
of,
chair for this one.
Halo Blades Kaiser, you get to proc the stun very quickly on that. This stuff. I think I might have to join you in that one. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, so, alright. In all seriousness, I think that BME have answers to everything that 0-2 have in isolation. Firstly, the mid lane. Sora is on this Tristana into the Orianna. Back when Tristana mid was very popular, you would love playing it. Two champions that you could jump on and kill. However, if my memory serves, I'm trying to remember the way that actually went with the matchup for the Orianna, because I'm pretty sure Ori could outspace the Tristana once they got to first item at very least, and then made it very annoying because she could start up the shockwave where the Tristana was going to land. So, bit iffy there. In the top lane, the Karma can obviously keep the Wukong at arm's reach, and I believe actually to go back to Armor, who you mentioned earlier, as I recall, it was in their I think it was the first finals they won for LEC.
Yeah.
He locks in the Wukong into Karma, and well, he wants to lock in the Wukong into Karma, and the coach asks them, "So is that a good matchup or something?" Oh no, actually, it was in an interview after the game, and he's asked, "What do you think of the matchup of Wukong into Karma?" And he says it's unplayable. After asking for that matchup in the final game of their first title win, I believe it was. So we've got an awful matchup in the top lane here for the Wukong. We know that for a fact. Karma could Grand Shield everybody and stroll out and keep Wukong at arm's length in lane. Because remember, if she tethers the Wukong, it keeps going through the clone. Like, the clone will not fool you because you keep them tethered. So, potentially going to be rough up there. And then in the bot lane, at least in isolation, the Kai'Sa is an excruciatingly good answer to the Xayah. Because when you dive in, well, you get to choose when to dive in, and Xayah doesn't get to choose where you're going, so the feathers get annoying, and Braum can stun up the Naught when they go in, as the Naught may die. Oh my god, he didn't see.
Catch it out just about, and gets out.
No, they didn't know though.
Wait, did they not? Wait, was that actually not? Was that just 6%?
That was coincidence. I think that was raw coincidence.
I thought that Metis might have been able to catch it just in like the edge of his vision.
I think Metis has accidentally 5-headed the enemy team because they walked out at such perfect timing, but he was never in the bush when the enemy team came around the corner. So, alright, this is going to sound ridiculous, but BME think that 0-2 know where they are. 0-2 do not know where BME are, apart from that one that they are pinging out in the mid lane, as this could go horribly, horribly wrong. I'm expecting a late invade.
A free for free. It's free for free. It's a freebie versus free.
No, there's four people on that stack.
There's 4. Oh, I didn't see the other name tag. Oh wait, this is not okay. Well, you don't win this anymore, potentially, and I don't think you do in the early game. As our 2 Halo Blades and Pekeko is just gonna go down first blood to Sora, and I think that's the buff as well.
I mean, you can't contest this. This has to be. Oh my god, the smite.
Smite.
He's dragging it in the bush. This is the right thing to do because it means that there's no way to contest it.
Yep.
Oh,
okay.
level 2 Sedge.
I don't think you wanted to hook yourself in there, having to burn the flash.
My, oh my, that was a level 1. So, we were critiquing the entire champ select, saying you've got no melee champions in Sedge, and then they throw us back to Season 1 of TFT because they draft a glacial duo of the Braum plus the Sejuani, which together become insanity on the CC. So exactly when these two are on the same screen, BME have got a killer duo. Whenever they're not on the same screen, the lockup is most definitely not there.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, you have. I mean, there's a lot of CC on the whole, I suppose. Common with some roots, you have some slowing and the knockback from Sora, but this really sets Gorny behind in terms of his clear, and I would expect to see Hunty being able to put out a lot more map pressure and just really not allow Gorny to play the game.
As far as it goes, the Xin Zhao, not exactly the fastest clearer in the world. So, yes, I definitely agree with you there, as this is so aggressive from the BME bot lane.
Gets the stun, but the buffer is there, and Metis gets out with the anchor.
That would have hurt. Yeah, if that Prey Seeker hit, then that is going to be half-bar Nautilus. Plasma doing insane damage. There's a reason it takes 5 stacks to get up there, as opposed to all the other 3-stack passives. Okay, alright. I'm starting to like what BME have going for them. I'm not going to say that it's completely doomed for 0-2. They do have a Wukong, Orianna, plus Xayah in the mid to late game fight, so, you know, there's always the potential for the flip, especially against the Tristana, which I might say, while Sora is a player we respect highly, that champion does something to people, man. They will just jump in for the sake of jump in, and I don't think Sora is them, but we did see they leveled the W level 1 and went in.
What I will say, though, is that Tristana has a very, very nutty scaling on her E. So that does a lot of damage when you go in, especially when you can proc it with a W, get a reset, get back out. You can die, especially with the Ignite there. It's a lot of kill pressure. However, we have a skirmish here. Both exhausts being used. I don't think anyone actually can die here, but the route onto Shruki lives on a sliver of HP, and I don't actually think they have the range. However, Kiko... wait, they both get out!
Was that every single... Yeah, every summoner
That's every
that was
summoner.
up
That's
is
every
used.
summoner. Yep.
But that was more used by the BME bot lane because the flashes were already burnt from 0-2 off of the invade, as now Gorny, I mean, even level right now, give or take, after this objective is stolen.
Oh, Hunty's still going to be there, trying to go for the smite on it. Who's going to get it? It will be Hunty. Hunty can... Now, with the level advantage, you can probably make the play. Sora coming in. Orianna is also here, stunned down, you are ignited, and that's another kill to the Tristana. Risa over can possibly go for this as well. You're going to have to burn a summoner, surely. Maybe a bit too much move speed. Move the ball. Hunty. Yep, there's the flash.
Okay, that was close. Leaving that to the last second needed. If the stun connects, you definitely get popped there. So good from Sora on this Tristana early on. The early rotations, using that priority you just get from being Tristana and having that damage on the E explode to other minions. Crispy clean so far from BME, and like you said, with the Tristana being such a good hyperscaler, if there was somebody I wanted my early gold going on, it needs to be Sora this game.
And, Toby, not gonna have much fun now. As an Orianna, you are, I mean, your farm's okay, but you have no summoners. Sora is good, I would love it. And Halo.
Yeah, this is rough. This is very rough for BME. One thing that you can say, though, is that in an elongated fight, with double Halo Blades users on the BME squad, if you ever do manage to interrupt their initial combos, which, yeah, you would hope would be coming off of this top lane here, Gatsu, on the Wukong, you can eventually come back.
Unplayable.
It does, but they've kept even on CS, right? Like, they aren't going to ever be able to hurt Coco in this top lane. Maybe even with jungling defension, that might still be the case, but nonetheless, we've got, I would say, as even a game state as you can have, considering the amount of isolated action we've had.
Well, we'll say that. Wukong's going to turn it. Gatsu going onto Coco, few little strikes here and there, but he's out of mana, and therefore cannot finish the Karma off. Both still in the lane. Potential for something to happen there. BME, however, going to secure the first Drake Mountain, getting those extra resistances.
Gorny's top, though. Keep your eye up there right now. This is where we need to be, because Gorny is trying to collect this Karma. Has the flash still. And it's burned.
Gets out. Flash.
Yep. That's fine. I think that's okay. Knowing that Gatsu has the flash left on the Wukong, next time the ultimate's available, maybe that play looks a bit different, and Coco might end up going down in this unplayable matchup.
Not faring too badly. I think the main problem with the Wukong Karma matchup is that your passive is mostly giving you armor. Yes, it gives you a bit of health regen, but the armor is not particularly helpful into a Karma who's just going to be doing AP damage to you. But, well, BME currently have a pretty big lead. Mostly owing to the level 1.
Oh. They do know, chat. Well, I don't know if they
do. They have the damage?
No. They really don't. The Sejuani passive combined with Aftershock basically makes them the least burstable champion in the game. I wish we could have seen it, but I'm sure they would have been somewhere like 150 going on 200 armor and MR right then, so... Not the worst person to do a bit of face checking, as now Coco getting repeat ganked. No Wukong ult though.
Actually be in trouble, however, Xin does not have level 6, so it will just be the knock-up from this coming through. And that is enough damage to get the kill. Gorny will pack that one up instead. Absolutely fine. I mean, you kind of need the gold right now, given how far you've been set back.
Now, speaking back of Hunty on the bottom side, I'm just waiting to see when they hit that level 6 mark, because Gorny accelerated ahead because of that minion XP. I'm assuming they get off this camp. There you go. Okay.
There it is.
So, not too far behind, pretty much dead even when it comes to XP. Hunty will have 2 camps to collect here in this top lane, and I'm very curious to see where they invest that first ultimate. When you have so many games on the Sejuani, then you can imagine it's going to be crispy clean. It has to be, because when you look across the map, your gank setup is god-awful.
So you have, I guess, still on a W, but you're committing to that?
Karma
On a
root,
W, yeah. But you
which
have
is...
to run up.
They would already be, you know, dead in that case.
yeah.
Or at least in a bad spot.
Well, 3 versus 3 Crescent Strike immediately, but Sora just goes in there, gets the kill, now gets out with the reset on it. Gatsu, not dead, neither is Hunty. However,
Oh,
the health
that
bars
was-
are incredibly low.
Narrow. We do actually have both supports rotating over now. ADC's returning to, or staying in, better said, the bot lane. This will be a big minion wave crashed that the 0-2 ADC will at least be able to pick up. Overall, minor win for BME. But with Nautilus over here, they are in the level 5 actually. I was going to say if they were level 6, this turns very dramatic in the top lane. They still get the kill anyway though.
Yep, simple as that apparently.
Got my damn mouth.
How many times has that happened today?
At least 3. I've definitely
Yeah.
counted 3 just anecdotal times where I started to make a point and then just almost like a meme template, it happens seconds away. Like it's some kind of cast a curse trap card.
Yeah, but I do feel there's some dark technologies going on today, especially with the Shyvana pick. But in other news, the Herald has been taken by 0-2. And it'd be interesting to see exactly where they use it. I would imagine potentially in top lane to try and get Gatsu on the map, or maybe Toby back in the game.
I think it's a good angle to start looking at this point because the Rift Herald from behind, it's alright for regaining some tempo, but if we take a look at where the plates have actually been taken by 0-2, you would be hard fought to find any, considering all towers still have 5 plates up. So it is only going to be that minor gold injection unless you dedicate a lot of resources to make a play, and if you do that, you are leaving potentially Sora on this Tristana alone with a turret, and Tristana, Kraken Slayer completed mind you, is one of the best turret slayers in the game, so gonna have to be very clean from 0-2 if they are to get a play off here.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. 40 seconds on the Infernal Drake. Second Drake of this game. And it's probably going to be the setup for this. Cloud is on the table, not Cloud table. Cloud Drake is on the table. And, there we go.
Nothing too much to occur here, as I feel this is dead Orianna. Okay, flashless Orianna.
Also no Glacial Prison now, but you do dissuade the Orianna.
They still have
Position
the
is
shot
currently split.
I'm curious to see if they just shut this Rift Herald down bot. They have control with Desire currently, but yeah, there we go. Such menacing members jumping forward.
Really looking for it. Most of Metis' HP, but not quite enough damage. Re-engage comes through from 0-2 onto Hunty. Crescent Guard away, but the Nautilus goes down, and now Gorny's looking to go down as well. The Pageko manages to get the damage onto Braum. One more gets the passive, and I think the Plasma proc gives Shruki the double. And in the end, it's a 2 for 3.
Wow, that was as even as it could get, considering at the start of that play, it was just Metis on such low HP. They managed to at least go back in and get something dropping down that frozen path from the passive on the rune. So, not too bad overall from 0-2. I mean, it's not good, but you deny the Dragon Take. Oh no.
Oh, he might actually just be dead. I know how much that ability does. It scales off of crit as well. Oh boy.
Oh, that's conservative, I'd say. They're actually going to leap back to safety, knowing that they have safety on the mid lane. Wait a minute. Did Toby just try and... Would they TP back in and then get killed immediately? Is that what happened there? I was looking a bit too much at the bot lane tab. I feel like that was the case.
I actually think, yeah, they
TP'd
TP'd into tower, went to wave, and then Sora just went on them.
So that's as dire as it gets, really, because now you lose this dragon absolutely. And while the mid lane XP and CS will get eaten up by the support jungler, I feel like you kind of need this Orianna to be ahead, right? Because who else is going to actually access...
What is going on?
I don't know. We take it.
That's... I'm not mistaken in thinking we've had 4 Ocean Souls, no?
No, it's a... I don't know, recycle, I guess? I'm not sure. What do we want from the ocean? Save the rainforest? Something like that? We have Gorny ganking the top lane now. They have the Rift Herald. They have a flash on Karma, though, so I imagine that Coco gets out.
There's the
Yep.
flash.
Herald duration is, drumroll, nearly done, so yeah, they're always going to have to chuck it down here.
I actually get the golden. I don't know if it charges quickly enough. No, it should, it should.
Yeah, they've
Just
got
about.
the money. The only issue is, I feel like Sora may be coming back to collect. No, they pivot back to mid lane. Never mind. Not wanting to face check into his ins out. Fair enough.
2
bad.
seconds.
Not bad at all.
Oh,
Bye.
I'm the buffer.
He doesn't even go back for the tower. Okay, now they're going for it. Surely this time, like, it's the Zinzao is the only thing that can stop you. And as we see from everywhere else on the map, this is just a demolition from BME.
However, Pico is currently tanking tower.
Activated my trap card.
He's dead.
The caster curse.
Oh,
Never mind.
oh.
Yes,
Okay,
mine.
well, it's traded.
Man.
Oh, here we go again. We're going to get a skirmish in the mid lane. Crescent Strike's going to disengage that one, but the Glacial Prison for the re-engage. And Sora will get
Should
that.
do it.
There it is.
Nice. The twofer. Okay. BME looking alive in this game as we are starting to see their draft flexibility really come on top with these individual lane counter picks dominating so hard. Oh, come on. Don't do it again.
Oh, no. Not like this. Not like this.
What?
The 7-0.
Oh my goodness, sorry. Yeah, I agree with that, Amo. I am sweating looking at this. Hot diggity, what a performance so far out of the mid laner. Coming back with a vengeance from last time around. Okie dokie.
I don't know what to say, honestly.
It's bad. It doesn't look good.
Sora
If you're
almost
a
has an
0-2 fan.
LDR. LDR, 2 items at 15 minutes almost.
So, we know that last time around at the previous EUM, hold on, this Karma is getting ganked at a high hell up in the top lane. 3 people over there, they're probably dead.
Yep. There goes Coco.
Bonk.
That's something.
Okay, final rotations for BME coming up to this top lane right now. They're going to look for any kind of return play. They have 2 people, but Sora has the damage of 4 right now on this Tristana. Where will they land? They're not going in yet. They're just fake out. Okay.
Remember that the Glacial Prison is not quite up yet. It is going to be shortly. So Hunty just currently waiting for the cooldown. Baiting the play. Sora currently out of vision. Gorny is also here. Sora goes in. Immediate stopwatch. And that might end up being the shutdown. Will be able to bust the shot them away. Pick up 1 kill on the end. But Triumph almost getting Hunty alive. But
Sora.
will go down in the end.
Don't jump in, Sora. You're worth too much money, Sora. They decide not to at the end, but now, with the roaming supports coming up to supplement this Tristana, I feel like the game is going to continue to get worse. Who needs Caitlyn, guys? Tristana was the original tower killer now. Oh. Well, actually, Caitlyn wasn't, then Tristana got the rocket on, you know. Oh well.
Yeah. I imagine that Sora could probably back for LDR.
I imagine that Sora could probably just walk over anyone at this point. They got caught out by the fake out of the Nautilus ult into Wukong ult with the Zinzao there.
Yep.
All 3 of them. And
Actually, yeah.
Sora leaves of half HP. It's too strong right now. Like, this Trist is beyond comprehension. And the worst part is, if you ever kill them, you have to then handle ADC number 2, who has their 3 supportive champions surrounding them. So, overall, I'm seeing BME running the most weirdly jank funnel comp I've ever seen of 2 people that get resources and everybody else is just there to be a body in front of them. And it's working so far.
I mean, you have the Moonstone. It's, I guess it's the plot armor from Kingdom Hearts currently keeping Sora alive right now. 7-on-1. Let's see what 2 can do. 0-2 can do with Drake coming up in 15 seconds. Just posturing in the
free.
river.
Rift Herald is available currently on Shruki of all people, so curious to see if that gets dropped down before the objective. You'd imagine that they would use it to look for some kind of play elsewhere, but no lanes are really set up for it, so It's just going to be the straight up fight.
They have their battle lines established.
They got the full mythic? What was that back for? Was it just the HP and the mana? I guess so.
I imagine so. I mean, it's a mythic with Oriana right now. Not quite in the fight yet, still clearing out mid-wave. Starting up the Drake.
You need to at least try and flip it as Gormy, and they're going in for something.
Very cool.
Oh,
Prism secures the Drake. Currently dealing any damage down. Gorny onto Coco will get that kill. No, he won't. Flash over the wall. Hunty now in the middle of everything, managing to stay alive. The tenacity of that Sejuani proving true. Shruki managing to get a lot of damage onto Metis. Now's the engage again, but that's the shutdown. The lane partner, the revenge of Toibu. But in the end, you still lose free.
Oh, will the Prey Seeker collect this last one, though? It's not up quite yet. They have the Rift Herald to chuck down mid. Well, it is overall a pretty pleased trade, I guess. The gold amount at the current moment, because you would have got more gold just off the shutdown of Sora than for the rest of your team dying. So that's alright, but you're going to lose this mid lane turret here. And I feel like we may have had this discussion earlier with Kai'Sa, particularly, and these poke champions. When you lose priority in the mid lane, it becomes really annoying because they could just bombard you from far away. Currently, they haven't gone anything down the AP route, but as we see, they are now making their way towards it. It is only inevitability before Shruki becomes the long-range nuisance that, similar to the last time, there's no good answer for on 0-2's comp.
Speaking of range, Sora gets to draw a bead. Every time Sora levels up, gets a little bit more range. That's just the one little thing that Tristana has, and eventually that scales up to quite a lot of range, if I'm not mistaken, above Caitlyn's range at max level, which does play into it. It means that you have less of a window to be able to play and posture safely around objectives before Sora comes in and blows up your entire health bar.
Also part of the reason why solo lane Tristana makes so much sense. You get that extra XP, you get to be higher up than everybody else, and there is absolutely no way I expect Sora to jump on this Wukong, but something about Tristana, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just I've played with one too many Tristanas that have done this to me, but I can only hear, like, the Lee Sin, my mind's telling me no music. It's just one of the... There's some abilities in the game. Tristana jump is up there, the Lee Sin Q is obviously up there. I've recently seen Nautilus Q filling in a similar role, but Metis hasn't exactly fallen prey to that as of current. Right now, I feel like they may fall prey to this Sejuani if they're too close up.
Throwing out some vision, I mean, Sejuani has the capacity to do that.
Wait, when did Shruki get the Nashers? I saw them walk out of base with components. They must have got a very recent recall in and now have it, so the poke is online.
There it is. That Q evolve is there. I think it was after the last fight, given the kills that Shruki got double in that one. So with that extra gold, managed to secure that item.
Terrifying. The Mirror Mana is also nearly there now on the last few moments before this champion is absolutely unleashed. And you already have one unleashed ADC, right? Even after killing Sora, the shutdown is still there. Okay, we have the Baron attempt. It's not much of an attempt, guys. It's free if you don't stop them. They have double ADCs who shred at this thing.
Let's see what 0-2 can do.
Instant TP for Karma. Big shield waiting to come in.
Coming in. Have the Mantra Shield, but they want to make the turn instead. Onto Metis they go. The Nautilus gonna get bursted in the weak. Sora picks that one up, gets the reset. Void Seeker Shruki into the backline, doing so much damage with the Acafian Rain. That's another one. Fight on two fronts, managing to win it because Sora is just so damn far ahead. Coco with the shielding might be able to live. Nope, Gatsu gets one of them, but that's free real estate now on the Drake. Not the Drake, the Baron, the big purple one.
No run back on your Camille performance from last time, Gatsu, unfortunately. One too many high health members in front of you in this one. And all of that was facilitated by Coco's early teleport in, instant Mantra Shield, that entirely mitigated Toibu's Oriana. They did no damage with it. They didn't break the shield. And even after that, because of the Moonstone healing that was coming out throughout the entire encounter, it just got better and better and better for BME. The chase down was great. Amazing just synergy from this team, I guess is the way to say it. But at this point, you're so far ahead, as if it even matters.
Did you just see what I see?
Go on.
Or saw? I would like to point everyone's eyes towards Sora's inventory and the fact he just completed the Infinity Edge on that back.
So, 0-2 are not having a great time. I don't think they have the damage to come back from this one, unfortunately for them. Oh no.
Well, it feels like he's just going to get away.
Like, the best hope they can expect right now is if they can get the shutdowns onto the two ADCs, then the rest of the comp does nothing. But there's way too many tools to protect them, as we're seeing firsthand.
Breakable Gorny with the engage, they just get the Ocean Soul immediately. One down onto Gatsu, Kiko will go down, but he's eaten up so much damage. Nice dodge away from the Glacial Prism from Pekeko, but it's just too much damage. And right now, Sora is just rolling his face over the keyboard into the faces of 0-2. And it looks like they are going to go 0-2.
BME looking like a different beast today on this game right now. Very clean performance from this squad. Off of that, late invade level 1 completely putting the game in their favor. Clean performance.
I mean, Tobu has clearly had enough. The IG emote closing out the game in style. And congratulations to BME, bouncing back from the loss earlier today. And all I have to say as well, 0-2, I think you're going to need to look back, take some time to adjust. Of course, there were some issues today in Pekeko with the substitution problem, but
they should be okay. I feel that from what we saw on the highs of 0-2, this might have just been a situation where it broke them for the day. It happens, right? Mental is something that overall, it's not just something you're consciously thinking of, it's also just having the energy levels. They are getting further through this day, remember, playing non-stop to this point. So it is exhausting playing that many games back to back to back to back. Feel like come back in for the second round robin and 0-2 will be looking a lot better off. On the other side, though, to end on a more positive note before we go off for our break and whatnot, BME, quite proud of that. That was good. We got to see the theory that was partially demonstrated last time around. We didn't have the full-on shenanigans in the draft last game that they played and ended up going down. This time, though, Karma first pick into getting sent up into the top lane. Tristana with the Kai'Sa, with the... It hurts your head to look at, but you know what? They had a plan and they executed on it damn well. I think what we've learned here, though, is don't give Hunty that damn Sejuani.
No.
Pay them the respect that they paid to the Zac on the other side.
I mean, you saw the coin flip. Coin flip happened at level 1 at the enemy red buff, and it very much worked in their favor. Gave Sora the ability to gather that lead in the mid lane, and I mean, it's really a feels bad, man, because Toibu. Yeah, I mean,
Had a killer game on the
that would
Victor.
be an FF15 if that was solo queue. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, yeah, you're getting... They teleport back into lane, immediately got killed, right? We don't need to keep going over that one, because at the end of the day, it's a super fed Tristana. That's what she does if she's ahead. However, this BME comp, I don't know if they can run it back, is my biggest issue, because obviously that was very specific with lane counters perking up across the map. The Wukong, obviously, with the Karma then going into it after getting shunted up to the top lane, ended up playing very well, etc, etc, etc. All the lanes went in their favor. So while I don't think that this... I do think that this was a very good performance from BME, I don't think they can replicate this draft because that level 1 was so crucial. If this comp falls behind, if the Kai'Sa or the Tristana are down in the game, it's awful. You have no DPS, the Wukong runs over your backline, and the game just ends off of a shockwave that grabs both of them. So, you know, a very well-executed game, but I don't know if this is the style we'll see from BME in the future. More wackiness I hope to ensue, though.
Well, we'll see what happens in the time to come, but for now, back to a break again. So our final game for today, in a short period of time, Bristol Warriors versus the Bobcats. See you shortly. Hello everyone, once again we are back with the 2022 Amazon University Esports Masters. Melbourne is on Takawa, and it is our final game for today, of the fifth of 5, and it is Spain versus the United Kingdom, and it is Bristol Warriors versus the Bobcats, who, if I'm not mistaken, are currently undefeated.
Which is impressive. We saw the Bobcats all the way back what feels like an eternity ago in our first game, and they played, I'm trying to remember now, it was a long time ago.
Uludog.
Yeah,
Uludog?
I'm trying to remember what their style overall was. Because
It was a Diana Yasuo comp.
yeah, that was it. I was like, I remember it sealed itself in my head, but I couldn't remember why. So Diana Yasuo performed extremely well. It's all coming back to me now. Infinity had a killer game. They were against a comp that was built to shut down this combo, and they still managed to execute. Winnie on the Jhin also had a killer performance. So now the question is, what does Bristol Warriors have in the tank to beat it, who also did win on stream earlier?
Indeed they did, and that was versus 0-2, who have gone 0-2 on stream. And well, Bristol Warriors, as we know, playing with a sub in the support today, a few roster issues here and there. But for the most part, I mean, they put out a really good showing last time that they were viewed on stream, which is great to see.
Yes,
There's
indeed. Taking a look through, I believe it was Haste on the Camille, if I'm not mistaken, last time around. Killmaster definitely was on that Hecarim, absolutely dominant on the pit, getting the early first blood roaming up to the top lane. As I believe they were against the Akali where they fished that one out, and then it was a overall pretty commanding game in their favour. So we'll have to see coming into this one if Bristol Warriors can actually challenge the Bobcats, considering as we are heading into this next one, Bristol are going to be coming out a little bit tired. They are still going on in a current very close game. So as far as it goes, Bristol are definitely coming in without the prep advantage.
Yeah, Bristol today not necessarily had the best strength of schedule, having to play 2 back-to-backs early on, and another one now, going back straight into another one after their current game concludes. But as we've seen before, I'll say it again, with their original reason for their qualification was with a 3-2 reverse sweep. So we know that the team has a good mental.
They can play the long game, most definitely. We know that they have got the experience going for that one. As we did have earlier on, just recounting some more of the things that we had, it was Johnny Kondo on that Karma, offering so much for being able to constantly disengage from the enemy and re-rotate their team to help, particularly when side lane plays were happening. So, as we are continuing to just give them a little bit more time to finish off that match, and honestly, I'm just excited to see who ends up coming out on the top there, because what we got from Uldag earlier on was a different monster than what we saw first thing this morning against the Bobcats, actually. So we can tie that one over now.
Exactly that. And, well, the Bobcats, massive performance, as you said, from Infinity on that Diana, and then Dark being so proficient on the Yasuo. And one thing that was of note with this team, when their plays went well, they did really well. But the problem is that they forced a lot of plays in the first game. And oftentimes when they force a bit too much, they tend to have a tendency to overforce, I would say.
Yes, they definitely had a couple occasions where they went a bit over the mark, particularly when they were playing up against the Gragas in the top lane. They definitely did an overzealous dive up there, ended up putting the game out of their favour early on and made it a lot more difficult for them to take it, is the win overall. But once those fights got on further into the game, they were able to find those windows of opportunity. And now we have to see what they can actually get done, because Pelu was paying the Gnar in the top lane with that hull breaker. And I'm curious to see if they return to something like that, because this is the player that earlier on in the day we're highlighting for their Akshan top, and then a similar case for Infinity on their Rek'Sai jungle that was banned away from them. So time to find out if those picks retain their seat on the ban bench, or if we're going to start to see something different from this squad.
Something out Pelu as well, if you take a look at the solo queue, done a little bit of scouring, a little bit of scouting. Also a Tryndamere player, and when you put that all together and you see that, oh well, Akshan, Gwen, Graves, Tryndamere, like, no offense to him, but you know, if I'm matching up versus you in solo queue, I do not want to play into any of those matchups.
Yeah, they're very abusive in lane with their champion pool. Even going over to the Gnar is one of the older lane bullies to ever exist in the top lane. So we know for a fact if it comes down to it, they will have their way with top lane. And that's why we really do need to keep our eye up there for this game. Because I think versus Haste, who had a very good game in of their own right, buying so much time on their Camille and going off on one, is going to be something that we need to keep a focus up, down, up, down there, you know what I mean. Up in the top lane, there's a lot of carries that could go down and a lot of bullies, so it's all going to be about who gets that counter pick for the lane.
Exactly that, and jungle as well between the two of them. There's going to be a lot of bans thrown at this top side between Haste, Killmaster, Pelu, and Infinity. That's what we expect, given what we saw from Bristol Warriors in their game, and the Bobcats from theirs equally. Outside of that, I don't think there's too much to expect. It's just whether that we'll get something like a Yasuo again, but do you think the Yasuo will get banned out, or do they just go for something like a Diana ban potentially to see if you can't run that comp back?
Well, comically, I don't know if you remember the opening of the LEC this split, and I've got a reason for this. And it's because Boshi also plays the Akshan in the mid lane for Bristol. Yeah. So, there's always the opportunity for that wonderful Akshan into Yasuo Diana combo, which, Akshan into Yasuo, cool. Akshan into Yasuo Diana, not cool.
No.
Doesn't go well. As soon as that level 6 is hit, you chain die on repeat. If Perks can't do it, I don't think our players are going to be able to do it. They're all very good at what they do, but hot damn, did they demonstrate why the Yasuo Diana is so oppressive if you play in a mobile carry in the mid lane. And Akshan's not even that immobile at the end of the day. He's just squishy and doesn't have any get-off-me tools.
Has the swing around if you have the potential for it, but it's just the ability of Diana to just click on you with her E, press R, and then Yasuo presses
R. Execution, one might say, which is exactly what we favoured the Bobcats draft for earlier in the day. And while I wouldn't say that Bristol Warriors were too far off with their own, when we take a look at how this one is going to really start to set out, I'm hoping to see that the Bobcats have more strings to their bow, because you can't just repeat that Yasuo, right? When it went so well last time, and it was on stream, more importantly, you could just ban it away, provided that Bristol were able to keep their honor, which, saying that, given the fact they have been stuck in some of the longest games we've had today, all very, very close fought, maybe they actually don't know.
Is this just the curse of Bristol Warriors? Because it was long for their finals as well. It was a 3-2 reverse sweep, and there were some very tight games. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, in the game that they had to win to stay in the series, their opposition was in their base.
Yep.
At one point.
Most definitely. And to me, that doesn't sound like a curse. That sounds like a style choice. That sounds like
choice.
They love to be right on the edge of losing. Exactly. That comeback effect. And that is a real thing, especially when, remember, all these teams have already played 3 games. Well, technically Bristol only 2, because they haven't, finished their game. So they will have played 3 games by the time they jump into here. And that's the point being of you need to have that just resilience against fatigue when you are playing so many games in a row. It's kind of like, at least for Clash, you have that window where maybe the team that you're meant to go against FFs, maybe something like that happens. You get, like 40 minutes or so to get ready. No, you don't get that. And it's not like playing a best of 5 where you could quickly adjust to what they were doing. You're playing against a team you were not just against, right? 4 different opponents is a tough one for anybody, let alone when you are against 4 really good opponents from completely separate regions with completely separate playstyles. There is no reliable way for you to be ahead of the game unless, I don't know, actually, I have no idea. There's no way to do that.
Yep, currently we've just had word that it's currently at 40 minutes, and it's a very close game between Lugard and Bristol. So yet again, it's just proving my point and your point that 40-minute clenchers is what Bristol has in their arsenal.
So let's bust out the cup of tea and have a little chat about something else, since we'll come back to the game once it is a bit more imminent, since we'll obviously not want to literally drag the Bristol players out of their 40-minute win or loss and then yeet them into this champion select immediately. So, we talked about a lot of stuff earlier on. For everybody that has stuck with us the entire time, hi and thank you. It is great to have you all here supporting University Esports all across Europe. Now, what do you want to chat about?
Oh boy. I've said that a lot today, but I feel
Yep.
like it's just the word of the day, given the way that all these games have gone, you know. But given it's the last game though, and we can quickly gloss over, I suppose, stuff like the prize pool, exactly what we're playing for, and the fact that this is a really high level competition. It's a gateway for pro, and for many people, it will be the highest level, I suppose, of League of Legends that they have ever played in, and for some will ever play in.
I completely want to echo with that one. I remember the first time I played Newell, it hooked me on competitive esports forever, and it actually pivoted me to doing my own esports degree after that because of how much you really just love that environment, love the sport, love everything to do with the atmosphere, and you can only replicate that when you are playing in a team environment at the end of the day, right? Obviously there are single player games, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
It's having that atmosphere where you're all in the comms screaming out of the hard fought 45-minute victory that hopefully comes soon one way or the other so we can cast this video game, but you get the point. It's all just down to the atmosphere. Oh well, it was a 45-minute loss. Uludagwim is just the message that we get, so
It happens
sorry
sometimes.
Bristol, yeah, it does
happens.
happen, but they won their last game that they lost when they lost to come on stream, right? So they lost the previous game, and then they went on stream and won. Now they're back on stream, and they just came off of a loss. So Bristol Comfort Zone, it feels like that is becoming ever present by the minute.
I'm sensing another triangle coming here.
I see,
Because
yeah.
if
Yeah.
Bobcats beat and
Yeah, that's
then
true,
they
it does.
beat Bristol, then if Bristol beat Bobcats here.
Wait, that would actually give us that thing we said at the start of the day as a joke of, wow, it would really show how competitive this group is if every team finished 2 or 3 or 3 and 2 by the end of the day. If Bristol are able to win here, I am 90% sure that is going to be the case. Where every team
it would
would
be
in that
it'd
kind
be
of
3
region.
and 1 for Bobcats, but likewise they still take a
Yeah.
loss there, and given
Setting
other
up for it.
matchups, yeah.
So we'll have to find out how that one goes shortly, once we get the Bristol players in and over and ready to go. One of the people that I do want to highlight is Killmaster in the jungle on their Hecarim. They had such an amazing performance earlier, but they are not the one-trick pony that you might think. They have got plenty of champions to fall back on. The Volibear, something that they like to buy with the Zhonyas, does a great job at those mid-game tower dives when the champion is already meant to have fallen off. And on the subject of divers, they are also renowned for their Nocturne, of all things, which I say of all things because it has not been in the mainstay meta for a little while.
I think it was ever since they nerfed the Umbral. It's what's it? Umbral
Glaive?
name is passive.
No, not
Umbral
Glaive. Well, actually, I think it is like
it's
Umbral
Umbral
Trespass.
something, isn't it? No, Umbral
No,
Trespass
that's Kane.
Kane's ultimate. I'm pretty sure it's Umbra Blades. That's what it is.
Umbra. That's. I was like, I swear it's Glaives.
It's yeah.
Close enough.
Umbra Blades. There you go. Ever since they nerfed the healing from that onto minions, he has not really been seen so much. I think it was healing overall as well as healing onto minions. That pushed him out of solo lanes and the jungle a little bit.
Had a little bit of the Lee Sin treatment where suddenly people realize, wow, this guy's numbers are cracked. We better play them in the solo lanes. And then it happens, and then the junglers are like, my child, no, please, come back. And then they come back to you, a nerfed wreck with itemization changes, lethal tempo being different as well. That was his favorite room for a reason, because his trading pattern just lent so well into the old lethal tempo. Now, a fair bit less so, I would say. You don't get that initial fighting into immediate ramp up. It takes a lot longer, so I don't know if it's a champion they necessarily bring out today, but they have got in the pool if needed Viego as well, or these players that just won't be banned out regardless of how hard you try.
Yeah, also I feel like his current when the Stridebreaker dash was a thing, that was also really good. Even when they changed it to an obscene
I was gonna say it was
style.
the same thing as the Shaco that we were talking about earlier, where it was 99%. Exactly, it was just disgusting. Now, a bit less disgusting.
Yeah, he just still kills you if he's ahead. And I distinctly remember a Clash game. I was just playing Caitlyn on bot side, and every single time that Nocturne pressed R, it was on me. I was playing Lethality Nocturne.
I would say who hurt you, but you just told me, so I don't need to ask that bit.
I don't remember his ID.
No, you don't remember their name, but you just remember the spirit of Nocturne coming to get you.
Yep.
Pain.
Yeah, pain indeed.
Well, this game, not that we have necessarily got the Nocturne, but we do have that on one of the junglers in the Rek'Sai as the signature for the other one. We've got Infinity, who performed ever so well on their Diana. This time around, though, curious to see if that Rek'Sai gets banned again, because it has really not come back into meta. Do not take my words out of context. It has started to be seen again because of the other junglers that are in play, but most importantly paired with this Kai'Sa, paired with the Ezreal, these kind of things that poke you down, and then the Kai'Sa with the AP portion chunks you out, then the lethality Rek'Sai yeets at you, and you get point and click killed. And with so many champions in the meta that are just mobile, able to run around, like the Zeri is one. If they ever get tagged with poke and then followed up by the Rek'Sai, you die. And it is so good to be able to access these ADCs and kill them because of how important they are in the meta. Things like the Jinx, things like the Aphelios and the Zeri. 12.5, I've said it a couple times today, we're still on that patch. These champions are all completely fine.
Yep, it is. It is the Jinx Aphelios patch. It is still Jinx Aphelios for the most part, if you want to think about it that way. Those other minor ADC buffs, in particular with Ashe, Lucian, and I suppose 2 base AD on Draven, can matter in certain circumstances, given the fact that he has the percentage increase on his axes. But for the most part, it is generally just Ashe and Lucian that got the brunt of the benefits there, and then Jinx and Aphelios getting toned down slightly. But that's not what we're playing on. That is not the reality we're living in. We are living in the patch beforehand. It's the same patch, but a few weeks beforehand. And we are still in the world of Arcane.
We now have word. Bristler getting in the lobby. We're nearly ready to get started.
Getting there. Getting there. 9 out of 10? I mean, you know what? It's been a pretty good day as far as matchups go. I feel like
Yeah.
we've seen the whole picture of this group.
I would say 4 out of 5. Oh, well, I'm assuming this one's going to be great. So 3 out of 4 games have been absolutely brilliant to watch, very competitive both ways around. Then we obviously just had the last game, which BME kind of just won from level 1. And sometimes that happens, right? We aren't going to get a cracking game every single time. But even then, it at least set aside the fact that even the 2 teams that were lower down in the standings have plenty to show. As now, we've got everybody in lobby, just waiting for the word on champions, so that we can finally get to guess which champions are getting banned first. My favourite part of the game, Hecarim, most definitely going to be the ones we need to keep an eye on. The Thresh, also a very important one when you consider all those hyper carries we talked about. Both of these ADCs ready to play it, and Kai'Sa, another one that we should keep at least in the back of our mind against this Yasuo-Diana duo of Infinity and Dark.
Infinite Darkness, I guess, is the name of the game here. And Rek'Sai, there it is. Infinity not allowed to play it, as you talked about. No Prowler's Claw coming through today.
I mean, yeah, it'd be unlikely. Maybe the Ezreal still gets it, because that is...
Oh yeah,
that
is good. Yeah.
I mean, thinking about the players in this game, I don't think Ezreal is one of their top ones at very least. Do have the Jhin for Winnie. That's something that we might end up seeing.
They
again.
both play Jinx. So if there's anything to go
Who
by, we're
doesn't
on
play
12.5, and I mean, I love Jinx. Jinx is great.
What? I feel like she was in something, but I don't know what. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like,
Yeah, I have a feeling I know.
like a small
exactly
indie cartoon? Something
yeah,
like that?
Like that studio that paired with Riot.
I think it was Arcana, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Anyway, Hecarim and Yasuo are banned, so bingo, I guess. I really do need to start making draft bingo sheets, because it's always fun to just see where the teams put priority on their opposition.
12.5.
Yeah. Question mark. Veigar.
Ooh,
Okay.
There it is. Well, I know that Dark has a little bit of experience on this pick. Would you like to elaborate?
Well, I mean, it's a very disgusting champion to play right now, and something that, while it is very scary in the mid, you always need to be careful of the flexibility down into that bottom lane, because Predator Veigar in both roles is abusive. I have seen it continuously just run at you. It goes Everfrost first, it runs max speed with its tiny yordle legs, gets the Everfrost on you, chains that into all of its damage and all of its stun from the event horizon, and you die as 9 out of 10 targets. However, we should probably talk about dying a bit more, because Akshan is here to negate it. Point the wrong way.
He has finally come. After all of these games where we have people that are Akshan players, we finally get the action pick last, and it is on the side of
Oh,
Bristol Warriors.
God
Most
in
likely
heaven, it's
coming
a
through with Bosch.
2022 game.
Oh, good lord.
That's Zeri. That's enough to say. We'll come back to it later. Zeri is very good. We haven't seen her yet today. I think that she's had several changes to back and back in patches, so considering that we haven't had the full of the Zeri nerfs on our current version of the game, I feel like a lot of players have been a bit cautious because, oddly enough, you don't practice on the tournament realm, you practice on regular server, so Zeri's going to have felt a lot weaker than how she will in-game right now for presumably Winnie. I will preface that with, obviously,
Yes.
we've seen Zeri mid for certain, Zeri top has been rumoured, and I've seen a fun video on Zeri jungle, so we're going to assume that that is Zeri ADC, but until we have an answer for sure, we will not be able to tell you that either, as the Jinx from that
show.
That
the
show.
Hit show that
Yeah.
started at like #1 on
Attack on Titan? No.
Hmm.
That's Camille. Yeah. I don't know. We'll
Try to
remember it
remember.
later.
Well, they take away the Diana. Instead of Infinity this time, it is Killmaster playing the Diana, which is, I mean, talked about Diana into Akshan. Well, you know what? Let's just have them on the same team instead.
Yeah, I suppose it makes somewhat sense just because you get the mixed damage portfolio between one of your solo laners. Obviously, the Akshan is expected to go mid for Boshi, but could potentially make its way to top. And then, considering that along with the Jinx, it's really good because you grab everybody up in the Moonfall and then the Jinx rocket comes out. And while Akshan doesn't necessarily have that wombo combo potential, he is exceptionally good at picking off stragglers, getting resets on that rope swing during the team fight, as we do have the Syndra, though, who I'm going to make the not-so-controversial statement and say bodies all three of the Bristol champions currently.
I have 3 words, and that is Scatter the Weak. That's all you need to know for Syndra. You press E with the Q already, you get the stun.
I mean, you don't even need necessarily the stun for at least Akshan, because all you need to do is get him out of that rope swing to minimize a lot of his damage. If you get the stun with it as well, brilliant, because, you know, it's a pretty predictable way he's going to go. He's swinging in a circle. And then if we take a look for the rest of them, getting Diana off you, amazing. You already have the Xin Zhao, which should be able to do the same thing, as we have massive support focus coming out from Spain, really removing a lot of those, and it makes me think we might be seeing potentially the Zeri Yuumi in the bot lane, which is awful.
I am
just
very
awful.
happy that's gone. That Bristol Warriors have taken the initiative to ban away the old man, and Zillion will not be another day this game, because Zeri with the move speed that you get from Zillion, I mean, that's a nightmare.
I mean, out of the 3 champions that are known for giving ridiculous movement speed, it's not the Yuumi, it's not the Zillion, they still get the Lulu though, so they're not going to be complaining with the on-hit effects bonus as well. Going to be very handy with them. Plus the Xin Zhao, Lulu's already got a lot of synergy with, as now on the other side. Don't worry guys, there's always another engaged support as we get the Holy Trinity completed with Leona, and now that is a hover on the Camille. No Renekton ban for, I think, the 2nd time of the day. We weren't tracking it last game, but we definitely had it every game up until then. And I'm only talking about this hover because it is something we know Haste plays, has played today, and is good at. And plays.
There it is. Gets locked in. Going back at it again. So yes, it will be Boshi in the end going into the Syndra on the Akshan. I actually have no idea. I mean, obviously the Scatter the Weak, as we mentioned, is the main tool there, but I have no idea how it goes in general as the matchup. He actually has 100% presence. In all the live games, Renekton has 100% presence.
Was it banned last game? I can't remember because yeah, you're 100%? Okay, I'll believe your word.
I'm pretty sure it was.
That's funny. Alright, so Renekton, not exactly a renowned champion in the meta right now, but oddly enough, when you are playing Camille's and Yasuo's, Renekton stomps on them in lane with help. However, we know Haste is very good, and I'm curious to see if they're going to keep that Flash Summoner spell, because Ignite Teleport was the tech originated on Camille to play against Renekton. It was the Ignite Teleport Grasp. That was the Trinity that I believe Bin at least brought to the global public at Worlds of 2020, and then playing that into Renekton completely swung the matchup, made it actually playable and even slightly Camille favoured at times. So we'll have to find that one out as we hop into game, but overall, I would say we got some very disjointed comps on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind almost semi what you would expect out of both teams. You got, I mean, there's a control mage, of course. I think most of the mid laners here have some proficiency on those. Akshan being a pocket pick of Boshi's. Hates upon the Camille again. I mean, you can see it. You can see it happen.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how we actually get the Akshan on the map, if it does anything, or if this is going to be one of those picks where it's amazing in solo queue, don't get me wrong, but as soon as you head into competitive, man, is it flippy. It's amazing for bullying out top laners, so I don't think we're going to see a swap, because you can't put Camille mid against Syndra. It's just going to have a rough time. It needs to get onto the map and get roaming, because otherwise it is going to be sub-fun. Let's just say that it will be sub-fun for Boshi in the lane phase.
Yeah, it doesn't really get to do what Akshan loves to do, but one thing you have to remember with Akshan is that he does have a lot of burst, so if you're caught unaware in the event that Dark maybe doesn't have the scatter available, she might just be able to kill him. Would like to remind everyone, of course, that this is sponsored by Student and Intel. Check them out.
Oh boy, I feel like Hello. Barely gonna spot that one out. Lucky Crocodile today. No Pepe Nectans here, boys. We're good off, as it will be the Spanish squad getting the vision down into the enemy Raptor pit. When you're against a Diana, there's always the potential for them to solo start this camp and just shred through the jungle from there, so it will at least give you some implied information on where the Diana is starting.
There it is. Croc in the bush. Will he be a happy one today? That is the question. I think we have to answer. Winnie just practicing his aim a little bit.
It disorientates me, man. I have not seen enough Zeri in just comp, casting, playing, anything like that, to feel fully comfortable with the idea that somebody can auto-attack midair. It just looks wrong to me every single time.
Yeah, missing auto-attacks.
Well, that one I'm okay with because of Teemo. But, okay. Let's talk about Akshan. We've got the full-on highlight on the mid lane for a good reason. Level 1 is a time that we can see Boshi start to get oppressive. Every time they throw that boomerang, if it hits a champion, they will get the extra speed. So that is an important one to keep an eye on for trading. You can see every time he throws it forward. They've also got the 3-hit Vayne-esque passive. And when it comes to trying to maneuver around those Dark Spheres, that is going to be very important. We see that Dark has actually gone for the area, gives them a lot more trading in lane. As nothing too much happening bot, but we always have the big question of, do you get level 2 on the Enchanter before the engage support? Because if you don't, you're going to get jumped.
I mean, it goes the other way as well. Of course, Bristol do get the level 2 first this time, but if you get level 2 on Zeri Lulu first, you can go in with Zeri's E on top of Lulu's little buff. I believe it's just off of Whimsy, if I'm not mistaken, and it does a lot of damage.
Okay, well, we look back to mid, and Boshi has burnt their Ignite for nothing from Dark just yet. They are very low, as this should be free for Infinity.
Infinity's here, and there it is. First blood over to the Zin.
To Infinity and beyond into the jungle they go, as Killmaster will at least get to shove this minion wave in, but I think because that's Scout of the Week, actually the minions won't crash under tower, as now, pan back to bot lane, not too much happening. Oh, it doesn't get the crash, that's brutal. Boshi running the Ignite, not the teleports of Dark. They're going to stick around, farm this cannon minion, likely base, and just TP back in, have full resources, and suddenly Boshi is in an awful position.
Ace did not end up opting for the Ignite into Pelu. Feels that the utility of having the flash there is more useful. Just kind of doing the top lane thing. Winnie and Shelly hit free first. Looking to get it. So I mention it!
I see the puff of smoke from the flashes in the top side as both laners seem to have traded it. Haste gets out, but, I mean, the grasp doesn't seem to be enough to keep them even in this lane at very least. As now, Killmaster looking for something bot, sums up, but no heal for the Spanish bot lane.
Making sure that they don't get it. If you can prevent the crash, it's really good here, especially because you should be able to freeze that wave. Killmaster just hovering around the bot side. Prevent Winnie and Shelly from playing further up and pushing the minion wave in. As Infinity helps Dark do the same in mid lane.
I like this. We saw a lot of synergy between these two. Obviously, you get that when you're playing the Yasuo Diana, but seeing it again here as Killmaster looking for something on Infinity, I like this a lot.
Still going for it. Gonna follow the flash over, but you don't have the damage right now. Going on to Dark instead to try and heal up, but now Infinity with the Triumph does not quite have the rope swing yet. But now Winnie and Jelly are here, and so you're dead.
We're going to call that one sub-groovy. Not exactly the intended plan. Killmaster getting very aggressive, I will say the least, onto Infinity right there. But just not having Boshi a high enough level, 2 levels down on their opposition right now because of that whole minion wave fiasco we were talking about earlier on. And now they're coming back to lane against a Syndra who has pen shoes, is about to hit level 6. I'm expecting Boshi to just frame one die once this Syndra hits 6 now.
Oh, we'll find out once the level comes through. Pellet going for trade to haste right now. First Drake is a cloud. This means that Ocean Soul is still possible.
Oh,
will we get
sake.
5 out of 5?
Probably.
Wait and see.
As I want to talk about the essential members right here for the Bristol Warriors. And into a Zeri, into a Syndra. Your 2 most important people for my money, Killmaster and Haste. Just go help shove in the minion wave. I got a little scared for a second there. But you need these 2 to be ahead because they are the point and click carries that can jump onto the Zeri, jump onto the Syndra, regardless of the peel that is put in front of you. And if you can control the Zeri, then that really does save your late game. But otherwise, Zeri becomes the most oppressive champion in the game if you do not have the tools to hold her still. I would say Bristol do have good tools to hold her still, but obviously when you have a Lulu combined with that, it's going to be very much down to execution on both sides.
You have to remember when he has access to the cleanse, so trying to get the cooldown of that summoner is going to be paramount to the success. Nailing down that Zeri, you do have his ultimatum to be able to help with that. Infernal will be the next Drake, so Ocean is still in the pool. We'll see in a moment. I am determined to keep thinking about this because 5 Oceans in a row is just uncanny in my eyes. But Winnie is currently taking a little bit too much damage. Zap will go down shielded.
Very, very nice.
Just a lot of damage.
Using that Glacial Path right there to really just get the extended trade down onto the Zeri. And that's the thing. While the little pellets that she fires does have a really good range, I believe it's 600. It doesn't matter if you're the one retreating because you can't really kite in the same way that other carries do.
He's out that one, but Dark going in here has the ultimate available, going to use it on Killmaster most likely. Nope, saving it for the time being. There it is, securing the kill.
Akshan is coming.
Waiting
here.
Shadows going rogue.
The res is available if they kill that Syndra. It would be my first time seeing an Akshan res in comp. I've cast Akshans, they've just never done well.
Oh, I've seen it in comp. Managed to see it a few times. I believe it resed 3 people at one point.
That's pretty disgusting.
Quite impressive.
I hate Akshan. I do not like this mechanic whatsoever. I think the champion is annoying, first place. I think having the res makes them just absurd.
I will say, it does feel like a little bit of an afterthought because it's a passive on the W. Although Johnny,
he's vibing. He's out.
Infinity.
Unless they go for this,
Looking
which
for
they
the
can.
Redive. There it is. Winnie gets that kill. Gonna go for Soren as well. Flash away, keeping him alive.
Zeri getting that execute down on the auto attack, which is the actual right click, not the, you know what I mean.
Oh, well, you can get a return kill onto Charlie potentially. The flash away is going to deny that possibility. Currently 0-5 in favor of UOL. 2k gold lead and a Drake.
Gonna have to give a lot of props over. Every time. Oh my goodness. The Jinx ult leaving Godshelle on slivers of hit points. Just so upsetting watching this happen. As this Renekton has pretty much done exactly what it does on the tin. It keeps Camille trapped in lane. It is favoured against Camille for the foreseeable future and will constantly just be oppressive for them. Doesn't need to do anything else because it just unlocks Infinity to play with Dark on this bot side. And you can see that reflected in the KDAs.
Ace having a really rough time up here. Slight CS discrepancy, not too big, but when you get this back off, you still won't have the TP, so we're missing this entire wave, inclusive of the cannon, if he decides to base.
Dangerous not to. Renekton has
Stay.
ult.
Fighting right now, I think you've healed up enough for the time being to try and make the outplay into tower. Decides not go for anything.
Oh, wow.
Boshi sneaking around.
Value on that control ward right there, spotting out the roam, otherwise Boshi could have made it up to top lane. And yes, they have a second one up there, but it might have given enough time to maybe get that kill on Pelu. But instead, with the rotate over from Godchelli, good lord, got whiplash off of that one, we see that they have started off the Rift Herald. It should be completely free, as now they're actually invading for dividends, taking away this blue buff.
A little bit more gold into their pockets. Seeing if they can get anything more. Killmaster now, Polymorph. Done over. That's the power of the Renekton. Point and click. Exhaust onto Haste. Manages to escape, but Infinity with the flash lands that one. That's another kill. Oh, and 7 kills already. 10 minutes into the game.
I am starting to see how the Bobcats are undefeated. Oddly enough, I feel like maybe their first game was actually their weakest game, potentially. Yeah. As now heavy trade on the bot lane as we are zoomed in heavily. Nothing ended up happening, just the cleanse blown from Winnie.
That is a very important cooldown, however, the next time that Johnny has his ultimate up, which should be quite soon as he gets it. Level 5 at the moment. You should be able to connect it onto the Zeri, and that could lead to a kill. But Boshi really taking an L here in the mid lane.
I feel like this is just a bit of a repeat of the previous game we saw, where lane individual gaps are outperforming bot lane. I wouldn't say it's exactly stacked into the Bobcats' favour in matchup. This should be playable. At the end of the day, the Lulu polymorphing every time and not really getting many of those successful ganks off down the bot lane, it's just gone from bad to worse. The lack of jungle pressure has really hurt them, and that's Killmaster still trying, and unfortunately I feel like we're going to see that try get punished again.
He doesn't know, everyone. He doesn't know.
No. The worst part is, he's actually still up in levels, by the way. He's doing a great job of farming, but as we see, Infinity is exactly where they need to be all the time. And that is all you want when you are hyper-feeding your Syndra Zeri. Wow.
Used to the stun there to get more damage off means that Camille can escape with the hook shot, but keeping Camille on the tower is absolutely fine with you. Over Johnny Kondo, onto Winnie, onto Chele.
Big ult.
Tanking some towers, but Zin is here. Dash over the wall, onto the other side, but what's she gonna flash over, attempting to get the kill there? Instead, it should be Infinity, managing to hook around. Somehow kill Zeri with that one, but it will be traded for the time being. A double for Dot, and the third kill goes over to Chele.
Well, no resurrects to be occurring here, but at least a single kill happens in the favour of Bristol. Unfortunately, they're going to fall victim to this Bobcat's dive on the bottom lane as Haste. I feel like he's dead here.
Didn't quite manage to connect the hookshot stun. There goes the Dominus, and there goes Haste's life. Pelu really dominating Haste here in the top lane.
I know I have a picture of a happy crocodile somewhere, but I'm not going to go through my drawers to find it. I just want you as the audience to know that that is exactly what this game is doing. We have got a smiley croc in the top lane doing everything you'd imagine against the Camille. Feeling old now, actually. This is a long time this matchup has been a thing.
That's very true. I haven't seen him much recently. I mean, this is mostly due to Renekton having taken quite substantial nerfs recently, and then the Bruiser item changes being a bit of a blessing and a curse to his itemization. Not being able to build Starak's second item is a big deal, but then again, Death Stance exists. So
hit or miss, it just means that you need to hit, and if you do, it's way more successful. If you get caught, it's just worthless to you. As we get a non-ocean soul! Hextech Soul, to add insult to injury for Bristol.
Well, if dragons were something that you should have played for beforehand, now they are even more something that you should play for, because that slow is egregious. If you get a slow, that probably leads into CC from the remainder of your LoL's team, and that probably leads to your death, I would say. So, what do you think Bristol need to do right now to try and get back into this? Because they're like 8,000 gold behind.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. I think what you need to do is you need to wait until you get those first mythic items on the top side, and then you need to use all of your members to kill at least one shutdown person. Unfortunately, you're not getting that far.
Gets the stun. Last bit of the hook shot allows haste to escape.
This is really
However,
good. This is really, really good for Bobcats. I will commend them here. Getting these tier 2 towers out of the way just really unlocks the map and lets you continue to pressure everywhere at once. It's right now bot lane. Hold on, let's take a look down here. I see a Jinx ult.
that
Brilliant.
is a lot of gold. That's exactly what Bristol wanted. A shutdown onto Killmaster, your enabler for the team.
You made that sound way more exciting than it had any right to be. That's Akshan at, like, pitifully low damage at this point. He just...
I mean...
He might as well have just tried to jump scare him, like, Lulu's walking down the mid there. Boom! Didn't kill him. Okay, fine. Back off. Alright, alright. We'll get him next time.
Yeah, mission failed. Boshi really tried to go for it, but, yeah, as you say. 1-3-0. Action.
So,
just has a Kraken Slash.
I didn't fully answer your question, though. A, collecting the shutdowns is really good, but B, committing to large fights where you invest a lot of members, right? And you want them to die. You want your own team to die. And the reason I say this is because if you trade 2 for 1, or anything like that, and Boshi gets that res, you are on Hextech Rift. The most oppressive rift against Akshan in the game. If you end up having a great team fight winning, you are rewarded. You kill everybody on the opposing team, and then the Action Redemption Ultimate comes out to get you. If it kills, which it probably will because it's an execute, then the entire team reses. You can run over to objectives and start collecting bounties because of the extra map of mobility that these Hex Gates offer. So, if there was a game to be able to come back, having a Jinx, having an Action, having a Hextech Rift, this is it.
Oh, we're going to see if they can do right. Oh, Pelu looking for the flank.
And if memory serves, I believe in their Super Hyphy finals, Killmaster had some big ultimates on the Diana, if I'm not wrong. Maybe I'm just trying to create a narrative where there isn't, but I definitely remember in that final having some disgusting Diana ults as, oh no, it's the dive, here's the crop.
There's the pincer, here he comes. We'll get 2 with the Moonfall. Just not enough, though.
Base stat Barry coming to get you, and it's the Crocodile Police. You cannot be on the same screen as the Renekton, as the Diana, else you just die.
And Jolly Kondo might be the next on the plate, but the flash away. Prevent that from happening. Comeuppance. Just gonna go into Zin.
Can they kill this Rift Tail before it crashes? You really don't want this one hitting tower? No, they do not. So, the reason for that is because the enemy team struggles to break base. Because they have nobody that can hit turret. Because Zeri, not that long range of an ADC. On the scale of things. And then Syndra, not really a card person to auto-attack towers. So the longer you can keep these inhibs and inhib towers up, the better it is Bristol. Because that is the one thing stopping you just getting walked over inside your own base.
Okay, Boshi. I see you. You're gone now.
I saw you. Well,
I have no idea what that was an attempt to do.
Okay, well, I think I can tell you from his headspace of the only person he could see on that control ward was the Zeri, and everybody else was likely just out of vision. So what he sees there is Dragon has gone down 8 seconds ago. Everybody would have started their recall. This was the last person to do it. This is a desperation play, which isn't a bad thing, by the way. I need to go for this. And obviously it doesn't work, but, you know, if they do get the kill, then great. You've took Zeri off of the map for a bit, and maybe you can force something with Killmaster. Akshan is excruciatingly good at hit and run because they get the reset on that rope swing. So if they did get the kill, they'd be out. Oddly enough, no damage, though.
Oh. Almost 10,000 in the gold lead department. There are bounties.
Yeah,
That
but let's
is
talk
the
about
caveat.
what that means. Let's see where the gold is. It's 2k in the mid lane, 2k in the, well, 1.5 in the ADC role. Top lane, it's 2.5. And I'm just saying numbers at you because we all can assume it's in favour of the Bobcats. As in the jungle, finally, we also have 1.5k gold. And if we toggle back over to the items, we can see what that means as this little skirmish is going to happen bot side.
Oh, he might just go down before anything happens, and he does. Shut down for Killmaster, getting dangerously low when he picks that one up. It's just too much, though. You are well. Have the wallet, and they're slapping them.
Well, there was definitely a world where if Boshi's allowed to live and maybe gets the return kill, this turns into the reversal, but no.
Zeri.
This is why Zeri is so obnoxious. I hate Akshan, but damn, Zeri is obnoxious to play against. Getting slowed and chased down by an ADC is one of the worst things in the world. And Zeri, well, does exactly that. As now, bot lane Inhib Tower is getting attacked. Top lane Inhib Tower is getting attacked. Bristol under siege. They do not have ultimates available on respawn, only the comeuppance. And there is nobody, well, there was Lulu within comeuppance range. Hex gates in use, though, to escape. And sweet diddly's going to happen in Bristol's favour here.
Really do like this from Bobcats, though, not intending to push any further, which is something they could absolutely have done with their lead. Rather playing it safe, taking the base, spending gold they just gained, and playing the game out slightly slower, just to make sure that Bristol don't have a single to get back in the game.
And it's very important, the amount that you, or the amount of restraint you take when clearing out a game like this is so important. Because if you ever do have something go wrong, we talked about the win condition from Bristol, or better said, the comeback condition.
This actually might be it, though. The move forward to 2, that's a double kill for Bristol. Can they get anything more? However,
Wow.
Infinity is just so ahead right now, picking up 2 kills. Zeri on the back. Johnny Kondo probably going to go down in due course.
Gets the res!
1 res onto Killmaster. That might actually make the difference. 3 people alive, and only 2 on Infinity.
Well, technically, well, yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
The technicality of who died in a fight because of action. Oh my god, the area revealed him. The area ratted him out.
Oh, Lord. Okay, well, that's not exactly what you want to see if you're a Bristol Warriors fan, but it is what you want to see if you're a Bobcats supporter right now. Going on to Haste, 9-0-13. Infinity is unstoppable.
Having that BF sword in inventory, when they hit damn hard. And we saw in that fight the massive ultimate. You could reduce the cooldown, it doesn't matter, but at the end of the day, they did so much just separating up the fight, feeding half of the party to Winnie and leaving the rest for himself. As now, Baron is started.
I did that one earlier.
I know. Moonfall available for Killmaster. They are hex skating over, and you get to see who is going, so you know they are there. You've got the ward. You can't let Killmaster in this pit. There we go.
There it is. Gonna Zonya's delay some time on the Baron. Fair enough.
Teleport in, though. They're just trying to do whatever they can. If they kill the jungler, then this is maybe too much to dissuade off of the objective. But Infinity's still alive.
He's just too tanky right now.
And that's not because people are missing. He is actually just too tanky.
Yep.
The chase...
Only gonna stun down.
Oh, it's inevitable at this point. There's nothing you can do. Trying to force something, but Zeri just
Zeri is a race car. Look at this. You can't escape. You just can't escape. What do you do when she just runs at you?
Die is what I seem to be seeing currently. As Pelu, actually, I love this, walking to the bot side to say that you cannot even run back to your home base. Else they will eventually go down.
It's worse because this is going to be delayed too.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's a bit of Overwatch
from the rest of
tactics.
the team.
Yep. If you have separate respawn timers, then it's going to take even longer for you to come back up. It gives you more avenues for plays. They're trying what they can to kill Pelu here.
Muffin's getting charged. Haste should have the hook shot shortly, but there's the turn. Dominus coming
no.
through. Dark with the scatter, and he's a very happy Crocodile looking for Boshi.
They got the Hextech Soul as well on the side. Like that's not even the focal point of the game. The fact that they just secured Hextech Soul, the best soul in the game, because they are so unbelievably far ahead.
23 minutes!
Yep. Yep, we misspoke earlier in the day saying that Bristol had lost a game off stream really quickly. This time it's happening on stream and actually is the case.
Oh no, Johnny. I mean...
The game's over. They've got, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Acceptance, I would say this is from the Bristol squad. The game has been over for a while. It was just a matter of if we saw the Bobcats through, but they will not. They will keep themselves standing tall, going 4-0 on the day in the first round robin. That is an intimidating force to face down as we end off the day.
Looking like a major contender in this tournament right now. The Bobcats are potentially seeing if they could disrupt the reigning champions at the moment, and we'll see what happens if they manage to place in the right positions for it. And going 4-0 in the first round robin, well, pretty
That's all you need.
good. Yeah.
I don't know mathematically off the top of my head what number should secure them getting out of groups, but I imagine 6 is a very safe spot because it means you'd have the tiebreaker advantage over at least 2 teams and then be at worst 1-1. So I think once they get to that point, provided they do obviously, then that will be where the Bobcats are pretty much unassailable at very least, or getting to second place to say the least. Anyway, that's it for the day. Bobcats, congratulations, finishing with such a clean performance. Shall we recap what the scores of everybody is?
Yeah, I think that's worth having a look for. I believe there's still an ongoing game at the moment between and BME. However, Bobcats at the top 4-0. And we have Uladog, I guess, 2-1. Could be 2-2, could be 3-1, depends on the outcome of the game. Likewise with BME, 1-2, potentially 2-2. And then at the bottom, we have Bristol Warriors and 0-2, both at 1-3.
I'm very happy with that. Because we have no teams with a loss, only losses today,
Yes.
Bear said. And that is very important for all of these teams' mental, especially with when we see how dominant Bobcats is, and obviously every team lost to them, all of them can sit back and take a hit of the copium and go, wow, it was only Bobcats that really bullied us, and the rest of the games were all kind of close. And I think that's important, because when you're in a team atmosphere, one of the worst things you can happen is blaming anybody, is having that kind of down streak, all that kind of stuff. And particularly for the teams that are 1-3, it could be 2 of them, maybe 3, depending. You really do need to be able to look back and say, okay, let's do a mental reset for the second round robin. We've seen comebacks across every single league in the world, time and time again. There is no reason why these teams can't make a shot coming back to hit that second place at very least. It's doable.
Plenty of games left in the day, in the rounds to come. And who knows? Stuff happens. I mean, in the case of 0-2 today, you can see that they were clearly having some internal issues here and there. Likewise, we know that is also the case with Bristol Warriors, having to pull out substitutes. Uldog as well, also having to sub. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, it's only BME and the Bobcats who have not had a sub today.
So I think you are correct there. I'm not 100% with that, but at very least, what we do know is that Bobcats and Uldog have guaranteed got at least 2 wins. Potentially going to be the 4-0 and 3-1, depending on how that last game of the day ends. Obviously, we'll leave that one, and not sure we'll update you tomorrow for certain, because guess what? We're back tomorrow with 5 more games.
There it is. There's the schedule on the screen for you all. Starting at the same time tomorrow, 20th of March. Quick little overview for the live games. So in the first round, we have Italy versus Germany. This is the big one because that is Utero Pesigod versus the reigning champions, which are Kit SC White. And then we run it back with Italy again versus Belgium. Then it is the other Spanish seed going against Portugal in the third round, Portugal into Belgium, and then Italy into Portugal to round it off.
I am very hyped to see what we get from Kit SCY, because we only get the one on-stream game from them tomorrow, and it will be the kickoff.
Yeah, it's still also a five team.
So that one, yeah. So what we need to let you know, everybody, is make sure you are here 11 a.m. sharp CET tomorrow. We'll be doing a little bit of pre-show stuff beforehand, but that is when you need to be here 100%, because we need to see the form of the team that has not only won 2 of these tournaments back-to-back, but placed second in the one before it. And I know it's just the asterisk on the side, but if you finish top 2 3 times in a row, the only time we think about teams doing that are stuff like the SKTs of the world at international tournaments. And that is our equivalent for the uni scene right now, so keep your eyes peeled for it.
Just bear in mind that these teams are not only coming here, but they're also winning their regional league, so it's a lot more than just winning this tournament, but it's winning beforehand. It's a winning streak, so to speak.
Yeah, it's Golden Road kind of territory right there, if you're getting that far every single time so consistently. And obviously that's going to be the highlight game for us tomorrow, at least just from looking at name value. But as we saw from today, all of the teams put up a damn good fight one way or the other, and that was all I wanted to see. All I wanted out of our first games when we saw the debuts of everybody on stream was competition, and every team showed that they could be competitive. Obviously, in the last 2 games, they were a fair bit less competitive in actual fact, but nonetheless, we know every team has that kind of ability, and if you put the little asterisk on the fact that Bobcats are currently 4-0, that means in reality, if Bobcats are assumed to be like turbo smurfing on the league, maybe trying to get up there, it makes it a lot less of a woeful prospect knowing that we had those 2 games to finish off today. I would say great opening to the tournament for my money, and I am very excited to see what the rest of the regions and the rest of the teams can bring for us starting tomorrow.
Certainly a lot to play for. Remember, the size of this prize pool is totaling 14.5 thousand euros. It's a lot. High level of play. Gateway to professional for some teams. I mean, who knows? I mean, given the fact that KSC White have won a few, I'm sure that some of their players are definitely looking in that direction. But I think that's really all for today. We can get into the nitty-gritty of the matchups the next day. Just give out some shout-outs here and there to our production team, of course, and the admins working behind the scenes, and the sponsors that make this all possible, Student and Intel. Anything else you'd like to say?
See you tomorrow.